I don't know, because it makes little liberals like you cry like little bitches. I mean, you support pedophilia, so it's a good question on you.
Are you saying that I support that because I'm a liberal?
Yeah, you want to have men in women's restrooms.
So, a man going into a woman's private space is P3 idiophilic. Donald Trump boasted about going into the private spaces of women and girls in 2005 when they were naked and undressed, making him a pedophile under your view. So
No,
you
that doesn't
literally
make him a
support a
pedophile
pedophile as president
That
using
doesn't
your
make
own
him a
logic.
pedophile under my view.
What's that?
Do you not hear me? Do I need to repeat myself?
Yeah, I do need you to repeat yourself.
Now, why is that? Aren't you this big political baiter? You bait with everybody?
Because I don't have headphones in. I'm sitting outside because I'm locked out. Calm down and repeat yourself.
How do you get locked out of your own house?
Long story, Blake.
No, I mean, it's just kind of a stupid thing. How do you get locked out of your own home?
like I said, long story, my friend.
I mean, clearly it's just pathetic behavior.
I mean, the only pathetic thing is here is you, because you're suggesting that somehow, because I would appreciate if you'd allow me to finish. The only pathetic thing here is you. Hey, Blake, can you calm down? You're freaking out like a child.
Favorite thing, the mute button. This is what you do in life.
The reason I'm muting you is because you're speaking while I'm speaking. That's what we call an interruption. Now, I wouldn't have to mute you if you could act your age, but unfortunately, you're literally incapable at doing that, so I have to forcefully cut your mic off so I can finish a sentence. Listen, I understand that you've never let anyone finish in your life, especially the women you've been with, but I will please ask you to allow me to finish while we're trying to engage in political discourse on TikTok Live.
With women, so it doesn't really matter, but...
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and finish now. Is that okay?
Sure, go ahead.
All right, great. So, once again, you told me that you support Trump, and then you said that, Dean, you support P3diophilia. I asked you why, and then you're like, because you think men should be able to go into the women's restrooms. First and foremost, I know that you're talking about trans women going into women's spaces. I think it is incredibly bigoted to suggest that trans women are men that are P3dios. But unfortunately, we can't have that discussion on TikTok because it flags it as hate speech. It'll ban you, and it will ban me. But one thing we can do is talk about a legitimate man that has boasted about perving on the naked bodies of little girls and grown adult women in women's only spaces, such as Donald Trump did when he went on Howard Stern's podcast in 2005 and says that he likes to walk backstage at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA, where the women and girls are undressed with no clothes on.
He said that he had the ability to walk backstage, but okay.
No, he said, I want to know one thing that I do, and then he went on to say that this is one thing that he does.
Okay, that's one thing that he did. Okay.
Exactly. So now that you accept that one thing Trump did was being a man that sexually exploited naked teen girls in their in their dressing rooms unconsensually, that would, under your view, make him a P3dio, right?
You can call it creepy, but it's not exploiting.
Wait, earlier you said that a man going into a woman's restroom is P3diophilia. So why is it Trump sexually exploiting naked girls in their dressing rooms P3diophilia?
That's all I said. I didn't say that, but it's okay.
Can you repeat yourself?
No, I'm not going to repeat myself, Dean, because you're too fucking retarded to understand it.
Oh, well, Blake, look at that. Crash Out 101, folks. I'm going to tell you exactly how to make MAGA look like the most uneducated, unintelligent, most detached from reality political movement in American history. The way to do it is to be like Blake. Join a live in front of over 11,000 people, make a bold-faced claim that is hypocritical as fuck, suggesting that liberals think men should go into women's restroom. Meanwhile, you then automatically accept that your president has sexually exploited naked teen girls in their dressing rooms, defend it, say it's not sexual exploitation, and then as soon as the liberal is like, actually you're wrong, crash out and start screaming the R word. I mean, that will truly cement you and everybody on your side as a group of the most lost human souls in the history of all time, right? But we're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest. Let's see if we could find somebody that doesn't want to throw temper tantrums like 3-year-olds to come up here and tell us why they support Trump. I apologize for that last guest's language, but let's go to move on to the next guest right now. Hop in that queue if you support Trump as president, and we'll get you connected. What is up, Taylor? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
I just turned 20.
What year were you born in?
Oh, good question. Shit.
Hop out. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Make sure if you're in that queue that you're an American adult that supports Trump as president. I appreciate you guys for all the love. If you do want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds over on those platforms compared to about 30% here on TikTok. And actually, this just in, Jared, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on Venmo. Jared says, thank you for all that you do, Dean. Thank you so much, Jared. That is incredibly kind of you. I really appreciate that. I can't read the rest of your message since I only have the notifications on my phone right now, but just know that I really appreciate you. If everyone watching could show some love to Jared down below in the chat, it mean the world. Thank you so much. What's up, Christian? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I guess I'd say I support Trump.
Is that a fucking shark in the profile picture?
Yeah, I think it was a bull shark, maybe black tip. I don't remember which one that was.
Interesting. Well, tell us why you support Trump.
Well, I think as an American, I think it's important that we might not support him like as a person and like his personal endeavors or anything like that, but as the leader of our country, I think we should support them and wish them success, whether it's Trump or any other president. So I think that's where most of my support comes, but I think
Yeah, I mean, I understand that, they do support the GDP, but I mean, I'm big on upholding our laws.
Well, listen, man. A law is only like a good law if it helps the country, right?
I mean, not necessarily. I don't think that
What? Come on, that's outrageous.
Can I explain? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think that like that's basically saying like we should just let them in because they support the GDP, right? I understand
That's saying that we should
of,
find something else to do rather than a mass deportation because of how destructive mass deportation is. I think that our state and any state has an obligation to write, codify, and enforce legislation that is good for the state and the people of the state, right? And when there's legislation on the books that doesn't help the state or nor the people of it, but rather hurts the state and the people in it, that's legislation that we got to get rid of and update, right? Like, I mean, we see this all throughout history too. Like racial segregation, that was very harmful to the people of this country, specifically Black Americans. Therefore, we got rid of it. Mass deportation, it's another one of those laws that really hurts the immigrants, really hurts us, hurts the country, hurts the economy, hurts American values for many reasons. So I think what we should do is rewrite what laws on the books today, and instead of supporting and upholding mass deportation as the solution for undocumented immigrants inside of this country today, we should rather offer them a pathway to residency or citizenship and support mass amnesty, not only because a process of mass amnesty is better for the immigrants, but it's also better for the citizens and the country as a whole, because not only will they stay paying $100 billion per year in taxes and contributing close to $2 trillion to the GDP annually, but will actually contribute more and pay more in taxes, since they'll have more bargaining power as they'll be residents and citizens with long-term survivability in the market. So they'll be able to garner and collect higher wages, thereby meaning that they'll be able to contribute more with said higher wages and be more incentivized to work over the table and pay more in taxes.
Yeah, and a lot of you said, it makes sense. Two things though. I do think that the laws can be rewritten, and if you don't like the immigration laws, that's fine. But what I do think is we have a problem at the border because not all of these people that are coming in here now, they're not really coming in here now. I mean, I think crossings are down like 90%. But I do think we have a problem at the border because some of the people that are coming in are dangerous. Not all of them, but there are some that come over who are dangerous and who shouldn't be allowed in here. So the first question I have for you, and then I have a second one, is how do we fix that problem, right? How do we filter out the good people and the bad people? But also, did you support Obama deporting illegal immigrants?
So to answer your first question, well, we solve a problem of like undocumented immigrants with prior violent offenses, so on and so forth, by either putting them in jail for their violent offenses or deporting them, right? However, it's going to be much easier to do that when we narrow our scope from all undocumented immigrants to specifically undocumented immigrants with prior violent offenses or pretty insane non-violent criminal offenses, and we'll actually be able to like process and deport the undocumented immigrants that should be deported that fall into that category significantly faster and easier if we're just focusing on them compared to everyone. So it's funny because the solution here actually aligns with my set forth agenda of mass amnesty better than it does of yours of mass deportation of every undocumented immigrant. And to answer your second question about Obama, yeah, I didn't support any deportation under the Obama administration that was of an undocumented immigrant without prior violent offenses or pretty insane nonviolent criminal offenses.
Okay. Yeah, no, that makes sense. And I definitely look at, both positions. I'm not like a far right person. I understand there's benefits to both, but I mean, just at the moment right now, I feel like what Trump is trying to do, which I'm kind of against in what he's doing with immigration. I feel like he's simply just trying to get his like deportation numbers up, and he's not really taking the time to find the violent criminals and people. And I feel like there should be a more focus on that before we find everyone else. And maybe, and like you said, deporting the people who have a criminal record and then providing some type of path to citizenship, which is also another problem. To get your citizenship in this country, it's like, what, 10 years, 7 years?
Yeah, this would be requiring a rewrite of the immigration processes, not just to extend said pathways to the undocumented immigrants in America, but also to all newcomers. A big reason why we've had so much undocumented entry into this country is because of the unattainable nature of legal entry. It simply takes too long in a lot of circumstances. You're right, it can take 10 to 12 years. So it would be a part of a larger plan, which wouldn't only include offering undocumented immigrants a pathway to residency or citizenship, but also rewriting the immigration policy on the books to make it more attainable. No one in our government seems to want to do it because they like it when the legal means of entry are unattainable, so more undocumented entry persists, so Republicans can run on quote-unquote fixing it than do nothing for the long term every 2 and 4 years. Additionally, just to go back to our first conversation, because I don't really think it came to a natural end, where we're at right now is you're like, I support Trump because of his mass deportation, then I'm like, mass deportation is bad because human rights disasters and it destroys the economy. And mass deportation becomes even worse when you consider the alternative of mass amnesty that's good, because not only does it allow us to make our economy better, downsize on the amount of human rights violations, but it also allows us to be more focused and better equipped to identify and deport the undocumented immigrants that should be deported, such as those with prior violent offenses, so on and so forth.
Yeah. One problem I see with with your solution, is, mass amnesty, that we would have to build facilities, holding facilities. We would have to, build prisons. Like you said, not
Why would we need to
deporting.
build prisons?
Because, I assume there are plenty of violent criminals and we don't have enough space in our prisons for that. Either way, if we didn't have to build new facilities, which we probably would have to, it's very expensive to do. I do believe it would be more expensive than simply deporting these people.
Well, so that's just bold-faced wrong. Mass amnesty would generate a positive ROI for this country. How would mass amnesty be like bad for the economy? Can you quantify that? Because you're saying that we'd have to build facilities. Guess what? We're spending $2 trillion in the next 10 years to build ICE detention centers, such as the $250 million alligator Alcatraz that was shut down in under a month and a half in Florida, so on and so forth for mass
It was
deportation.
shut down.
Yeah, that was shut down, man. But can you please give me an argument that mass amnesty would be more expensive than mass deportation? Because the expense of mass deportation is like crazy high. We lose the $100 billion they pay per year in taxes. We pay to build the detention and deportation facilities. We lose the trillions of dollars that they contribute to the GDP. We lose the productivity that they create for their employer. Overall, our economy becomes less productive because we have less people to make goods and less people to buy said goods. Like mass deportation is like so recklessly expensive. Looking at mass amnesty, we gain more American employees with more bargaining power, meaning they could get higher wages, meaning they pay more in taxes. So we gain taxable revenue. We gain GDP contributions because the gross domestic product is just the amount of money spent in circulation. Guess what? When you make more money, you spend more money. So our GDP growth goes up. And yeah, how could you possibly argue that it's more expensive than mass deportation?
I really can't. That was a guess. Thank you for explaining that. That's helpful. Another thing I was going to add on onto that is, um, how would you? This is more of a question. It's not an argument. How would you, if you were going to fix the citizenship process to speed it up? How would you do that?
Well, I don't think that. I just don't really see the relevance in a further description of the view until you could concede that mass deportation is bad for the economy, and that would be the first reason that you told me insofar as why you support Trump. Like, I could give you an explanation, but it just seems like at this point so detached from the original purpose of this conversation, which was
Yeah, no,
supposed to
that's
be
fine.
you telling me why you support Trump. So, just to make it clear, do you still support Trump because of his mass deportation?
Yes, I do. My mind has not been changed, but I would
Even though
definitely.
I was able to tell you exactly why it's bad, and you said, and I quote, I don't have a response to that.
Yeah.
That's supposed to change your mind. So if you believe in something and somebody is able to describe to you in great detail why that is wrong, and then your response is to say, your argument is so compelling that I literally don't have a response, why would you still believe in said thing?
And again, I just, I don't like repeating myself, but just referring back to, I like to uphold our laws, and I don't think until there's a problem, like there's a solution to the massive amounts of people crossing over the border. I think right now the best thing is to do is to deport as many people as possible.
You have
I
no
mean,
argument
right now
for that.
it's
You have no
working
argument that
because-
that's the best thing to do. Name one way that
Well, I
mass
mean, it's
deportation.
working if you're
Okay,
looking
how is it
border
working?
crossings.
Name one way that mass deportation helps this country.
Yeah, crossings are down 90%.
Has nothing to do with the mass deportation. It has to do with
Absolutely
facts of the
does.
mass deportation, such as the fact that Donald Trump is obligatory violating the human and constitutional rights of undocumented immigrants, like Abrigo Garcia when he illegally removed him to Sica in El Salvador. I have a question. Do you agree with fascism?
No.
Okay, well then you shouldn't agree with the blatant constitutional and human rights violations that have occurred under Donald Trump's mass deportation. That is what is most likely scaring the undocumented entry away.
I mean, if you're scaring them away, I mean, they're still not coming over. So is that really a bad thing?
Yeah,
You're
it's a
scaring them
fucking
away.
bad
You
thing.
solve
Jesus
the
Christ.
problem.
You're insane. You just said, oh, is torturing and brutally starving a man for 3 weeks illegally in another country a bad thing? That's crazy. That is so insane. You're going to sit here and tell me that committing a misdemeanor of undocumented entry coming into this country is so bad it warrants destroying our economy and spending $2 trillion. But then not just committing a misdemeanor, but
Destroying our
having our
economy.
current administration illegally and unconstitutionally deport someone, as ruled by SCOTUS, to then be beaten, tortured, and starved for 3 weeks, and a center for terrorists in another country. That's not a bad thing. You're all out of line, sir. You don't have a spine here. You originally told me that it was about upholding the law, but now when the current administration breaks the law in an incredibly terrible way, such as the illegal deportation of Abrigo Garcia once again, where he was beaten and tortured and starved in Sica in El Salvador, it's not a bad thing at all. Make it make sense.
I mean, it stopped hundreds of thousands of people crossing our border illegally. So if it takes one person being beat up, as you said, I mean, do you not agree that that's worth it?
You're insane. You're literally insane. Like, I don't think you should have the right to vote.
Wow. Wow, that's pretty extreme. Are
No,
you sure?
well, I think that extreme
That's
actions
pretty
warrant extreme
unconstitutional on
reactions,
itself.
and I think that your extreme action of saying that you support the unconstitutional, brutal beating, torturing, and starvation of a man is extreme.
I don't support that. I think that's terrible that happened. But if
Oh,
if
so
the-
now all of a sudden it's terrible. So if it's terrible, it shouldn't have happened, right?
no, it shouldn't have happened.
Okay,
Absolutely. I'm not saying that's a good thing.
So then
no.
you agree that it was a bad thing that Donald Trump
Yes.
had him illegally removed, where he was then beaten and tortured. Right?
Yes, that was terrible.
And because it's this bad thing, this mark of fascism, this immoral thing, and which has been scaring undocumented entry away at the southern border, these are not the means that we should use to achieve the end goal of reducing undocumented entry. For the first reason being, not only is it immoral, but the second reason being that it's short term. The moment that we don't have a fascist president anymore, right, guess what? That incentive structure is going to reverse, and then all of a sudden the undocumented entry is back.
Yeah, I mean, he's also increased border security, and I don't think that the way
Before
like
we
there's
move on to border security, I want you to
yes.
respond to that last point.
Yeah, sure. So I don't think having to beat up someone and starve them is the way that you solve border crossings, but the effect of it was good.
Well,
The
so
action
but then
was
you agree
not
that the
good.
way that the Trump administration has been reducing undocumented entry is bad, meaning that overall you actually don't support the Trump
But they
administration and how they've
did
reduced undocumented
reduce.
entry.
But they did reduce it.
But this
That's
doesn't
what
mean
I
that
care
he's a
about.
good job. He's doing a good job as the president. Like, imagine that, like, you were a boss at a firm, and your goal as the boss at the firm was to get the employees that work under you at the firm to be more productive. And last quarter, their productivity was a good 6 out of 10. And you saw that, you think it's suboptimal, you want it to at least be an 8 out of 10. So then at the beginning of the second quarter, you take one of the most unproductive employees and you string them up in front of all the other employees and kill them, right? And you say, this is what's going to happen to you if you're not productive the second quarter. So then in the second quarter, the employees that work under you, right, reported productivity of 10 out of 10. Would you say that the boss that caused his employees to be more productive by stringing up and killing one of the ones that weren't productive, right, was a good boss or a bad boss?
No, he's a bad boss for sure. But again,
Oh,
like
okay,
I'm
got it. So then, if the Trump administration is reducing undocumented entry by illegally deporting undocumented immigrants where they're tortured, illegally deporting undocumented immigrants, violating the withholding order of judges, such as he did with Venezuelan immigrants, or blackbagging college students and taking them to ICE detention centers 1,000 miles away, violating another withholding order of another federal judge, and passing illegal executive orders like number 14160 to attempt to take birthright citizenship away from the children of undocumented immigrants, even though that's their constitutional right, meaning Donald Trump is belligerently violating the Constitution. Even though you think that this is producing an outcome that you like, all things considered, he's still a bad president because of the way that he's producing this outcome.
well, I don't think that I do agree, and just based off the evidence you've given me, my support for his, I guess, immigration policy, which I said is not really a policy, has weakened a little bit. But the point that I care about is that the border crossings are down, and I mean, Biden wasn't able to do
You just
that.
don't even care. Yeah, this is like saying that you really want a booming economy. So if Donald Trump re-legalized like slave labor, and that made the economy go boom, that you would ultimately still support his economic policy because you like
No.
the outcome that it produced. Wait, why? Why are you even looking at the means that he used to achieve said end? The end was like
You
our
just
GDP
said that I
10x.
would agree with bringing back slavery because it made the economy good again.
I
did
thought that
not
you just
agree
look
with
at the ends. You don't look at the means. Isn't that what? Wasn't that your whole argument?
Right, but that's a completely different situation. Like,
Oh,
you
okay. So
can't
why are
like
human rights
analogize
violations?
this
So
situation.
why are
It's a
human rights?
specific
So why
situation.
are human rights violations not justified if it's slavery, but they are justified if it's torturing a man illegally in another country, such as Abrigo Garcia?
Yeah, it's not.
Oh, okay. So then, yeah, you think that Donald Trump is a bad president?
You know, you have some really good arguments, and it's really hard to argue the right side. I'm gonna say that it's really hard to do nowadays. You do make a good point. I did. My other reason was because of the big beautiful bill. There's some things in there that I think are disgusting, but there are also some things in there that help me out. What is your overall feeling on the big beautiful? I mean, I've heard the like spiel all the time, but generally, like, is there some things you like in there, or is it just you don't like any of it?
Yeah, I'll tell you about that. Just give me a second. Carrie, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Scary Movie, thank you for the 5. And then Harley, thank you for the $15 over on Venmo. Harley with a 15 bucks says, Yo, Dean, me and my friend Parker say hi. We love your content, and it's one of the many things that we bond over. That's awesome, Harley. Show some love to Harley down below in that chat. As well as Travis, thank you for the penny. And Kate, thank you for the 5. Seriously, I really do appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. As well as Rachel, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal, saying here's 5 to make your day a tiny bit better. Thank you, Rachel. And then Crystal with the $20 over on PayPal. Holy shit. Thank you, Crystal. Let's get 200 Crystal W's. Crystal says, I'm completely amazed by the political intelligence. I'm so proud of what you're doing. Thank you. Well, thank you. Seriously. As well as for everyone watching on TikTok, this is a real stream. I am live on @DNCDean. It's just my backup account. And you can verify it by looking at my official YouTube account. You'll see the same stream over there right now. now. Overall, I think that the Big Beautiful Bill is bad. Not only is it the most expensive bill in American history, but it's also kicking 10 million low-income Americans off of healthcare and 3 million low-income Americans off of food stamps, which will not just be detrimental to their livelihoods. I mean, shit. Already, 40,000 through 60,000 people die in America per year via having a lack of access to health insurance. So imagine what this will do. But it's also really bad for the economy. When you have more people that are sicker and can't work because of lack of access to healthcare, then you have a less productive economy.
Yeah, and you do make some good points, and that's one of the parts of the bill that I don't like. But I was understood, and maybe I misunderstood, that the major reason why so many people are getting kicked off is because there are higher restrictions
Yeah,
to
work requirements.
qualify.
Now you got to work in order to receive Medicaid. I don't think that you should have to work in order to receive Medicaid.
Why not?
Because I don't think that essential social programs should have a work requirement on them, and I think that healthcare is essential. Makes society as a whole better off, and it saves lives. Think about it this way. Other essential social programs are calling the cops, calling the firefighters, or driving on public roadways. Could we agree that it would be preposterous and insane to suggest that in order to call the cops, firefighters, or to drive on public roadways, although all three of these things are funded for by the taxpayer, making them social programs, you shouldn't have to work in order to receive them?
No.
Right, that's my point.
Yeah, no, yeah, that makes sense. I was just wondering. I mean, I do think that if there are some people who have the ability to work but can't work, I mean, having them work for healthcare, thus supporting our GDP, I think that is helpful. But if you're kicking people off who
It'd probably
don't,
support our
well,
GDP too if we made people work in order to drive on public roadways. It definitely support our GDP if we made people work in order to call the cops. Imagine how scary it would be to be unemployed.
yeah, yeah, but I think that especially for something like that, where it's very costly, a lot more than emergency services. I mean, it is very expensive to have like free healthcare. Do you think free healthcare would be a good thing? Just yes or no?
Yeah, now you're saying that, well, you are okay with putting a restriction of a work requirement on this essential social service because it's more expensive?
No, I'm
So,
not
so then
saying it
what?
is.
So then,
I'm
do you either
saying
agree
that
that
people
overall,
who
right, like putting that work requirement on Medicaid is a bad thing, or like do you have an argument that it's a good thing against the argument that
it's
I just gave that it's a bad thing? I'm really confused on where you stand. Could you clarify where you stand?
Yeah, I'm kind of in between, because if there's able-bodied people who are deciding not to work just because they don't want to work, I don't think that they should have free healthcare. If there's
Okay, well,
people,
so that's a claim, but I already gave an argument against said claim. So can you please refute my counter argument?
what was your counter argument?
Bruh, it was about how it's an essential social service, and it's insane to suggest that essential social services should have work requirements on them.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I can agree with that. I think work requirements shouldn't be a thing for something like healthcare, but
Okay,
I
so
also can see where it should be. I can see both sides to it.
that's not seeing both sides. That's contradicting yourself because you're saying that you agree that it shouldn't have a work requirement on it, but you agree that it should have a work requirement on it. That's a contradiction.
Not an entire, like, if you're not able-bodied, then you
Work
shouldn't have to
requirements
work.
are only for able-bodied individuals.
Okay, so then what's the problem? Why are so many people getting kicked off? Is it because they're unemployed? You're
Yes,
acting like
because
these
they can
people.
work but aren't working. And another big reason why people are getting kicked off is because he's defunding it by $900 billion that are making the premiums unattainable for millions. So it's those two things. But once again, I thought you just agreed that essential social services shouldn't have a work requirement on them, even for individuals that are able to work but aren't.
Yeah, no, I can agree with that, and that's not part of the big beautiful bill that I like. I don't think people should be
Okay,
kicked off.
so therefore you agree that the work requirement that's being imposed on Medicaid that's kicking millions of people off is bad, right?
Yes.
Okay, so far we know that the Big Beautiful Bill is bad because it's kicking 10 million people off of Medicaid, and we know that the Big Beautiful Bill is bad because it's spending $4.5 trillion, increasing our debt the most that any bill in American history has. So what is the good that is produced by the Big Beautiful Bill that outweighs this bad?
It doesn't outweigh it,
Okay,
but
so then overall the Big
entirely.
Beautiful Bill is a bad bill, right?
Yes.
Okay, so then you don't support Donald Trump because of the big beautiful bill.
I support parts of the big beautiful bill.
You don't
so
get to
I-
pick and choose. Like it's either overall you
Yes,
think that
yes,
the
you
bill is
can.
good,
You
or
absolutely
overall you
can.
think that the bill is
The
bad.
bill, you do have to pick and choose because there's so
Not-
many things inside it.
You can't really do that in totality because when you like agree that overall the big beautiful bill is bad, all that you're saying there is that like America would be better off if it wasn't passed, meaning that because Donald Trump did pass it, overall he did something that was wrong. Right?
Yeah, I mean,
and if you
I
support
mean,
Donald Trump as president because overall if he wasn't president things would be better off, that is just completely incoherent.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of things that help me. I mean, I'm not being kicked off Medicaid or Medicare I'm not having a problem with like food stamps, which I understand is also being cut, which I think is also bad, but doesn't affect me. So for me personally, the big beautiful bill, I like it. For the entirety of America, I don't like it.
So you agree that overall the big beautiful bill shouldn't have been passed, right?
No, I don't think it should have been passed
Okay, so overall you'd say if
for
Donald
America,
Trump,
but for me, yeah.
so
hell
then
yeah,
overall you're
I-
saying if Donald Trump wasn't president, things would be better off because he wouldn't have been able to pass the big beautiful bill. So then the big beautiful bill is not a reason you support him as president because you think things would be better if he wasn't.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, so it sounds like on the first point of mass deportation, you said it was a good thing. I was able to very effectively demonstrate to you why it's a bad thing. It reduced down to the point of you like literally saying, Dean, I don't even have a response to what you're saying. So then I asked you if you had any other reasons why you support Trump, and you said the big beautiful bill, and now you're conceding that overall if the big beautiful bill wasn't passed, America would be a bit better off. So I got to ask, are you even still a Trump supporter?
No,
Fantastic.
I hate Trump. I never liked him.
Yeah, great. Have a good rest of your day. Ashley, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. I really appreciate you for that love, Ashley. Let's get 200 Ashley W's down below in that comment section. Ashley says, keep it up with the good work. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Show some love to Ashley down below, guys. Thank you so much. As well as Alana, thank you for the $35 donation over on Venmo. That is so kind of you. Thank you, Alana. Alana with the $35 says, thank you, Dean, for fueling my intellectual arsenal so I could fight off the hypocritical fascists at my university. Fuck yeah, Alana. Have fun with it. It can be a little scary at times, though, so stay safe. Seriously. But thank you for the $35. If you guys could show some love to Alana down below in the chat, it'd mean the world to me. As well as Grayson. Thank you for the $25 over on Venmo. Show some love to Grayson as well. Thank you, Grayson. Grayson says, hey, man, I've been tuning in recently and will always stand by you. Grayson, I've been seeing you a lot in here recently. I'm glad to hear that you're enjoying the streams and you like what you're listening to. Hell yeah, man. Show some love to Grayson and Alana down below in that chat while we're looking for that next Trump supporter. And please hop in that queue if you happen to be MAGA. But we're going to go and get that next guest loaded in here right now, folks. Hop in that queue if you are MAGA. Hop in that queue if you are MAGA. Let's get that next guest loaded in right now. What's up, Meg? Are you MAGA?
Oh my god, Dean, I love you.
All right. Unfortunately, Meg, I am going to have to disconnect you just because we are looking for Trump supporters, but I do appreciate you for that love. We're going to go ahead and move on to Dylan. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, what were you saying?
So why do you support Trump as president?
Can I ask you like a question leading, like kind of going to that?
Sure.
Is it a vape?
Nope. So why do you
Are you
support
sure?
Trump?
I don't support Trump.
Okay, man, don't waste my time. Get the hell out of here. Please don't waste my time, guys. We are just looking for debates. For the day, we're on the backup second account, DNC Dean. The push on this account is significantly lower than the push on my main account. So, like, majority of people that are going to be in here are not going to be Trump supporters, but are more so going to be, like, followers and whatnot. So please don't troll today just because it's going to be significantly harder to find Trump supporters today. And then once again, if you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal,
I'm
the link in
in.
my bio. As well as you could find them in the pinned message on that YouTube stream. What's up, Eric? Are you MAGA? Can't hear you when you leave the app. Right now, you're off the app. I cannot hear you.
What's up, bro?
Okay. Hey, man. Don't leave the app. You got to see me in order for me to be able to hear you. Okay?
Yeah. My battery, it was a low battery notification, but yeah, I'm kind of nervous, but yeah, I'm here, boy.
Awesome.
Let's do this.
Emily, thank you for the $10 super chat. Emily says, Hey, Dean, I wanted to recommend doing live segments targeted at all political parties so your fans and people trying to change sides can ask you questions. Also, happy belated birthday. Thank you. Yeah, well, the plan was to do like a weekly Q&A, but we just kind of forgot about that in the commotion the last couple weeks. Good idea. Take it away, Eric. Why the hell do you support Trump?
Okay, so and I got receipts too. You go to my profile, you see I supported Trump, since last year, 2 years ago, longer than that. But I support Trump because I'm a recovering drug addict, and he, the new fentanyl laws that he's been passing, they.
Eric, I gotta kick you, man. You said the name of the FDRUG that is explicitly banned on TikTok. Explicitly banned on TikTok. But listen, man, I'm happy to hear that you're in recovery. I think that's awesome. Good for you. I'm proud. But not good for you, and I'm not proud that you are MAGA. Unfortunately, we do have to move on to the next guest. Go ahead and hop in that queue if you support Trump. We're going to get that next guest loaded into the stream right now. Hop in that queue. Let's go. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hi.
Hey, do you support Trump?
I do, yes.
Age, please?
I do, yes. 19.
You really? Okay. What year were you born in?
2005.
Really? Let's see here. I guess you could be 19, born in 05. What month?
December.
What's one thing that only 19-year-olds know?
I don't know.
Okay, I feel like that's a 19-year-old response because that question seems outrageous, but I could totally see a 13-year-old saying, I don't know, or like to come up with something on the spot. Okay, I trust you. Take it away. Tell us why you support Trump as president.
So I basically just support him because he's pro-life.
Pro-life?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're pro-life.
Yes.
Are you pro-life with exceptions, or do you think abortion should be banned in all circumstances?
Well, I think it's murder, but then I was listening to you and you're kind of changing my mind.
Okay. So do you hold like exceptions? Like, do you think that victims of rape should be able to access abortion?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. By the way, for everyone saying that like this is a kid that's a child, I don't think so. I mean, they have 19 in their account. I looked at their account. Obviously, like looking at someone will never be like a good dictator of like how old they are. But because she had the birthday, she said her age. She doesn't look like obviously underage. I will believe that it's more likely than not that she's telling the truth. Now, you just told us that you do think that women that were raped should be able to access abortion. So why do you think that elective abortion should be banned?
Well, that's kind of like the problem I have because I don't really have like a good reason.
Okay, well, if you don't have good reason to support its ban, then you shouldn't support its ban. Okay, like regardless of like where you sit at in your beliefs, we can agree that when we ban abortion, we are restricting women's access to do something with their body, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Like, I think
why
it's
would you
all
ever
wrong.
support restrictions on what women can or can't do with their bodies with no reason at all? Isn't that just like the same thing ideologically, like logically speaking, as like really heinous laws in the past, like maybe Jim Crow era racial segregation? You know, like a white supremacist will say that black individuals should be restricted from going into these spaces. You ask them why, they say, I have no good reason, I just feel this way. And like obviously that's so immoral because we're like disallowing individuals from doing certain things with themselves with no reason whatsoever. Very immoral. And that's exactly what you're saying right now. You're like, women shouldn't be able to enact upon their bodily autonomy. They shouldn't be able to sit down with a medical health provider. They shouldn't be able to do these particular things with their bodies. And when I ask you why, you're like, I have no clue. I have no good reason.
I mean, I think it's wrong, like, altogether, but I don't think we should take that away from a woman that's been, like, abused.
Yeah, but you said that we should take it away from individuals that are just looking to get elective abortions and you hold on to that belief with no reason.
I just believe that because I believe it's murder.
Okay, and why do you think that killing a fetus is murder?
Because I believe life starts at conception.
Okay, me too, but that is a scientific fact, not a moral argument.
I guess I don't have a good reason then.
Okay, so then you shouldn't support it. Anything else?
Also just the like whole border thing.
I don't know. I appreciate you for coming up. I'm just going to go to move on because I feel like our conversation on the border would probably be a lot like the one on abortion. So I'm going to go to move on. I do hope that you have a good rest of your day and that you research these things more seriously. As well as Jessica, thank you so much for the $30 donation over at Venmo. Holy fuck, thank you, Jessica. Jessica with a $30 donation says, "Here's $30 for being a good person." Thank you for the love, Jessica. Let's get 300 Jessica W's in that chat. As well as Grayson, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, saying uses to get some Tylenol and apparently help research for babies to not have too much liquid. Like, what the fuck are people really doing supporting this guy? Yeah, that's right. Don't vaccinate your children. Too much liquid. Way too much. And then they're like, best president ever. Makes no sense. What's up, Pat? Do you support Trump? Are you MAGA?
Yeah, can I clarify my position a little bit before we start?
Yeah, how old are you?
31.
Can you disconnect any
Watching
Bluetooth
94.
devices that you have connected, like AirPods, earbuds, headphones, headsets, etc., so on and so
Yeah,
forth?
let me take them off.
I could always tell.
Can you hear me now?
I could hear you much better. Take it away, man. Why the hell do you support Trump?
Okay. Yeah, I support Trump as in he's the better of the two options we had. I'm up to the point now where no matter who we vote for, we will do the bidding of a certain country in the Middle East, but I do think he was the better option.
When you say bidding of a certain country in the Middle East, do you mean Israel?
Dang, man, I can't hear you. Oh,
When you say bidding of a certain country in the Middle East, do you mean Israel?
well, I don't want to get anybody kicked on the live stream and get you in trouble, but yeah.
Okay, great. Well, guess what? Donald Trump has accepted 230 millions from AIPAC. Kamala Harris accepted
Oh, yeah,
5.
for sure.
Donald Trump is significantly more pro-Israel than Kamala Harris is. So, I mean, if you just want to stay as far away from Israel as possible, then you would have saw Donald Trump as the last possible option.
Yeah, well, Kamala Harris's husband, he's
And I'm going to kick you. Not only because you were about to go from, like, fact of saying that, like, the state of Israel is bad and they have influence over our politicians through lobbying, and you were about to say, and move on from that to just anti-Semitism by saying Kamala Harris's husband was Jewish, so I kicked you. And then also, according to the chat, you had some weird-ass reposts of literal children. What a weirdo. What's up? Do you support Trump, Josh?
Like, I support him in the sense that he's our president and I wish him the best, but I don't support him as I don't think he's a good person.
Okay, awesome. We're going to move on to the next guest. Let's get that next guest loaded up in here. Let's get Bugatti B74 connected to the stream, y'all. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yo.
Age, please?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2005.
What time is it? Well, you can't be 18 born in
It's
05.
about to be-
Moving on to the next guest, we got Riley connecting. Just make sure if you're in that queue that you're an American adult that supports Trump. As well as Adrian, thank you for the $5 out of Venmo, saying thank you for educating everyone on the topics that are hard to understand. I support you, brother. Thank you, Adrian. And then Arthur with the $10. Thank you so much for the love. And Emily with a 5. Show some love to Emily, Arthur, and Adrian down below in that chat. What's up? Do you support Trump?
I do not, but I have a quick question if that's okay.
Unfortunately, Riley, it is not okay. I am going hard today and completely holding a red line with the rules. You got to be an American adult that supports Trump. That is a fact. I'm just not allowing anyone to be up here that's not following those rules. We are going to move on to the next guest. We got Dristan loading up. If you're watching on TikTok or on YouTube, guys, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen, dropping a like, dropping a follow, dropping a sub. And if you want to support me, you could find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on this account right now. I get 100% of those proceeds, and you get a notification at the top of my phone where I could give you a shout out if you do choose to support. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
How old are you?
Nuts.
And goodbye. Moving on to the next guest. It's kind of funny, but get the hell out. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Go and put a Trump with your age down below in that chat if you want to join. And please, like, start following the rules. Please, guys. Come on. Come on. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir. What's going on, Dean?
Not too much. Been a long, rough day, but here we are doing debates nonetheless. Take it away. Why are you MAGA?
I guess I'm just MAGA because I don't really I don't really agree with, not that I don't agree with it, but I don't really like how the Biden administration and Kamala handled the pullout with Afghanistan.
Okay. So that's it?
Yes and no. I do agree that the things that Donald Trump does is he's not the greatest guy. I also don't think that Kamala, well, not that Biden was running, but I don't think that Kamala would have been a great option either.
Her name's Kamala.
Kamala, whatever. I'm sorry.
There you go. Okay, well, first, you're telling me that like the pullout of Afghanistan is it. More service members died under Donald Trump's first administration and have died so far under Donald Trump's second administration than those that did die in the pullout of Afghanistan that was originally onset by Trump at the end of his first administration. And that's also a very small conversation, which I think we could also include other conversations, like how Donald Trump is an absolute tyrant that is trying to rewrite the rules, breaking the Constitution, and now saying that it is illegal to criticize him on TV.
No, I don't agree with the stuff that he does. I just think that for a president, he's the only good thing that he really does as a president is I don't really know how to say this, but he's kind of like he's strong in a way. When you look at Russia, they're not fucking with us because they're scared of us. China's not fucking with us because they're scared of us right now.
Okay, give me an argument that Russia's not fucking with us.
I don't really have an argument for it, but you know what I'm saying.
Oh, of course you don't have an argument for it because it's just words. Dude, so there's like a subset.
More unhinged.
There's a subset.
He's more likely to drop a nuke.
There's a subset of arguments for Trump that are just completely baseless. And this is one of them. It is completely baseless that Russia isn't fucking with us because they're scared of Trump. If I were to ask you, as I already did, to expand on that view and give me reason to believe it, you wouldn't be able to. Like, try. Give me an argument to justify that Russia's scared of us and they're scared of Trump. Do it.
I don't have a computer sitting in front of me. I can't pull up facts, and I don't want to debate you with the wrong facts. I think you're a good dude. I appreciate. I honestly like you more than Parker. I think Parker's reaction on Charlie was a little bit fake. I think
dude, don't say that.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that it was totally fake.
That is unreal. I'm so sorry. That is completely.
I don't think so.
That is like so disrespectful and unreal.
I think you're more of an honest dude.
Listen, Parker was there in person. Okay, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Parker witnessed an assassination like 20 feet away from his goddamn face. Okay. And he thought that he was next because he thought it was going to be a mass shooting event while in like the seconds while he was like screaming and running away. I'm going to remove you for that. You know, not only is like Parker just like a really good friend of mine, but like I just also find that to just be like so disrespectful. You know, like you shouldn't be like undermining like a truly horrific traumatic experience and writing it off as like fake. I think that is just like in such bad taste. You know what I mean? That is in such bad taste. So we're gonna move on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute, y'all. You know, like hopefully like everyone can like come together and agree that like you know Parker underwent something that is so realistically and understandably traumatic. And that, you know, we shouldn't just write that off or disrespect it by calling it fake. You know, he's a real person. I understand that maybe, you know, like that last guest doesn't really think of Parker as a real person because he's just the liberal that he sees every so often on his phone screen. But no, Parker's a real person. You know what I mean? What's up? Do you support Trump?
I was just wondering if I could ask you a question. No, I really wanted to you.
Unfortunately not Paradise. We are just looking for Trump supporters. You have a good one, though. Go ahead and drop a Trump with your age down below in that comment section. We're going to get you loaded up here. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, I do.
Age, please.
I grew up, I'm 19. I was born in 2007.
What month?
July.
Can you even be 19 born in 07?
I said 18.
Oh, nope. You said 19. See ya. Moving on, let's get that next guest up here. Bree, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for that, love. Show some love to Bree down below in that chat. Thank you so much. That is BRE. Bree with a $20 says, love your content and what you stand for. Random question. Wanted to ask, are you a Swiftie? No, I'm not a Swiftie. I am not a Swiftie. And honestly, I find the most compelling reason why I'm not a Swiftie is just that I don't personally like Taylor Swift's music.
Hello.
Mindy, thank you for the galaxy. We all have like different
Hello?
We all have different music tastes. Taylor Swift just isn't for me. I don't think that she's terrible. It's just like when I listen to her music, it's not like I feel moved or anything. What's up, Jackson? Do you support Trump?
What's up? Yeah.
How old are you?
19.
What year were you born in?
2006.
What month?
April 24th.
Cool. All right. Let's see here. Give me one moment. Juliet, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal saying AI Dean goes crazy. Yeah, this is just AI because it's on the fake DNC Dean account. It's not actually me. Thank you for the love, Juliet. Once again, if you do want to support me, support what we're doing here, support the stream, you could find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio, or in the pin message on the YouTube stream. Could you tell me your birth date again?
April 24th, 2006.
I think that's 19. I think the maths. Go ahead. Tell us why you support Trump.
I would just like to go over abortion first. Why do you think that is not okay?
Why do I think abortion's not okay?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think that abortion's not okay. I'm pro-choice. I think that abortion's fine.
Or sorry, the other way around. My bad. I said that wrong.
Oh, yeah, just because I can't identify any reason why it'd be wrong.
Have you seen a video of an abortion?
I have.
You don't think it's wrong ripping the baby's limbs off?
No, I don't.
And taking them out?
No, I don't.
Why is that?
Because once again, there's no reason why it would be.
That's not really a reason. You're kind of just telling me that there's no reason.
That actually is a reason. Think about it this way. Is skipping a rock on a pond wrong?
No.
Why?
What?
Why is it not wrong to skip a rock on a pond?
Why is it not wrong?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
Well, the answer would be is that you have you can't identify any reasons why it would be wrong. And when we posit an affirmative claim that something is either morally right or something that is morally wrong, you would actually have the burden to demonstrate why that's the case. However, when you posit things that are just merely morally permissible, you don't really have a burden to demonstrate why. But more just on a base level, fundamentally speaking, I don't think that abortion is wrong because I cannot identify any trait of a fetus in which would be morally valuable. And that is a perfectly logically sound argument.
It's a human.
So you'd say that your moral principle is that if human, then wrong to kill.
Exactly.
So is it murder to pull the plug on a brain dead patient?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. What'd you say?
Is it murder to pull the plug on a brain dead patient?
No, it's because you're ending their suffering.
Oh, well, first and foremost, brain-dead patients don't suffer because they don't have cognitive function, and suffering is a subjective experience onset by the predicate of cognitive function. And second of all, you just contradicted your moral principle. You just told me that being merely human and alive is what grants you the right to live, meaning that it's murder if you kill them. However, even though a brain-dead patient is human and alive, they don't have the right to live, and it's not murder to kill them. That would be a contradiction.
I'm not saying they don't have the right to live.
Yes, you are.
It depends on the amount of time that they have been in the hospital. If they've been in there for long amounts of time, and their family thinks it's okay, and I think that's okay.
What?
If they have been in the hospital and have been sitting in the deathbed for that long, and their family thinks it's okay, I think it's okay.
So if somebody was just declared brain dead and the family told the doctor to pull the plug on them when they're declared brain dead, would that be okay?
That's not what I said. I said after a long extended
I
period.
know, so I'm asking you a question. If a family told a doctor to pull the plug on this family member if they're declared brain dead, and then the doctor does it right after they're declared brain dead, is that murder?
I'm not sure if it's exactly murder, but yes, that's wrong.
Why?
Because you just said that's wrong. Okay. If you go and you unplug it after one day, what?
Why? Yeah. Why would that be wrong?
Because you're killing someone after they have been unconscious for one singular day.
And?
So you're okay with killing someone?
I'm absolutely okay with killing brain dead patients by pulling the plug on them, and that's not a controversial take.
I never said it was. I'm just saying after a singular day of them being brain dead.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, why wouldn't you be? It sounds like you're failing to give an argument.
You just had me explain for 5 minutes on why it's not okay to pull it, and then you're saying it is?
You actually haven't given an explanation on why that's wrong.
Why are we even talking about this? This has nothing to do with abortion.
It does, but like you just can't see it because you don't think critically. The critical relationship would be the fact that you told us that it is murder to kill something, given that they're merely human and alive, yet it is not murder to pull the plug on a brain dead patient, even though they're human and alive. That is a contradiction of your position. Of course, once again, you don't see that. And second of all, it's funny because apparently it is murder and so totally wrong for a doctor to pull the plug on a brain dead patient in a hospital, but it's not wrong for you to say the N-word hard R, according to your 28th repost.
Huh?
I mean, you have reposts talking about how like you say the N-word. Did you know that? You can go see it on your account. Yeah, it's your repost. You could go look at that on your account.
Give me like 2 seconds.
I'll give you more than 2. I just think that you're also underage, so I'm going to kick you and move on. Let's get that next guest loaded up in here. Here we go, folks. Sray, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. Thank you, Sray. Sray says for the rough day. Thank you, Sray. I appreciate that. That is kind of you. It has been a fucking rough day, let me tell you. Oh, it has been such a rough day. But it's okay. We have those sometimes. You know what I mean? We have rough days sometimes. Yeah, no, it happens, man. It happens. Just got to get the whole front end of the whip repaired. Ugh. Brutal. But anyways, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Are you a masturbator?
You meant to say master debater, and the answer to the question would be yes. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you? Of course you're underage. Moving on to the next guest. Let's go to get Tommy up in here. Dude, children. Holy fuck. Get the hell out of here. Never come back. Mods, ban him. What's up? Do you support Trump, Tommy? Tommy's not here. Goodbye. Moving on to the next guest. Hopping at QView Support Trump. We got the next guest loading up into the box right now. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hi, yes, I support Trump.
How old are you?
I'm 23.
Okay, I believe you. Let me go and thank a handful of people. Reagan, thank you so much for the $20 donation on Venmo. Thank you so much, Reagan. That is Regan. Reagan just left a handful of blue hearts. Thank you so much for your kindness. As well as Ethan, thank you for the penny. As well as Anonymous, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo saying, don't mention my name, but I like to say I disagree with some of your opinions, but I have a lot of respect for you. Stay blessed. Well, I appreciate that, Anonymous. What positions do you disagree with? I wonder if I might be able to convince you of them. As well as Garrett, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you, Garrett. Garrett says, here's $20 for not being a Swiftie. Yeah, I'm not a Swiftie, like I said, but I appreciate you for that love, Garrett. That is incredibly kind of you. Show some love to Garrett down below in that comment section, folks. I'm also going to go ahead and take a look at the PayPal. In the meantime, go ahead and make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen, folks. As well as Ashley, thank you for the $5. Julia with a 5, thank you so much. Julia says, I saw you at Best Buy on Monday and I was too shy to say hi. But I love and appreciate what you do. Thank you, Julia. I was at Best Buy on Monday. I was there like all day. As well as Grayson, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. And Emily with a 5. You guys are so very kind. Thank you. Go ahead, take it away. Why do you support Trump?
Me personally, I support Trump because he seems more religious than the other options.
He's actually not religious. Well, at least he's not Christian.
Oh, okay. Does he state that?
Yeah, he does.
Like at all?
He does.
Okay.
I can prove it.
Well, let
me prove it. Let me prove it to you. Are you Christian?
Okay. Am I Christian? Yes.
So are you familiar with what you need to do in order to be Christian?
Yes.
What do you need to do in order to be Christian?
You need to accept Jesus and pretty much in your heart, and then you're a Christian.
Nope, actually wrong. James 2:24 says that faith without works is dead. You just said faith, but what about the works?
Well, yeah, you need to be Christ-like.
Okay. Would you agree that one of the necessary works of in order to have a relationship with God would be repenting for your sins?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Would you agree that one of the necessary works in order to be a Christian and have a relationship with God would be repenting for your sins?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Well, Donald Trump told an interviewer on a panel he was speaking at a couple years ago that he's never asked God for forgiveness for anything he's ever done in his life, meaning that he's not a Christian as he doesn't fulfill one of the two necessary components of being a Christian.
And what year did he say that?
2018.
Oh, wow. Okay, I did not know that.
Right. So, do you still support Trump?
I would have to take a look at what you just told me and make sure it's all verified, and maybe I'll change my opinion on him. Yeah.
Okay, sweet. And like another thing they said, they have to be Christ-like. Donald Trump's not Christ-like. He's broken 8 out of the 10 commandments, and he breaks another one of God's moral laws.
Yeah, I
every single
know.
day.
He's probably not perfect. Like no one's perfect, but I just thought he was the better option than the other party that didn't seem like they were
Why is
anything
that?
Christ-like.
Well, what? You'd argue that Donald Trump was more Christ-like than Kamala Harris?
No, not Kamala Harris. Joe Biden.
Okay. So, so you'd say that Kamala Harris was more Christ-like than Trump?
I haven't really done my research on her religious, but do you know any information
then you couldn't
about
possibly know that he'd be the lesser of two evils because that's who he ran against.
Yeah, but she didn't really come out saying anything about her religion that I noticed when she was doing her debates and campaigning. It was mostly about how she was a good governor in California.
Right. She didn't really talk about her religion because of a separation between church and state.
Yeah, and then I also noticed like at one of her campaigns.
But why does that
there was
matter
the
if she's doing
Christians,
things that are better in
and
alignment
she had
with
told them this
Christianity?
is not the place for you.
That's not true. She said that to pro-Trump anti-protesters, not Christians.
Okay, so yeah, then I didn't get that right either.
Okay, anything else?
Nope.
Okay, I guess we're going to move on to the next guest. Here we go, folks. Yeah, somebody's religious affiliation shouldn't be the basis of if you support them or not as a president. You know, like, I understand if you want to, like, take facts of your religion away, it'd be like, oh, like, treat people well, like, equality, like, uplifting, like, low-income individuals away from your religion and say, like, I'm going to vote for a president that best embodies these characteristics. But, like, don't let those characteristics be, like, their self-proclaimed religious affiliation, but rather the values that they implement through their administration in their policy. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hey, how's it going? Yes, I do. I'm 19. My birthday is August 10th, 2006.
Cool, man. I need to thank 5 people here. Give me a second. Isaac, thank you for the 10 cents on Venmo saying you're my goat king. Appreciate that, Isaac. As well as Zach. Thank you so much for the $20 donation over on Venmo. Thank you, Zach. Zach, with a $20 says, I want to hear a better abortion debate. What is a life? Zach, are you philosophizing, my friend? It might be worth it to go watch some incredibly philosophically inclined abortion debates on YouTube. Appreciate you for the $20, man. Show some love to Zach down below. As well as Christian and Blake, both with a 5. Blake says, happy Wednesday. And Christian says, can I get back into your live? We just started talking about something when you got banned on your last account. Yeah, Christian, hop in that queue. Appreciate you guys. Go ahead. Tell us why you support Trump.
Hey, sorry. First of all, sorry about your accident today. I hope you're feeling better and everything. But
yeah, I'm fine.
The reason, yeah, okay, great. The reason I support Trump, well, number one, I would say comes from my Christian values and beliefs. And so the abortion is a pretty big thing for me personally. And then also the immigration numbers have significantly lowered. Like in terms of how many people are crossing the border. But those are kind of the main reasons, like the main reasons that I support him.
Yeah, Christians should probably think that abortion should be legal.
Yeah, so I would say states should make abortion illegal. I wouldn't say that our Constitution necessarily allows...
No, I'm saying that you should think that abortion should be legal in all 50 states.
Oh, really? You think the Christians think it should be legal to murder?
Well, what my argument would be is that you don't have any coherent way to describe why you think your religion should be in charge of the criminal justice system. In fact, when you put Christianity in charge of the criminal justice system, you get very absurd and extreme outcomes. What denomination of Christianity are you?
I'm a Presbyterian, so I believe in the Reformation.
Okay. Awesome. So yeah, you don't believe in the magisterium, right?
Yeah, no, I don't believe that there should absolutely be a separation between church and state.
But here's what I say. Here's what I'd
Okay.
say. So yeah, because you're not Orthodox, you're not Catholic. Could you point me towards any clear scripture that would describe how some sins are worse than others outside of blasphemy, or do you agree with the typical Reformed understanding that all sins are going to be identical in the eyes of God?
So, some sins are worse in themselves than others. I would say, I haven't honestly thought about this question too much, but what I could think of is the fact that Christ, whenever the people were about to stone the woman, he said the one with the worst sins first, or the ones who have no sin first cast the stone, be the first one to cast the stone.
But the takeaway from that is just that everybody has sinned. How is a verse that basically says everyone sins? How does that describe that some sins are worse than others?
You're right. That was a bad verse. I do have another one. God says blood for blood, and if you look all through the Bible, there's obviously some sins that have worse punishment.
I didn't kick him. I swear to God, I didn't kick him. He left in the middle of his sentence. People do that sometimes. I think the reason why people do that is because, they found themselves in a debate where they're not holding water, and they don't want to make it seem like they ran away. So then they'll intentionally leave while they're in the middle of their sentence. But his phone didn't die. When the phone dies, that just shows that they go on pause and they time out after a couple minutes. Or maybe he was just raptured, right? It was raptured. He was raptured. He was standing in his back lawn naked, looking at the sky. So those are the rules for the rapture per a handful of TikToks I saw. And he was just spreading his gospel in his last moments on earth. He was raptured. No Wi-Fi in heaven. No Wi-Fi in heaven. Madison, thank you for the $1 over on Vim. I appreciate you for the love as well. Shauna, thank you for the $5, saying if men carried babies, they'd all be pro-choice. Yup. As well as Micaiah, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate that. As well as John with the 5, saying, bro, big fan. Keep up the good work and keep taking them to school. Appreciate that, John. Thank you so much. As well as, let's see here, Tim, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo as well. And then all the super chatters, I just wanted to thank you guys. They've gone away now, but there's a handful of people that donated maybe $5. Just know that I really do appreciate you. And thank you so much for the love. Now, let's go ahead and get that next guest loaded up in here right now. Hop in that queue if you happen to be a Trump supporter. We're going to get you loaded into the live right now. What's up? Are you MAGA? Hello? Nope, not here. Asha, thank you for the $10 over on Vim. I appreciate that. That is ASHA. Asha with a 10 says, I love you so much, and I love you too, Asha. Thank you so much for the love and support. That's very kind of you. As well as Erica, thank you so much for the $25 over on Vim. Much just love to Erica. Let's get 250 Erica W's. Erica says, I don't think your ex-wife suspiciously falling down the stairs and then you burying her on your golf course in the weeds for a tax cut isn't very Christian. Dude, I would totally believe it one day if it came out that he killed her or pushed her down the stairs. That is the most believable conspiracy theory ever. What's up, PJ? Do you support Trump?
My pussy hurts.
I'm going to go ahead and take that as a no. Have a good rest of your day. Wow. Moving on. Here we go. Go ahead and put a Trump with your age down below in that comment section. If you do want to come up and have a debate with me, I don't know what the hell is going on with the queue today. We're just ignoring the nonsense. We're fighting through the noise. But let me tell you guys, it's getting hard. Okay? It's getting hard to fight through the noise. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
And what time is it?
It's 5:30, almost.
Okay, whatever. Why the hell do you support the worst president of your life, Donald Trump?
Basically, it's more that I don't agree with what Biden did.
Okay, Biden didn't run against Trump. Kamala Harris did.
Yeah, but I mean, specifically why I'm a Republican.
So you supported Trump in the election and you support Trump today because somebody that wasn't the person that ran against Trump in the... How about this? Do you have an argument that if Kamala Harris won the election, things would be worse off?
We can talk about Kamala Harris separately.
Well,
Kamala,
just
sorry.
answer my question. Do you have an argument that if Harris had won the election, America would be worse off today?
If she had won?
Yeah.
Probably not, unless.
So then you couldn't
no,
possibly
probably not.
support Trump as president, right? Given the fact that you can't even argue
No,
that the
but it's
person that he
'cause-
ran
it's
against
'cause
would have been
I'm
better for the
open-
country.
I'm open for Kamala. Sorry, I'm
What
really
state are you
nervous.
in?
I'm from Chicago, but I wasn't raised there.
So what state are you in right now?
I'm in Arizona right now.
No, you're not. In Arizona, it's either 224 or 324. Not 530, as you had suggested previously. Get the hell out of here. Moving on to the next guest. Annie, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much for the love. Show some love to Annie down below. Annie says, I learned that when we get raptured, our clothes stay behind. We get sucked up into heaven naked. Dude, yeah, no, man. I've been seeing all the people that have been getting raptured. All like the pictures of like the clothes laying on the grass and whatnot. You know, I don't want to be naked. I don't want to be naked. No. What's up? Do you support Trump? Banned. Moving on. Go ahead and hop in that queue if you support Trump. Just looking for Trump supporters. Come on, y'all. Okay. All right. As well as Trinity. Dude, thank you so much for the $25 donation over at Venmo. Trinity. That is so kind of you. That is TRINITI. Thank you for the $25. They say, just started watching. You're very educated. Keep up the good work. Love watching you. That's awesome, Trinity. I appreciate you for being here. As well as Jeffrey. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Jeffrey asked me to not read his message out loud, so I will not. Jeffrey, that is new information to me, though. I am going to have to look into that one. But thank you for letting me know. Seriously, thank you. If you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, as well as in that pinned message on that YouTube stream, where you could also support over on Super Chat. What's up, Lexi? You MAGA? Dude, it is so hard to find a guest today. Holy moly. It is impossible to find a Trump supporter. I mean, he's been really fucking it up, though. His fiasco at the UN, saying that the media doesn't have a legal right to criticize him, saying that giving fucking vaccines to babies is too much liquid. There's no way to defend him anymore. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah. I do.
Age, please.
I'm 18.
What year are you born in, please?
2007.
Okay. Quite frankly, why the hell do you support Trump as president?
Because of his stance of Puerto Rico.
Okay. I mean, his administration had a comedian that said it was a floating shithole.
Trump said it was fake, though.
He said that Puerto Rico's fake?
No, he said that the comedian wasn't actually from his stance.
Okay, so what is Trump's stance on Puerto Rico?
That he's going to help Puerto Rico make it better.
How?
Because it's not going to get independence. He's going to help the education more. So
what is he going to do to help? Could you be more specific?
Like, right now, Puerto Rico is like a shithole. I'm Puerto Rican, by the way, so I have absolutely.
I wouldn't classify the totality of Puerto Rico as a shithole. I don't think that's true.
Why?
I don't think because I've been to Puerto Rico.
What about the
Puerto
hurricanes
Rico
that's coming in Puerto Rico right now?
I like I said, I have friends that were born and raised in Puerto Rico. I've been down there a handful of times to see said friends. My father lived in Puerto Rico for 5 years when he was
my grandpa
starting in his industry. And I don't know. I think that there's a lot about Puerto Rico that's amazing. But just shitting on Puerto Rico, it is not answering my question on what the hell is Donald Trump doing for Puerto Rico specifically.
Okay. So firstly, Puerto Rico is literally one of the biggest territories in the United States. And Trump is one of the only presidents that actually cares about Puerto Rico.
You're just repeating your claims. You're not telling me precisely what he's doing.
That is my claim, that Trump is helping Puerto Rico more.
But I'm asking you how. Like,
presidents.
what is he doing for Puerto Rico? Name one specific thing.
He's literally helping us from the hurricanes, dude.
Oh, by what? Throwing paper towels at you? Remember that?
No.
Oh, I
He's
remember that.
literally
No, that's
making the economy go
that's
way
legitimately
better.
something that he did.
The economy
In
is
response to the
going way
hurricane
better.
that hit Puerto Rico under his first administration, he threw paper towels. Seriously, I'm not joking. That is literally what he did.
Can you give me the source, please?
Oh, yeah. Go to Google. Type in Donald Trump throws paper towels, PR. You can watch him do it after Hurricane
I'll look
Maria.
it up. Okay, do you have a video?
Like I said, it's plastered all over the internet. I just told you exactly what to look up to find it.
Okay, So what?
Right, and then once
because
again,
of
I'm going to go
Trump-
and ask my question
because-
again.
because
If
of
you
Trump,
cannot answer
I-
this question, one moment. If you cannot answer this question, I'm going to have to remove you. Okay?
Because Trump literally helped us get a house.
Be quiet.
Okay.
If you cannot answer this next question, I'm going to kick you. Are you ready?
Okay, yeah.
What specifically is Donald Trump doing to help Puerto Rico?
To grow the economy.
How specifically is he helping to grow the economy?
Okay. Because Trump is literally helping Puerto Ricans get more houses because of the hurricanes. Yes.
How?
Because of the economy.
Oh, the words, not an argument. You're saying that he's helping the economy by helping them get more houses, and the way that he's helping them get more houses is because of the economy.
Yes, the economy is more. The economy is more loyal, dude.
Not like that's like not only is that not an answer to my question, but that's also like not a coherent sentence.
How is that not a coherent sentence?
Because you said he's helping people get more houses because of the economy. There's no clear independent and dependent clause.
But I'm literally clearing what I'm trying to say.
I'm just telling you, like that wasn't even like a grammatically correctly. Now I can't even correctly grammatically structure my own statements. It was a non correct sentence. So, what specifically is he doing to help people get more houses?
Nigger.
And you're banned. We're gonna go to move on to the next guest. Let's go to get the next guest up here. These are Trump supporters. This is MAGA. These are the people that support him as president. There's no argument. There's no reason. There's no fact. There's hate. There's a lot of hate. There's a lot of hate. There's a lot of hate. But there's no clear argument. There's no clear reason. There's no clear fact. Now, if you are an American adult that supports Trump, and what I just said pisses you the fuck off because I'm saying there is no clear reason to support Trump as president. There's only hate. Hop in the queue and prove me wrong, okay? I'm extending an open and transparent invitation, to every American adult watching the stream right now that supports Trump as president to put Trump with your age in the comment section or to hop in the guest request to come up here and have a discussion with me. And no one has taken me up on it. We're over an hour and 20 minutes into the stream. And in the last hour and 20 minutes, we've maybe had one person try to make an argument. Everyone else has been completely lost. Completely lost. What's up? Do you support Trump? I'll take that as a yes. We're going to move on to the next guest. Guys, hop in the queue if you support Trump as president. We got Tempe loading up into the box. Sonia, thank you for the $1 over on Venmo. And Alexi with a 3. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you. What's up? Do you support Trump? Nope, they're not. Hey, what's up? Are you American?
How are you doing?
No? Goodbye. We're going to move on to the next guest. We got Paradise loading up. Lindsay, thank you for the $10 saying, I'm from the UK. Can't believe the Trump was allowed to enter into our country. Oh yeah, man. That was a fiasco. I remember seeing clips of that. At least y'all anti-protested real great. Thank you for the $10, Lindsay, as well as hey, thank you so much for the $10 as well on PayPal, saying this administration has taken us closer to Orwell's 1984 step by step. Yup, I couldn't agree more. Lindsay and I appreciate you guys for the love. Okay, name one thing that Donald Trump has done that has made America great. Oh, can't do it. You left. Dude, what am I even doing anymore? The Trump supporters, they don't even try with me. They don't even try with me anymore. Let me get this straight. For the 8,000 people watching on TikTok right now, the Trump supporters have given up in trying to describe why they think that Donald Trump is a good president. They can't do it. There is no argument. There's none. There is not a single one. And I'm over here like, prove me wrong. I'm over here like, join the queue and prove me wrong. Join if you are an American adult that is MAGA. And they won't. They won't. What's up? Do you support Trump, Alyssa?
Dean, I love you.
We gotta ban you. We're just looking for debates. Please respect that rule. Moving on to Zach. Here we go. And moving on to the next guest, guys. Here we go. What's up? Are you MAGA?
Kind of, on one particular issue.
Overall, if you could teleport back to November, who'd you vote for? Knowing everything that you do now?
Whoa, fuck. Yeah, no, not Trump.
All right.
You got.
Have a good rest of your day. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. Only up in that queue. If you are MAGA, if you support Trump as president, come on, guys, please follow them. Please follow them rules. It is ridiculous. We've been going on for like an hour now with just like so many people that aren't. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries. Have a good one. Moving on to the next guest. Going to put it. Honestly, I'm just going to start pulling people up from the chat. Going to put a Trump with your age in that chat if you want to come up. We are specifically going to start pulling people up from the chat. That's what we're going to be doing. That's what we're going to be doing. It just looks like the queue is just too much. It's all over the place. What's up? Do you support Trump? Mason?
Yeah, you can hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
19.
What year were you born in?
2006.
Yeah, what month?
October.
Yeah, you actually
R.
wouldn't be 19 yet, I think.
I would.
No, if you were born in October of 06, that would mean that your birthday hasn't passed yet. I think that you'd be 18. You would be 18. You lied. Get out of here. Moving on to the next guest. Let's go to get Penelope Pit Stop loaded up in. That's their screen name. Penelope Pit Stop. What a name. What a name. What a name. Moving on. What's up, Penelope Pit Stop? Do you support Trump?
I don't know how I got in here.
No worries at all, Penelope. You have a good rest of your day. There's no Trump supporters left. There's none. There's none. They've gone extinct. Where do we even go from here? What's up? Do you support Trump? Paradise, stay out of that queue. That was your second time in the queue. I love the harmonica. It's great. However, if you do rejoin that queue, I'm going to ban you just because we're having a hard time finding Trump supporters. What's up? Do you support Trump?
I think so.
You think so? Okay. Knowing everything that you do now, if you were teleported to November, who'd you vote for?
Kamala.
Okay. Then you don't support Trump. Holy shit. Moving on to Ben. Here we go. Yo, Josephine! Thank you so much for the $100 super chat. Holy shit, Josephine. Josephine with a $100 super chat says, for the car. Bro, that's so kind of you. Holy shit. That is so generous. Seriously, I do not deserve that much love. Let's get 1,000 Josephine W's down below in that chat. Thank you a billion times over, and I appreciate you for that. Yeah, that bumper replacement, that one's going to suck. That one's going to be expensive. So I appreciate you, Josephine. That's very kind of you. What's up? Do you support Trump?
I love you, Dean.
Okay. It's very kind of you. Very kind of you, Ben. I am beginning to lose my shit. So, yeah. Follow the rules, please. I've had a long, hard day, guys. Like, please follow the rules. Make things a little easier on me. I beg. I beg. Chances are, if we can't get people to start following the rules, I'm gonna end my stream early just because I don't think I have the mindset to deal with the trolls for another 3.5 hours. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you, Will?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
What month?
June.
Okay. Why the hell do you support Trump, Will?
Well, first I just feel like it's not that I agree with everything that he says. It's that I disagree more of what the other party has to say.
Yeah, what did Kamala Harris have to say in the election that you disagreed with?
Well, I didn't really like the effect that Joe Biden's presidency had, on my family. And
what was the effect?
The prices just went up on lots of things. A lot of the policies that they supported.
Yeah, what policies did they sign into law that caused inflation?
Oh, there were no policies necessarily, but it was the actual effect of what happened throughout the country.
Yeah, but what did they do?
Prices
that caused
went up.
inflation?
It's pretty much undeniable.
What did they do to cause that?
Well, I don't know what they did to cause it.
And how do you know they caused it?
Because they were president, or they were in office whenever it happened.
So Trump caused C-19 because he was in office when it happened?
What's C-19?
COVID?
Oh, no, well, that actually started outside of the country.
Okay, so you're saying if something occurred in the U.S. and in other places around the world, then you can't say the president caused it?
Well, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying the inflation in our own country started from our own country, but COVID started.
Well, just like COVID in our own country started in our own country, but global inflation did not start
Or
in our own country.
COVID came here from another country, but
And
yeah.
inflation was global.
But inflation in our country came in our country because.
Yeah, when you specify in our country, it will always be from our country.
Okay, well, I have a question for you.
I don't want a question. I just want you to understand the way that you're sentencing your, that you're structuring your sentences here points out a very clear difference between what you're saying. You're saying that COVID globally did not start in America, yet inflation in our country started in our country. If we wanted to make these two statements synonymous, what we'd see is that COVID in our country started in our country, like inflation.
It did. COVID in our country started in our country, and inflation in our country started in our country. But what globally happened to make our inflation go up?
COVID.
But what else?
That's what caused it, COVID.
That COVID's the only thing that gave us inflation?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
and then if we just want to say that we could blame like random macroeconomic variables in the country and the president because they're president and these things are happening in the country, would you say that the highest level of unemployment that we've seen in America in the last 100 years, which was in April of 2020 at 14.8%, was to blame on Trump since it happened in America under his presidency?
well, that was like during one of the major, that was whenever COVID first hit.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that external variables can influence things in an economy, particularly how COVID can influence unemployment. So if COVID can influence unemployment, why can't COVID influence inflation?
Well, it can, but I don't think that's the only thing that did.
Okay. Well, if you'd argue that like other things also caused inflation in America outside of the pandemic, such as actions of the Biden-Harris administrations, you just have to specify them, but you can't. You said you don't know them. You just baselessly blame it on the administration. And then don't you think it's also a little bit bad faith of you don't you think it's also a little bit bad faith of you to suggest that although COVID definitely can cause inflation, and we had COVID in America under Biden, which makes sense if inflation were to follow COVID in America like it did in every other country on earth, but ultimately you don't think that's the only thing that caused it, and you're also going to baselessly put blame on Biden, even though you can't name what Biden did to cause that inflation. But then when it's about the unemployment under Trump's first term in April of 2020, right, you say the only thing that could have caused it is COVID, and you're not also going to baselessly put blame on Trump the same way you did Biden. Don't you just see how that is baselessly driven bias in your beliefs based upon propaganda?
Well, you keep saying baselessly, but it's not really baseless because everything I'm basing it off of is experience, and all I can really go off of life is our experiences and what happens. And so in my experience, what I've watched growing up, I'm 18, so I've seen most of my life has been Trump, Biden, and then now Trump again, that I really can
Bro,
remember.
I'm so sorry, you're just being small-brained. If it's all about the experience and what was happening in America during the presidency, then you would blame that inflation in April of 2020, sorry, not the inflation, the unemployment in April of 2020 on Trump. That's something that happened in America during Trump's presidency.
I'm blaming it on COVID.
Okay, so why don't you also blame the inflation in America under Biden on COVID?
Well, so COVID was in the last 20% of Trump's first term. Right? The last 20%.
I'm sorry, I'm not answering your questions. You're answering mine. I asked you, why don't you blame the inflation in America under Biden on COVID?
Because I'm saying, well, Trump only had the last 20% to find out what COVID was and then fix the problems that came from it. Biden had 100% of his to fix inflation, and honestly, throughout the whole 4 years, I mean, we saw small decreases, but it never really got fixed.
Yeah, you're lying. You're lying. So we were able to reduce the level of inflation in America faster than any other country in the G7.
Well, it also rose at a speed faster, so I'd hope we can deflate it too.
Sorry, that didn't make sense.
It rose at a very quick speed, and it rose to a very high point.
Right.
So then we should be able to. So obviously he should be able to deflate it faster than anyone else because the inflation's never gotten that bad.
Okay, right. It's just there's also almost hyperinflation in every other country in the G7. I don't understand your point.
Well, I think I can speak for myself and a lot of other people my age, and a lot of other people just throughout the country, that one of my biggest goals in life is to just be able to be financially stable and own a house. And
Name
I
one
honestly,
fact of the economy that's gotten better in the last 8 months under Trump's term.
well, the average cost to buy a house during Biden's.
That's not what I asked you. Answer my question.
The average cost to buy a house during Biden's
That's
administration.
not what I
was
asked
100.
you. Can you repeat the question I asked you?
No, can you ask it again?
Bruh, name one macroeconomic variable that's gotten better in the last 8 months under Donald Trump's second term.
Name one macroeconomic variable that's gotten. Well, I'm in microeconomics. I don't really know the difference between micro and macro, but all I know is that it's cheaper to.
Macro countrywide.
Yeah, so it's cheaper to buy a house now than it was during Biden's administration.
I'm actually not so sure that houses have become more affordable.
The average house during the Biden administration was 135,000, and now it's 75,000.
No way. I don't believe you.
I mean, that's just a fact.
The average house does not cost $75,000 in America. Where the hell are you getting that from?
Charlie Kirk.
I think very lowly of Charlie Kirk. I do not think that Charlie Kirk would go as low as suggesting that the average house
I mean, do
costs
you think he's a liar?
$75,000.
Do you think he's a liar?
I don't even think he said that. Like,
Oh,
I
mean,
think
yeah,
I think
he
very
did.
little. I think very little of Charlie Kirk. But I don't even think that Charlie Kirk would say that. That's how insane your claim is. Also, how would you feel if you were on another debate live with some smaller creator with like 30 followers, and they made a claim that was like obviously incorrect to describe why Trump is a bad president, and then you asked them where they're getting their information from, and they said Dean Withers?
Well, I mean, that's valid because this is your job. You spend all day researching.
The
You're a political figure.
average house costs like $300,000 in America, not
It's not
75.
300,000.
Dude, are you seriously 18?
Yes,
Are you
yes, I'm
sure?
serious. I mean, I still live with my parents, but yeah, I'm 18.
Do you think that you're maybe like talking about like the average household income? Like maybe that's what you're talking about. I think that maybe the average household income is around $70,000, but the average like price of a house right now is $512,000. Countrywide, the average house in America costs
$512,000?
over $500,000.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and tell you. So I live in Georgia, right? In my house, I go to a nice private school. It costs over $15,000 a year to go here. My family's very well off and all this stuff. And I would say my house, because I know after a conversation with my parents, is under $300,000. And it is well above average compared to 95% of houses in my community. So I don't know where you live. Where do you live? What city do you live in?
You said that you go to a private school that costs $15,000 per year. That's a high school. I think that you're lying to us about your age. Moving on to the next guess. Okay, like, I'm so sorry. I, like, really think that he was lying about his age. He was, like, in high school, and he thinks that the price of the average American house is $70,000 per year. Like, that's probably some shit that I thought, too, when I was a bit younger. Like, that's just indicative of, like, not being in tune with the real world. And like, sure, adults can not be in tune with the real world at times. I just say it's more likely to be less in tune with the real world the younger you are. And because he was already showing red flags of being under the age of 18, I guess you guys were spamming that he was underage this whole time because of his Instagram. And that fact, I'm going to say he was lying. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
What year were you born in?
Sorry. 2005.
2005. What month?
May.
Do you have a driver's license? I'm not going to ask to see it, but do you have one?
Yeah, I do. I've seen your lane question, but I actually don't know the answer to that. Which is kind of embarrassing because I drive a lot, so.
Okay, I'll trust you for now. I guess we'll see, like, the substance of the debate. Whatever. Real quick, let me thank a couple people. Ruby, thank you for the $2 on Venmo, saying love your lives. Thank you for sharing such insightful arguments. Thank you, Ruby. As well as Corey with the $2. What TikTok account are you using? At DNC Dean. And then Desiree, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, saying from a Swiftie, still love you. Appreciate you for that love, Desiree. Show some love to Desiree down below. As well as Yali, thank you for the $10. And Reagan with the $10. Thank you guys so much for the love. And then Jeffrey with the 5 and Ashley with a 1. Thank you guys so much for your kindness, as well as Scotty. Thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. I really do appreciate you guys so much. Thank you. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Yeah, so I would say, I think it's specifically because of abortion. That's what I'm conflicted on. I think he's an awful guy, but I think if it is the case that, you know, we are killing like life that has value, I think that's enough to kind of like supersede other issues.
Okay. So you're pro-life?
Yes, I would say so.
Why?
But I'm open to being convinced.
So why are you pro-life?
I would say because it's the unjustified taking of a human life.
Yeah, why is it unjust?
I think that's like generally like when we take a human life, we like the default position is to say we shouldn't do that, right? So I feel like if you're making a case that it is justified, usually you have a rationale for that. And I think yours is like sentience or something.
You're saying that it's a default position because it is the case that most human lives have like a mark in which we would consider to be of value, right? However, right, just because most human lives possess a mark in which we would say to be of value, meaning it is the default to suggest that a human life is valuable, that is what you would do in a majority of circumstances, does not negate the fact that ultimately speaking, that is still consequential of the first claim that, well, there's a reason they're valuable, right? And I'm asking you, what is the reason humans are valuable? What trait does a fetus possess that gives it moral value and grants it the right to life?
So I would say that having, like being a human being and having future sentience is probably what I would say grants the right to life.
Okay, so zygotes have the right to life under your view. Unicellular human organisms, right?
Yeah, to be consistent, I would definitely say that.
Okay, so if you kill a zygote, you're a murderer?
Yes, I mean, I think we have to be consistent. We call, like in this position, like life begins at conception, then yeah.
Okay, so if a woman has an IUD that kills a zygote and she knows that they can kill zygote, she's still sexually active and it does kill a zygote, she's a murderer?
Yeah, because that when you take an action with the risk of ending a human life and that does happen, then you are accountable for that.
Do you think that if you were dictator of the world, you'd send all murderers to jail?
I don't actually know about that.
I would. If I was dictator of the world, I would send all murderers to jail, especially all serial killers. What about that? Can we agree there that if we were dictator of the world, we would send all serial killers to jail for life?
I can see where you're going with this, but I just would say that like
Can you
I feel like if
agree
you're
or
gonna
though? Because
conflate-
you're not gonna. Please, can you answer?
No, I wouldn't agree because I can see where you're going with it. I just think that you're conflating like the implementation of a law with, you know, how just it is. You know, like you're trying to say that it's absurd to the extent to which we would have to implement this. I don't think that actually is an argument for why your position is justifiable.
Well, I didn't give an argument. I asked a question. So seemingly,
No,
you're
but
just not
I
answering
mean,
what I
what
said.
was the intention with which you asked that?
So why are you not answering the question? What is the intention you possess in deflecting away from what I'm asking you? And if you're curious on what the intention would
my
be,
answer is
it would be
that-
to create an
My
argument.
answer is that.
However, I cannot create said
okay,
argument
yes,
until
I'll
you
go
answer
with
the
yes.
question.
I'll go with yes then.
Okay. All right. And what's a serial killer?
Someone who's I'm not sure about the exact definition. I think like I guess more than one person they've killed.
Okay, more than one. So if a woman is sexually active with an IUD on multiple circumstances, she knows the IUD can kill zygotes, and it does kill more than one zygote. We would agree that under your definition of a serial killer, you'd say that she is a serial killer, meaning that you would say that she should be in jail for life. So women that are sexually active with birth control, that knows how it works, should be in jail for life under your view. Is that not ridiculous?
What is your point for why it's ridiculous?
Well, I think the point insofar as why it's ridiculous is clear. You're saying that sexually active women should be shoved and confined in a jail cell until the day they die for being sexually active and on birth control.
So can I ask you, if sentience began at conception, would you also agree with that we should put them all in jail like that?
Can I ask you to please respond to my explanation insofar as why your position is ridiculous?
I don't accept that it's ridiculous. I just feel like
That's fine. I just don't accept you then. Like, if we can't agree on like some like base level of fact of absurdity, there's just no purpose in having continued dialogue. Like, if you're gonna sit here and tell me that forcing women to sit in jail cells, 5x7 jail cells, until the day they die because you think they're worse than Jeffrey Dahmer, isn't absurd, there's literally no purpose in our debate. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir. I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
07.
Awesome. Could you please disconnect any like Bluetooth mic that you have connected to your phone?
Oh, yeah, I got you.
All right. Moving on to the next guest. Wait, actually, we already got them up here. Sorry. I don't know why I said that. I'm just spamming keywords. Yo, Lauren, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. I really appreciate you for that love. Please show some love to Lauren down below. That is seriously so kind of you. Lauren with a $50. Seriously, thank you so much. Says, hey, Dean, sorry to hear that you've been having a rough day, but I hope it's getting better. And thank you for the live as always. Lauren, I appreciate that. It has been a fucking rough day, but it is getting better because I am live and I get to spend my time with you guys. And I love that. Thank you for this, for the $50. Seriously. As well as Max, thank you for the $7 over on Venmo, Ashley with a 1, and Jeffrey with a 5. If you are watching and you're like, hey, I like this Dean guy, I like what he does, and you want to support me and what we do here, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio. Go ahead, take it away. Why do you support Trump as president?
I personally think he's helping in maybe, let's say, I think he's helping the economy.
Okay, how?
Mass deportation, maybe. I think he's helping.
I didn't cut you off. Continue.
Okay, just mass deportation.
How does mass deportation help the economy?
Because as we remove these illegal aliens,
Illegal aliens? Come on, let's call undocumented immigrants undocumented immigrants. Let's give some of their humanity back.
Okay, that's fine. Sure. Undocumented immigrants, we give more jobs to American citizens, and in return, they provide for our GDP, and that's how they boost the economy.
I didn't follow that, if I'm going to be honest. Let's see if I could like paraphrase what you said. So are you saying that a mass deportation will help our economy because then more Americans will be able to work in the positions that were freed by the removal of the undocumented immigrants?
I'm saying it opens more jobs for American citizens.
That's not true. That's not true. Did we have more job openings for American citizens 50 years ago or today?
What do you mean that's not true? It's like kind of like
I'm explaining it to you right now. Did we have more job openings for America 50 years ago or today?
Probably today.
Okay. Was there more people working in our labor force 50 years ago or today?
I'm not sure. Tell me.
The labor force is larger today than it was 50 years ago.
Okay.
Where am I going with this? I will tell you. It's because when somebody works a job, they're not just filling a position with no end. They're filling a position in generating productivity, not just for manufacturers on the supply side of the economy, but also demand on the consumption side of the economy, which in turn, as a whole, creates a more prosperous economy, growing GDP, and more job opportunity. The reason why the mass removal of undocumented immigrants would actually limit job opportunity and economic growth in this country is because it would reduce our GDP by 1.1 trillion through $1.7 trillion per year. It would reduce our government revenue by over $100 billion per year, while in turn also reducing the productive capacities of our producers/employers.
Okay, so assuming that this is true, what's your proposal as like an alternative?
Well, assuming that this is true, all of a sudden your point's dead in the water. But my proposal, now that you're
I'm not saying that it is true. It's for the sake of the argument.
Oh, well, I think for the sake of the argument, you should tell me why I'm wrong. Because that would be what the argument is.
that they would be more productive if they stayed
The
rather than if
economy is significantly better without a mass deportation. And in fact, a mass deportation hurts it.
well they committed the crime coming here, so I don't think it's our I don't think we owe them anything by helping them stay in the country.
Well, keep in mind,
Without-
you're no longer refuting my position that mass deportation is bad for the economy in response to your original claim that it's good, and now just saying even though it's bad for the economy, we do not owe them anything but removal. So are you now conceding on your first point that mass deportation is good for the economy?
I'm covering everything as a whole. I'm not looking at it through just like one perspective. I'm looking at it through a broader spectrum.
Well, we're just going point by point. Do you concede or defend your original point that mass deportation is good for the economy?
Yes, I was actually trying to argue that.
Okay, so now argue that.
Well, it just circles back to what I said.
Then
I
it
feel like it's
circles
kind
back
of
to what I
obvious.
responded.
Oh
I don't know what to tell you. You made a claim. I responded to it. What now?
Dean, listen, if somebody has a job, they lose the job, there's obviously going to be an open position. Is that true or is that false?
Companies downsize and lose revenue when they have mass layoffs a lot of the times because those employees generate a productivity for them. In capitalism, in the market, you don't employ people just because. You employ people because they grow your company. You employ people because what you spend on their employment is like increased by a certain factor in the generation of a ROI or return of investment for said employer. Okay.
Do you believe that American citizens are more important than undocumented immigrants?
No, I don't think that one human is more important than another through the perspective of moral value worth.
Okay, I'll reword that. Do you think
of what?
I'll reword that. Do you think that American citizens should get more benefits than illegal immigrants?
Do I think that undocumented immigrants should receive less benefits than American citizens? It depends on the benefit.
In general, I don't think that we should put illegal immigrants on a pedestal while we undermine.
Like for instance, for necessary social safety nets, I think in a lot of contexts, like they should receive the same benefits, like access to emergency rooms or whatever. But like honestly, like my honest like to God response when I see the fact that undocumented immigrants are not offered federal benefits isn't that they should be offered federal benefits. It's instead that they should be offered a pathway to residency or citizenship, so then they could claim those federal benefits. But you're still not responding to my position to refute your original claim that mass deportation is good for the economy. Also,
Even
is
with
this
you
Emma?
bringing up, huh?
Are you Emma?
No.
You're very obviously lying.
I don't know who Emma is.
You're terrible at lying.
I'm not Emma.
You're obviously lying.
This is my first time up here.
Really?
Yes, sir.
How many continents are there? Okay. I believe
I'm
you.
not talking.
Okay, I believe you. This is your first time up here. Go ahead. I full-heartedly believe you. Go ahead.
Why would you ask me that?
No, because it's a question that I ask to guests sometimes, and I'd assume that I probably asked it to Emma. And because you don't know how many continents there are means that you're probably not Emma. Or maybe you are Emma, and Emma doesn't know how many continents there are, and that's just simply never a question that I asked Emma.
There's like 7 or 8.
There's 7.
7. That's the first thing I said. 7.
Okay.
Back to what I was saying though. You had brought up ER them and illegal immigrants. They should be allowed to use these like rescue services. I disagree with that as well because I don't think illegal immigrants should be taking spaces that could be used by.
So what do you want them to do? Just die?
They could maybe like come here legally. That's another option.
But bro, even if I accept this paradigm that is so often promoted by the right of like, oh, just come here legally. You broke the law by coming here illegally, and breaking the law is bad. Okay, even if I accept that, that doesn't mean I think they should die. You're saying that you're saying that if you commit a misdemeanor, if you're gonna die, I'm not gonna save you. Come on, that's insane. That's so nuts.
I'm not saying that they should die. I'm saying.
So then you're saying that they should have access to emergency
there's
resources,
options.
right?
No, what you're saying is that the only explicit option is for them to die. But
What's the other option than going to the emergency room, going to urgent care and getting a Band-Aid?
You can get a Band-Aid from Walmart too.
Urgent care doesn't do shit. I'm going to be honest. Urgent care in emergency scenarios is useless 9 out of 10 times.
Okay.
So if they can't go to the emergency room, where the hell should they go?
I'm not sure, but that's something that they should have thought of before they snuck into the country.
Okay, I actually disagree. I completely disagree. No, that is insane. Regardless of your thoughts of undocumented entry into America, it is evil to suggest that we should kill them and let them die. You are evil for that. That is just like insane. Fucking preposterous. Absolutely unreal. You know, it's like when I hear that argument as it relates to deportation, oh, they should have thought about being deported before they came into this country as an undocumented immigrant. You know, like I have a response there. I disagree. I think that mass deportation is bad. I have my reasons why. But then when you exchange that with literally dying when we could prevent it, that's when you become very gross and evil. Are you a Christian by any chance? Oh. Unmute that mic. Tell us if you're a Christian. Oh, you know what? Oh, I just thought of a better question instead. Unmute that mic for my better question. And, oh my God, you guys must be curious on what my better question was. I will let you all know here very shortly. Victoria, you have to click on the icon of the mic on your profile. There you go. Hey, I have a question. If you think that committing a misdemeanor and coming into this country means that we owe you nothing and you deserve nothing to the point of death, then why does being a 34-count felon and adjudicated rapist mean that you not only are owed, but are rightfully deserved the White House, $400,000 per year, and the most powerful position offered to any person on planet Earth?
You said why does 34 counts give you the? You think why should someone who has 34 counts?
Yeah, a single misdemeanor means you deserve death, but 34 felonies means you deserve the presidency. Isn't that a little bit hypocritical, Victoria?
Has any of those? You're referring to Trump, right? Just to clarify.
Oh yeah, totally.
Okay, so has any of those 34 counts of what I believe is money, something with tax? I don't know, but it had something to do with like financial money, something.
Falsification
like that,
of business records with an intent to conceal another crime. Yeah.
So how does this hurt you?
Oh, it doesn't. That doesn't hurt me at all.
So why do you care?
So why do I care? Well, if we just assume what you're saying here, well, his crimes were victimless. They didn't directly hurt me, so therefore I shouldn't care. How does the misdemeanor of undocumented entry hurt you?
Because they're hurting the economy. It just goes back to my original argument.
How are they hurting the economy?
Well, we're just going in circles. I answered this earlier.
No, you didn't.
I did. I told you. I don't know. It's funny. We're just having a debate.
How do they hurt the economy?
This is the first thing I answered. This is the first question you asked me when I joined.
Well, maybe I'm forgetful. I got that goldfish brain. Can you repeat it?
Maybe, but...
So do it. Repeat it. How do they hurt the economy?
I was like literally in the middle of answering. Why are you so impatient? I was literally answering the question, and then you're telling me that answer the question.
Chris, I appreciate you for the $5 super chat. He actually brings up a good point. He says if a serial rapist in prison is injured, they receive medical care. Why shouldn't we provide the same to an undocumented immigrant?
Rapist?
Yeah, even a serial rapist in prison will receive medical care if they are injured.
Serial rapist.
But you're telling me that an undocumented immigrant shouldn't? Oh, good job, Chris. That's a good point. Chris cooked you. Holy shit. It wasn't even me. It was some dude named Chris. Respond to Chris. And I quote, if a serial rapist in prison is injured, they receive medical care. Why shouldn't we provide that same to undocumented immigrants?
Is the serial rapist a citizen? That's my next question.
You think it's worse to be an undocumented immigrant than a serial rapist?
I'm just asking.
Yeah, the serial rapist is a citizen.
Okay.
So you think it's worse to be an undocumented immigrant than it is to be a serial rapist?
I'm not saying it's worse or better. I'm of course rape is terrible. I don't support rape at all. But the difference is the rapist is a citizen. I'm not saying they're worse or better, but the undocumented immigrant, they had no business being here in the first place. Like, if you're a citizen, you're owed healthcare. You're owed all those like emergency visits.
Wait, why are you owed those things?
As an American citizen with a social security number and you're born on this land, you do deserve like all the health benefits that you get from.
So then you fucking hate Trump for
Emergency-
taking health benefits away from 10 million low-income Americans?
No, I don't. How did he take away healthcare from 10 million citizens?
By passing the big beautiful bill defunding Medicaid by $900 billion and imposing a work requirement on it as well?
Imposing a work requirement. So does that mean that he this is him incentivizing people to work? People who can work, like are physically able to work but do not want to work.
I
him
don't think that we
incentivizing-
should incentivize employment by hinging it on access to necessary social safety nets like healthcare. Would you agree
But I
that we
don't know
should
how else to-
incentivize employment by hinging it on access to other necessary social safety nets like driving on public roadways?
Anybody should be able to drive on public roadways, but that's not what
And
I
we
was-
shouldn't use the ability to drive on public roadways to incentivize employment by imposing a work requirement on it. Why?
Because that's how people drive. How are you supposed to get where you're supposed to when
And
you
people need
can't?
to drive. Why? Because it's going to be like necessary and conducive towards high quality of life for the country and the citizens of it. Wouldn't you agree that accessing healthcare is necessary and conducive towards a higher quality of life, longer life, and more flourishment for the country and the citizens of it?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so then you'd say that there also shouldn't be an incentivization of employment through hinging a work requirement on Medicaid for low-income Americans.
He's not ruining healthcare for anybody.
Yeah, he took it away
You
from 10
read
million
it
people. I thought
yourself.
I already said
You
that.
said it yourself.
She was banned. She was banned for violating community guidelines. Yeah, she deserved that. Good riddance. Jay, thank you so much for the $125 donation over on PayPal. Yo, let's go, Jay. Holy crap. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jay, as well as I read your message there. That is so kind. I hope that you're doing well. I seriously do. I hope that you're doing well. Yo, dude, let's show some crazy love to Jay down below in that chat. I hope that you're having a great day. I appreciate you for being here. And thank you so much for the $125. If you're watching right now, show some love to Jay, Jay, down below in that comment section, as well as Catherine. Thank you for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you, Catherine. Catherine didn't leave a message, only a love. That is very kind of you. Show some love to Jay and Catherine down below, as well as Gabor, Gabor. Thank you for the $15. I appreciate you so much for the love. Gotta kick them too loud, as well as I read your message there saying I appreciate your debates, so on and so forth. Well, I appreciate you, Gabor. Thank you for the $15. And then G, thank you so much for the $30 over on PayPal. Thank you, G. That's Gabby. Gabby, thank you for the $30. Let's get 300 Gabby W's. Thank you so much. Gabby says, please buy Momo a giant glow stick that she can't eat. Hope she's doing well. Doing better and keep doing what you do, Dean. You're an inspiration for to all. Well, I really appreciate you for the $30, Gabby. That is very kind of you. And I do not think I'm going to be buying Momo a giant glow stick, even if she can't eat it. I'm scared to death of having glow sticks anywhere in the house now. But I appreciate you for the love nonetheless, as well as the sentiment. Thank you. Thank you so much. As well as Morgan. Thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Ellie with the $3 on Venmo. Thank you. And then Michelle, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Show some love to Michelle. Michelle says, I'm a 71-year-old retired veterinarian. Love you and Parker. Thank you so much, Michelle. And thank you for what you did with your life, dude. Veterinarians are so necessary, man. I love people that care about animals. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Technically, yes, and I'll tell you how, and it's actually by force, not by any other means. I just wanted to get on here and say, can confirm it's much harder to get on Social Security disability. I've got cancer. I'm been reduced to working 20 hours a week now, 2 days a week. I tried to file for disability, and I've been told that I can't be working at all to get onto disability. But then as soon as I get onto disability, I have to work at least 20 hours a week. So
Yeah,
it's kind of effed up.
This is so very fucked up, man. I am so sorry for the situation that you were in, and there's so many people in such similar situations because of how like terribly, horrendously fucked up the Social Security Administration is.
Yeah, and I thank you for what you do, man. I truly appreciate it, and thank you for letting me get on here and vent that, because that really fucking pissed me off. Sorry to say that.
You know what? Hell yeah. I hope that coming up here and saying something about it helps you out. And I'm wishing you the best of luck. Everyone in the chat does too, because that's just crazy, you know. I don't know what you meant there by being forced to support Trump. I'd assume that you just said that to like stay on the live so you could say that, which I'm fine with. But if you did vote for Trump, I saw a couple people in the chat saying, well, he voted for it. I don't know if it's just me, man, but it's like, I cannot bring myself to saying, even if somebody voted for Trump and experienced like the quote unquote irony of feeling the effects of his policy in a very negative way to their life, I will still like wish them the best, tell them they don't deserve that, and tell them they deserve better, you know? What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, but no at the same time.
Okay. What time is it?
Right now, my local time is 6:15. By
Okay.
the way, I'm 40. I'm not underage or anything.
Oh, what's that?
I'm 40 years old, by the way. I'm not under 18 or anything. So no lying here.
Oh, good. Take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Why I supported it? That was the beginning of the elections. Because as a legal immigrant, it was my second time actually voting, because I got my citizenship back in 2018. First, I voted for Biden, but then I switched to Trump, and will never vote again.
Bro,
And I will tell you why.
Legal immigrants have been held in ICE detention centers for 3 months. Mahmoud Khalil was a legal green card holder. He was held in an ICE detention center for 3 months. Isn't it like just like crazy from like your perspective as a legal immigrant looking at that, being like, holy fuck, that could have been me. Like, holy fuck, this is somebody in a very similar situation to what I am in, and they are being absolutely harmed so much by the reckless Trump administration.
Yeah, it's not fair, because for people like me who waited for years to do the process to come in here legally, and I even served this country before even stepping foot in here, because I was an interpreter for the U.S. troops back in Iraq. I would say served there for 3 years with 8 different American battalions over there in Iraq, and that's the reason why I'm here. So my disagreement with not supporting Trump anymore because of the lies we have been fed. Not just me as an immigrant, but as an Americans in general. Okay. But my excitement was for voting for him, even for Biden, because it's like a dream, you know. Go ahead.
So you no longer support Trump as president. So I am going to move on to the next guest. I actually do just have a quick question now, completely unrelated. So because you worked as a translator in Iraq for the American military, were you given like a faster way to get citizenship?
I supposed to. There was a program called Special Immigration Visa, SIV. I applied for that, and I wasn't approved, but it was taken forever. So I just switched to the normal immigration program, which is just like when you apply to like any person can apply for it. So they accepted me after 3 long years.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you so much for coming up, man. You have a good rest of your day. I would actually assume that like there like would be a faster way to get citizenship if like you were working with the American military like you did in Iraq. And he's telling me that like there is, but he wasn't approved for it, which makes no sense. I think that like for instance, if you're like not an American and you work with the American military, like you should be given like an expedited pathway to residency or citizenship. So I was just curious. Wasn't super like relative to the debate. We're going to move on to the next guest. Hop in the queue if you support Trump. Hop in the queue if you support Trump. We're going to get you up here. We were just looking for American adults that are pro-Trump, that are MAGA. So go ahead and let me know if that's you down below. Go ahead and put Trump with your age down below in that chat. And we will get you loaded in right now. Let's see what that next guest has to say. I might do a shorter stream today, guys. I'm already feeling so tired just because of how long of a day it has been. But let's get that next guest up here. As well as Marley, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Marley says, I've been watching you for a while. I love what you do. Now I tune into politics much more because of it. Thank you to you. Love you, Dean. I love you too, Marley, and I'm happy that you're tuning in more to politics. That's awesome. As well as Sarah, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. What's up? Do you support Trump? Hello? Hello? I don't think they're here, so I'm going to ban them. As well as Jonathan. Dude, holy crap. Jonathan, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on PayPal. My man, holy shit, that is so kind of you. Show some love to Jonathan down below in that queue while we're trying to get that next guest loaded in. Seriously, thank you so much. Jonathan with the 50 big ones says, love your intelligent discussions. Keep spreading better awareness and knowledge, sir. You are awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Seriously. Holy shit, dude. I want to see at least 500 Jonathans down below. I seriously really appreciate you for the love. What's up, Hales? Are you MAGA?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Real quick. Age?
I'm 20. Birthday's 2004. 10/13.
10/13?
Yes, October 2004.
Yeah, happy early 21st birthday. That's coming up here super
Thank you
soon.
so much.
As well as Nina, thank you for the $5 on Super Chat. Says, those pathways exist. Our government has never been great about honoring those commitments, especially now. I believe it. Go ahead, Ailes. Why do you support Trump?
So I grew up in a very Republican state, West Virginia. I was raised by a very Republican family, very conservative, always voted red. I actually am from the smallest county, most red county in the state, Doddridge County. I don't live there anymore, so don't try to dox me, anybody. But obviously I come from a big place of gas and oil, and everyone around me was always, red state. So
do you support his mass deportation?
I can say that I support the idea of the mass deportation, but not necessarily how he's going about it with the process.
Would you say that you support the idea of mass deportation because they broke a law coming into the country, so it's okay to kick them out?
I do not think that that's why I support that.
Why do you support it?
I don't think that coming here illegally necessarily is the issue. It's the people who are coming here illegally and then not doing anything to try to obtain legal residency.
Okay. So what's the issue? Would you say that the issue just falls down to breaking the law?
Sorry, someone just tried to call me.
Because the reason I'm asking you the question, if the issue falls down to breaking the law, is I just heard you hit a vape. You're 20 years old. You're breaking the law.
I don't know what a vape is, Dean. That's an anxiety pen.
Okay, all right. It's not funny when you say it. It's only funny when I say it. Back to the debate. So you told us that you support Trump. You were brought up in a red town, Republican family, Republican state, so on and so forth. Okay, all right. Those are not compelling reasons to support Trump as president. Okay, like when I'm asking you how do you still support him, I'm asking you why you think he's doing good during his presidency, which would require maybe facts of his character that you like, facts of his policy that you think are good for this country. So I will ask you, can you name one thing Trump has ever done that has been beneficial to America that makes you support him?
All right, I don't want to get like bullied on here. I'm gonna be so real. I'm trolling. I love you. I watch your lives all the time.
Yeah. Bully her, chat. I'm just kidding. Don't do that. That was don't bully her. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, guys. And hey, if you're watching and you support me, you support what we do here, you're a fan of the debates, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds sent over there on those platforms, and you get a notification that pops up at the top of my phone where I could give you a shout out for the love. I appreciate everyone so much for all the kindness today and their donations. You could also secondarily support me over on YouTube through Super Chats. Hey, take it away. Why do you support Trump? Dude, they're not here again. That was the second time back in the queue. They just come up here and say nothing. Holy crap. Could you guys tell them a little bit like lower energy than most days today? I feel like it's obvious. I don't know.
Dean.
What's up, Hunter? Are you MAGA?
Yeah.
Yeah. How old are you?
No, I swear I'm 19.
Yeah. What year are you born in?
2006.
Yeah. What month of 06?
I swear, June.
Yeah. What time is it?
It's 5:23.
Yeah. What state are you in?
Wisconsin.
Yeah. What? Well, actually, is Wisconsin CST?
Yeah. What do you mean? Yes, dude.
Nah. Okay. Tell us why you support Trump.
I just think he's better than Kamala Harris.
Okay. Why the hell would you assume that the 34 count felon adjudicated rapist was better than the prosecutor? Tell us.
Because when she was vice president, there were was it 14 million undocumented immigrants?
I think there's about 140 million, maybe 200 million, 250 million. I don't know. Conservatives just change the number based upon how they feel. Whatever.
I just searched it up and it said 14 million or something like that.
Okay. All right. I don't think anyone really knows, but okay, go ahead.
And gas, I know gas is cheaper and groceries are cheaper and everything.
No, they're not. What the fuck? The price of every single commodity sold in the grocery store outside of lemons and iceberg lettuce is more expensive today than it was in January. You could prove that to yourself by going to Google, typing in BLS grocery prices.
I don't know. I mean, back in his first term, when my parents would buy groceries, it'd be like $2.50, and then over this 4-year span, it was
okay.
It's
just like back when Jimmy Carter was president, my grandparents were able to get a house for $25,000. Does that mean that we should dig up his grave and put him in the Oval Office?
Maybe.
Okay, let's get real, Hunter.
My bad. But I don't know. I feel like everything is. I know COVID and everything didn't help.
So what did Kamala Harris do to cause inflation, or what policy did she run on that would have been inflationary if she were to have won the election?
No, the thing I didn't like about her is all the illegal immigrants.
Okay, so we're just going to completely ignore the inflation conversation, which would be wise because inflation, especially groceries, are so expensive right now, man. I went to the grocery store yesterday and I literally spent $54 on 3 things. It was outrageous. It was so outrageous.
Yeah.
I think it was 5 things. It was so outrageous.
It's always the little stuff too.
All right, but anyways, so how did so are you saying that Kamala Harris opened up the border to allow undocumented immigrants to come in?
I wouldn't say she opened it up, but it was just it was just kind of free reign, What
do you even mean by free reign? I don't know what you mean. You asked me if I know. I do not know. Be more clear.
I mean, Trump, I'm not sure how many people, but it's not a lot of people come in, if any,
He's been able to reduce the entry. What good policy has he passed to effectively reduce undocumented entry into this country?
Maybe it's not the policy he did. It's just him, putting his foot down and
putting his
he put the border, what was it, the national, no, not the National Guard. Is it National Guard that they, and the military, they have a lot more security at the border.
I think Hunter's underage. I'm making an executive decision to kick him from the live. If I'm wrong, my apologies. I don't think I'm wrong, though. Grow, thank you for the $10 super chat. Grow says, Dean, you've really opened my eyes into the political world. I used to hate politics until I started watching your vids. Hope you're feeling okay and have an awesome day, man. Thank you, Grow. I'm so happy that, you're more intrigued by politics. I think everyone needs to be paying closer attention to politics. So I thank you for doing exactly that. As well as Allie, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, saying you're genuinely just a really funny ass guy. You're lit as hell and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. You've changed lives, man. Allie, I appreciate you for the love. I try to throw some comedy in the streams here and there just to lighten my own mood and make people momentarily forget about the impending doom of the fucking world under fascist dawn, right? But I appreciate you for the love. As well as, oh my dude, holy shit. Natasha, thank you so much for the $150 donation on Venmo. That is outrageous. That is so kind of you. I do not deserve that. That is, holy crap, Natasha. Natasha, with the $150 donation says, thank you for all that you do, Dean. I listen daily and always get so much information out of you. Keep up the good work and keep speaking the truth. Natasha, Holy fuck, that is outrageously kind of you. Thank you so much for the $150. If everyone watching right now could please show some love to Natasha down below in that chat for like the next 10 minutes while we're starting this next debate, that'd be great. Thank you. Seriously, thank you so much. As well as Annie with the $20 on Super Chat saying Kamala Harris's border policy, 100% vibe-based. Everything's vibe-based with the Trump supporters. Appreciate you for that love, Annie. Show some love to Annie and Natasha down below. As well as welcome in new guests. Do you support Trump?
Yes, of course, bro.
Okay, age please.
18.
Have you been up here before?
Nope.
Why is everyone at 18 today? Do you know?
Why not?
Okay, so why do you support Trump?
I support him because of the Space Force.
Okay. So the Space Force is kind of cool. I get it, but I don't think it's cool enough to justify supporting a fascist as president.
Yeah, but lots of my family have gotten jobs in the Space Force, so like I really like it.
Right, but it also made lots of individuals lose jobs from the Navy because they just diverted funding from the Navy to the Space Force or Air Force.
Well, then that means we should increase taxes.
We should increase taxes.
Yes.
On who?
The poor.
Okay, and you're trolling. Why did you wait like 2 hours in my queue to troll? What a waste of time. Moving on to the next guest, we got John the Goat loading up in here. Here we go. Let's see who's next. What's up? Hannah, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Hannah. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Age, please.
18.
Dude. No.
2000.
Sorry, man. I want somebody that's not 18 for once. I can't do it. I'm losing my mind. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I am. I'm sorry. I want to find somebody that's not 18. Please. What's
Hello.
up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
6/9/2004, and yes, I do support Trump.
If you were born in 6/9 to 2004, you'd be 21.
No, no, I'm not. I'm not 21. If I was 21, I'd be born in 2003. Would I not?
You wouldn't be.
Okay, I have a question before
how old are
we
you?
debate. I'm 20.
You're not 20. Listen, let's do the math together. 6/9 of 2005. Oh man, that is such a bad year in age to pick. That was a really bad year in age to pick. It was a terrible, terrible, terrible year. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest. Let's get them up here right now. We got Rosie loading in. And the reason I say that is a terrible year in age for her to pick is because I am 21, born in 2004. So if you say like any birthday to 04, I'm going to automatically know exactly how old you would be. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
19. September 16th.
Of what year?
2006.
Okay, that's accurate. Why do you support Trump?
I fucking love you so fucking much.
Okay. Yeah, did think that was a reason why you support Trump. I'm gonna move on to the next guest. You stay safe and take care.
Oh my gosh.
That wasn't a Trump supporter reaction. Do you support Trump, Mila?
I love you so much, deeply.
Oh my God, Jesus. How do you even make that noise? How do you? Wow, the vocal range on that lady was very impressive. Moving on to the next guest. We got Miss Freddie Mercury out here. Okay. Let's go ahead and see what that next guest has to say. Hop in that queue if you support Trump. Okay, just looking for debates. Oh, God. Oh, my God, dude. I'm losing it. Hi, do you support Trump? No, they automatically left. Oh, I'm losing it, guys. You're watching me lose it live 4K on air. Oh, God. Moving on. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump as president? Lock 22, are you here?
Hey, Dean. I'm 88 years old, and I am MAGA. I am also the only guilty man in Shawshank. Get busy living.
Moving on to the next guest. Let's go and see what that next guest has to say. We got Roberts loading up into the live. Morgan Freeman?
Yo, what's up, buddy? What's up, buddy?
Were they like on the bus home from school? I think they were. I legitimately think that was like a middle schooler or like a high schooler, like on the bus going home from school. Guys, come on. As well as Kay Waterman. Thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat, saying thanks for what you do. Did you see Trump say again today that he isn't sure people have the right to protest? Dude, no way. I don't believe you. He said that? Are you sure? Dude, I'm so sorry. If he said that, he must be like trying to fuck himself over. He says that people don't have the right to criticize him through speech. People don't have the right to criticize him through protest. Like, earlier this year, he called CNN and MSNBC illegal. Dude, he has called every aspect of the First Amendment illegal. He has launched an attack on every aspect of the First Amendment. He launched an attack on the aspect of the First Amendment when he tried to ban all Muslims from coming into America, freedom of religion. He launched an attack on another aspect of the First Amendment when he said people don't have the right to criticize him in the media, freedom of speech. He's launched an attack on an aspect of the First Amendment, that being symbolic speech, when he tried to ban burning of the American flag. And he's launched an attack on another aspect of the First Amendment, that would be freedom of press, when he called CNN and MSNBC illegal. And he's launched an attack on another aspect of the First Amendment, now saying that people don't have the legal right to criticize him. Hey, what's going on, Breezy?
Hey man, what's up?
Do you support Trump as president?
No. I'm just curious why you're not live
Banned. Moving on to the next guest. If you're going to say man account, it's because I'm banned too on there for 3 days. Where are all the Trump supporters? I think MAGA's gone extinct. We're going to go ahead and try to do this for another 20 minutes. If we can't get a Trump supporter up there, then I am going to go ahead and end. Hey, Fern, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat, saying, great show, Dean, impressive. Thank you for all that you do. Gratitude from Hawaii. Oh, I hope that you love it out there in Hawaii, Fern, and thank you for the $20. That is so very kind of you. Thank you. Seriously, thank you so much. As well as Annie, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat. And Jonathan, thank you for the $25 donation on Venmo, saying, hey, Dean, much love to you, man. You continue to make this world a better place. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jonathan. Let's get 250 Jonathan W's down below. Thank you not only for the $25, but also the very kind message. And then Shelby and Ashlyn, I appreciate you both for the $5 on Venmo. What's going on, Daniel? Are you MAGA?
Yes, I am.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, what year are you born in?
I just had my birthday, September 10th, 2007.
Okay, that'd make you 18. Let me thank one more person here. Miss Samantha, thank you so much for the $30 donation over on PayPal. Samantha says, I wanted to let you know I'm 36 years old and I've never given any thought to politics and I've only voted once since watching your stream the last couple of months. I now know how important voting is and being informed is, and I appreciate you more than you'll ever know. Keep inspiring critical thinking. I love you. All the love back to you, Samantha. You are literally one of the main reasons why I do what I do. There are so many people that just are not interested in politics and don't care. Most people don't vote. And I'm really happy to hear that I've been able to awaken that inside of you to care more about politics. Thank you so much for thank you so much for that, Samantha. Go ahead and take it away, man. Why do you support Trump as president?
Well, mainly just because of his immigration policies, and also just, I think, in general, for the inflation that we had on the Biden.
Yeah, could you get a lot closer to your mic, dude? You were very far away. And honestly, I want to ask you a question because we've been talking about immigration for the last 2.5 hours straight. How the hell do you support a president that has launched an attack on every single aspect of the First Amendment? And how does that not concern you for the bleak future of America and a waning rule of democracy, rule of law, and constitutional rights with an insurgence of dictatorial-esque statements and actions coming from a president who doesn't want to play by the rules, but rather thinks he is an all-powerful leader that makes them?
Well, he is playing by the rules if they break the law by coming into our country illegally.
Bruh, you didn't even listen to what I just said. I said his attack on the Constitution, most notably the First Amendment, by saying that it's illegal to criticize him in the media, it's illegal to protest, it's illegal to boycott Tesla, it's illegal to burn the American flag, CNN and MSNBC are illegal. These are all things that are expressly protected under the First Amendment, yet he's saying they're illegal. How do you feel about his attack on free speech?
I mean, yeah, I mean, freedom of speech, like, yeah, the reports, they have their own way of, like, saying stuff, so, I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, he doesn't have an input on their news network anyways.
He's saying that he does. He's saying that he does, and he's proven it, right? He's proven that he thinks he does. He directed the FCC to take Jimmy Kimmel off air because he didn't like what Jimmy Kimmel had to say.
Well, I actually agree on
because of the boycotts to that, Jimmy Kimmel got back on air, and then he said that it's illegal to criticize him in the media, and is now saying that he wants to sue Jimmy Kimmel.
Wait. I actually agree on the Jimmy Kimmel topic. I don't think Trump had a right to speak on that. I think that was in whatever program it's a part of.
So then how do you still support him even though he has launched such a large attack on freedom of speech and the domain of public discourse?
I don't think I've lost like any freedom of speech. I mean, honestly, I think we've seen a switch of freedom of speech from years ago where it was, I don't know, I guess you could say rioting. And now it's like, I feel like it's all peaceful from both sides. Like, I feel like he's influenced.
Wake the fuck up. He said that it's illegal to criticize him in the media. How is that not an attack on free speech to literally say that it's illegal to criticize the sitting president? Please wake up. You're making me feel insane for just thinking it's wrong for a president to say that it's illegal to criticize him. Like, come on. He's gone. He's leaving. Okay. All right. Whatever. Moving on. Jay, thank you so much for the $54 over on PayPal. Thank you so much, Jay. I want to see 500 JW. Seriously, thank you so much for the love. That's insane. Jay says with the $54, I'm amazing that you aren't chronically tired. I seriously don't know how you do that this all day. Well, I'm not gonna lie. You know, when I have like a good daily schedule, it gets tiring, but I can deal with it. Today, I'm honestly struggling a little bit. You know. It's been a long day. Got into that accident. I had to get the car to the body shop, whatnot. Start the process of getting a quote from them for the work. Locked out of the house, and I was just so tired already before I started my stream. And now I'm like even more tired now. I'm probably gonna end it around 3 hours, so I'd say that we safely have another 30 minutes left on stream. I'm just so tired. I'm just so tired. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up into the stream right now, though. We got 3-part ace. Hey, Condra, thank you for the $12 on Venmo, saying, bye now, you know I love you. I love what you do every day, and love you. Thank you for continuously bringing my soul peace in this insane amount of madness. Condra, I'm so happy that you're here with us. You're seriously here almost every day. Thank you for the $12, and I'm happy once again that the streams could help. As well as Yura, that is YURA. Thank you for the $35 donation over on Venmo. Show some love to Yura down below. Thank you so much for the love. Yura with the $35 says you're my favorite part of the day. Well, thank you. I'm happy that the streams could bring you something positive and make your day a little better. Thank you so much, Yura. Show some love to Yura down below. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Age, please.
25.
25. What year were you born in? I don't believe you. I'm going to talk to Bella instead. Hey, what's up? Are you mad?
I love you so much. Please.
You just had me kick that other guy because you said that you were MAGA in 25 in the queue. Sorry, in the comment section. Just for you to be a troll? Come on, bro. Oh, we're going to try like 3 more times. Gare Bear, appreciate you for that. Cooper Flies Home. Thank you for the love. I appreciate that. Show some love to Gare Bear down below. What's up? Do you support Trump? Hello? Are you here? Are you here? Gare Bear's not here. Wait, sorry. Not Gare Bear. Cameron's not here. Sorry, Gare Bear. Moving on to the next guest. Only hoping that you support Trump as president. Oh, boy. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Dean, yeah, of course I support Trump.
Boo! You shouldn't. He sucks.
Yeah, that's okay.
Why do you support Trump as
That's
president?
okay, Dean. We can have this opinion. Hey, you didn't even ask me my age. I'm 37. I'm an old guy.
You don't sound like a minor. You're good to go.
That's refreshing. Okay, so I do support Trump. I feel like he has said a lot of things in a very ridiculous way that I don't think he really means what he says, to be quite honest. But I support that he actually gives his extreme strong opinion. And I like that. And I appreciate that. And I feel it allows other Americans to feel like they can do the same. And I feel like it allows most Americans, obviously, there's instances where people go crazy and nuts. But I do feel like it allows a lot of other Americans to say, hey, if we have a strong leader and a president who says, things like this and more of his thoughts and feelings, it allows us as Americans to do the same.
Okay, I understand conceptually
And so
the
I
idea
support that.
of an outspoken actor
Yeah.
on a public stage inspiring other people to be outspoken too. I understand the conceptual idea behind what you're saying. But what if this extremely outspoken actor outspeaks about their opinion that other people don't have the legal right to share theirs?
You're going to have to ask that a little more clear.
What if this loud, outspoken person that screams their opinions is screaming their opinions about how other people do not have the legal right to share their opinions? Obviously, that is not going to cause more people to be outspoken. That's going to rhetorically suggest to individuals that they're actually not allowed to speak at all, right? And that's exactly what he did last week when he said it was literally illegal to criticize him in the media.
No, I don't think that's true at all.
Of the share of ideals, you absolutely cannot support a president that does not want the media to be a medium of public discourse for and against ideas, with criticism of those that we disagree with and uplifting those that we do agree with, but rather just a reflection of what those in power want or don't. And you said that you don't believe he said that?
No. Not that I don't believe he said that. I actually tried to look that up. Somebody said it earlier, and I couldn't really find where he actually did. So if you could share that, that'd be cool. But I literally couldn't find that he actually said that. But
yeah, listen, I got you.
Whenever I tried growing my business,
sorry, that was a YouTube ad. I'll go ahead and play it for you real quick. Are you ready?
Yeah. Yep.
See, I think they'll make it bad. They'll take a great story and they'll make it bad. See, I think that's really illegal, personally. You can't take.
There you go. There's clip number one, clip number two.
I read someplace that the networks were 97% against me. I got 97% negative, and yet I won it easily. I won all 7 swing states, popular, I won everything. And if they're 97% against, they give me only bad publicity or press. I mean, they're getting a license. I would think maybe their license should be taken away.
So he said media organizations that speak negatively in the press should have their licenses revoked. That's what you heard on the second clip. Then on the first clip, you heard him literally say that he personally thinks it's illegal to criticize him in the media.
So just because he personally thinks that does not mean that he thinks that it's right for America. And that's the truth. If you get him one-on-one, I guarantee you he would not say, look, I don't actually think America should make that illegal, even though I have my personal beliefs. And I don't think he's ever going to get any type of policy. In fact, he never will. No president ever will.
That he thinks it's already illegal.
Okay, and that's fine. But as a and you can have that personal belief, right? No. It's totally fine to have a personal belief as a president. There's tons of things that other presidents have. I personally believe no one should smoke weed or drink alcohol. There's plenty of presidents that think that. That's a personal opinion that they don't push on America. Maybe some have, some haven't.
But he has been pushing this on America. Yes, he has. He got Jimmy Kimmel canceled. Yeah, I have a question. I have a question.
By any president on any course.
If Biden said while he was president that he thinks it is illegal to be a white man and conservative, do you think that would be more than enough reason to stop supporting him as president?
No, I do not think that I would not support him as president. I would never vote for him and I would never agree with that policy, but I would not support him as president. I don't want my president to be weak. I don't want my president to
you're not answering
pass bad policy.
You're not answering my
question.
Go
ahead and ask it again.
Would Biden saying that he thinks it's illegal to be conservative as a white man in America, do you think that'd be like enough reason for anybody to stop supporting him?
when you say support, I don't think that would be, if he's trying to pass policy, then don't support the policy. If he's trying to support that on his own belief, then I don't support that as his own belief. But if he
If
just
Donald
says
Trump,
that and says, I personally,
if Donald Trump said that he personally thinks it is illegal for black people to go into white-owned businesses, would you stop supporting him?
that's tough. If he tried to pass laws that did that,
No, you just
I
said it.
probably would.
He just
No,
said
no,
it.
no.
No, he just said that he
No, no,
personally
no.
thinks it's illegal.
If he tried to pass laws
That's not what I'm asking.
where
What if
that
he
was
just
the
said it?
case,
What if he just
then I
said
would
it?
not support
What
him.
if he just said it?
But you could take that with anything. What if he just said, I don't believe in Jesus, which I personally don't support? I think
That's
you
not the
should.
question that I asked you. If he
But
said
it's the same
that he
principle.
thinks it's illegal for black individuals to go into white-owned businesses in America, would you still support him as president?
Yeah, I would. I definitely would support him as president because that's not legislation that passed, and there's a lot of other things that I think that he still does. As a president of the United States, I want my president to do good things for America. Do I believe that everything every Republican president has done for America is good? No. And do I think they all say ridiculous things? Absolutely. But I do support him as president for a lot of the larger policies. What you said, black people walking into businesses, to be quite honest, it'll never get regressed on any level. Like it just won't. And so for him to just make claims like that, it's like, dude, I don't agree with what you said. I don't think you should present that to America, but I'm going to support you in everything else that you're going to, or most everything else that you're doing, because you really are trying to look out for the best interest of what's America and doing it in the way that you think the time needs.
Wouldn't him sharing his belief that he thinks it's illegal for black people to go into white-owned businesses definitively prove that he's not looking out for the best interests of the country?
It's what policy he's going to pass, right? So once again, if I'm president and I say everyone needs to go to church, and there's a bunch of atheists that say you're a dumb president, I'm not pushing policy that says everyone needs to go to church. It's the same principle behind that, right? If I say if I'm president and I say black people don't go into white businesses,
all that matters to you at the end of the day is the policy that's passed.
The policy that is being tried to get passed, yes. Not all policies passed, you know that. But if you're going to try and pass policies, that is what matters.
If you were to try to
most.
actually get somebody canceled on TV and get their license revoked for criticizing him, then you wouldn't support him?
I would not support. That's kind of a free speech thing, right? So I do not support him trying to get people canceled as president.
But
if he was not
support him as president?
well, we'll stick as president. I would say, dude, I don't think that's what you should use the presidency office for. There's other things you need to be worrying about. Please go worry about those. I think I would, and I think I would do that for anyone who's president.
Yeah,
because
once again, you literally just affirmed that you would support Trump if he was a racist fascist that wanted state control.
No. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
It is.
I said
it is true.
If there's policy.
State controlled media is a tenet of fascism. Historically, that is one of the most obvious tenets of fascism. Okay, and you told us that you would support Trump if he thought that it was illegal for black people to go into white-owned businesses, which is obviously racist. So, in other words, you're telling me, like, from your perspective, you would still support Trump if he was a racist fascist that wanted state-controlled media. If you would still support Trump from your own perspective, if he was a racist fascist that wanted state-controlled media, what the hell was so bad about Kamala Harris?
I'm not saying Kamala was bad, but I do think that she would not be able to project her policies properly enough so that most of America would know what she wants. And I think that's what a lot of people do, is that she was not a strong enough speaker or knew how to get out what she wanted.
Wait, so racist fascist? Nah,
No.
That's okay. Apparently not being a strong enough speaker, get them the hell out of here, Satan 2.0. Not to mention,
that's
she was
100%.
such a stronger speaker than Donald Trump. My evidence would be the debate that she had with Donald Trump prior to the election, where she absolutely mopped the goddamn floor. It was so brutal to the point where following the debate, Donald Trump turned around, said that she was colluding with the ABC moderators, had the questions beforehand, and even had an earpiece inside of her ear to get the answers and responses to the questions that were asked. She mopped him hard.
And if you look at any of her outlets running up to the presidency when Joe Biden came off the presidency, and then she goes on all those things.
Wait.
All of those were pathetic.
I got to make another point here.
Interviews.
Hey, guess what? Remember when I told you, or more so I asked you if you'd still support Trump, even if he said that it was illegal to criticize in the media? Your response was, I don't really care what he says. He could literally say that he doesn't think black individuals should be able to go to white-owned businesses. That's not the policy he's trying
Almost.
to pass, therefore I don't care.
There you
But
go.
then when we
That's
turn
more true.
around and I ask you why you thought Kamala Harris was bad, you immediately and only talk about what she said and the way that she said it. Is that not
No.
hypocritical as fuck? Don't talk over me. Is that not hypocritical as fuck for you to say that because of the way Kamala Harris spoke when she said she wanted to give tax cuts to 100 million low and middle income Americans, that was enough to never support her as president? But regardless of the way Donald Trump would speak or what he would say, even if he were to say that he's a racist fascist, you would still support him as president because ultimately you're only concerned with the policy he's trying to pass?
You bring up a good point, but however, what I'm saying is, if in my opinion, when I watch, and I didn't watch every single debate, so the one you said, believe you, not familiar with it. That's all I can say to that. But what the things that I watch, and I don't just go watch, gotcha moments. Okay, I do try and look at different media outlets. That's actually why I'm watching you, right? You're a liberal guy. I'm out here trying to learn things like that. So when I do watch and when I do try and pick up policies, because I don't go in and read 700-page articles on what the actual policy says. So I do have to listen, and I don't just listen to the presidential debates. I do try and go listen to different commentators on different sides of the aisle and things like that. And I really do try and understand. Just don't have time to read, But when I watch most of what she puts out, she just doesn't project it. Okay, and maybe she does. It's just not what I can find. You know what I mean?
You didn't.
So
answer
when
to
you
my
say
question.
when you say
You didn't
when you
answer-
say
you didn't
it doesn't
answer to
matter
what I
what Kamala
said.
says,
You didn't
right?
answer
When
to
you
what I
say
said.
it, that's fine. I'll speak to it. When you say
Just to make
because
sure that we're
Kamala is
clear,
not a
can you
strong enough
repeat what I
speaker,
said?
you're going back and forth.
Just to
Yeah,
be clear, can you repeat my argument
you said
that I used to
you
demonstrate
said when
your
Trump says
hypocrisy?
something, it's okay to put it to the side because you look at policy. When Kamala says something, it's not okay to put it to the side and only look at the way she speaks, not her policy. What I'm saying is it's hard to know her policy because of the way she speaks.
Okay,
If
it actually
she could
wasn't hard to know
deliver
her
it better,
policy
I would pick it up.
whatsoever. I didn't think it was hard to know what she ran on at all. I mean, I was very attuned. Even if you just watched the debate, you would have learned that she ran on tax cuts for 100 million Americans. If you watched the debate, you would have heard her policy for healthcare, her policy for Ukraine. I would say it was actually very difficult to understand what Donald Trump's policy was before the election. He didn't know if he wanted to get rid of Obamacare and replace it with his own, or maybe if he didn't have any plans at all and he was just in the conceptual planning stages. He didn't know if he wanted Ukraine to win the war and stop giving them money, or to give them more money and to resume everything that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden were doing. He didn't know if he wanted to impose tariffs on every country in the world, or maybe just some, or maybe just Canada and China. He didn't know if he wanted to raise taxes on the average American, or maybe just get rid of taxes as a whole and replace the IRS with the ERS, the External Revenue Service, and generate all government money and funding through tariffs. Like, there was no way in hell that you can tell me you knew exactly the policy that Donald Trump was running on prior to the election because of how
No,
vague, non-transparent, and flip-floppy he was. But even as it relates to the policy that he has been passing, it has not been policy that is good for this country. I'll just simply ask you, what is one policy that Donald Trump has passed in the last 8 months, which you believe is genuinely good for America?
Then I got to go back to immigration. I genuinely believe, and I'm not smart enough economist to know things. And I've been trying to follow the tariffs and see how that's good for America. There's a lot of points that say it'll play out in many years. There's a lot of points that say out it sucks because of prices rising. But and so that I am curious to see how that plays out. I don't think anybody really
So what
knows,
is
to
one
be quite
specific
honest.
thing that
But
he's
I
done
do
that you
come back
like?
to immigration.
Okay, what immigration policy
Immigration,
is
I
he
do
implementing
believe
that
that
you're a fan of?
immigration's better. I am a fan of people that come here illegally. We claim that they are illegal, and we allow America to carry out the laws that we have to say they are illegal and do what the policy says. If it comes down to sending them back, that's what it comes down to.
Okay,
And
so is this just
he
a
has.
long way for you to tell me that you support his mass deportation?
I do support his mass deportation.
Okay, so what is one way that mass deportation materially and positively benefits America?
It grabs it takes the ability, if deportation happens, it takes the ability to say, look, we don't have to fund all of these illegal immigrants.
Okay.
And we
So it
have
saves
this
our
much more
government
budget.
money?
It should, yeah.
No,
But
actually, it doesn't. Undocumented immigrants are economic contributors. They pay more in taxes than they receive in benefits. They pay $100 billion per taxes per year. So when you remove them, you actually lose the government revenue that they were generating. And of course, you're spending money on the deportation operation itself, which projected by the American Immigration Council is $1 trillion over 10 years. So you're
How
losing
much
$1 trillion
mass
every
deportation
10 years.
has
One moment. You're losing $1 trillion over the next 10 years because of the opportunity cost of what they pay in taxes. And you're losing $1 trillion over the next 10 years via the cost of the deportation operation in of itself. So no, it doesn't save money. It actually costs trillions.
how much mass deportation has actually happened since he says I encourage mass deportation or I support, let's put mass deportation into policy.
I guess I'm not going to answer your question because it doesn't respond to my critiques of your statement.
No,
that
but
mass
it does,
deportation
because
saves
if
us
he
money.
says we are going to mass deport many immigrants or illegal immigrants, we're going to mass deport them,
Mhm.
and he wants to. I'm making this up, but you get the point. He says, let's say he wants to mass deport 10 million. That's a made up number, and he only ends up mass deporting 100,000. Right?
Okay.
Like you said, the money translation there that you just said doesn't add up. And so, what's the cost of actually
Okay.
mass
So
deporting an
right.
extreme
So
smaller amount of number than it actually is?
we wouldn't be losing as much money because he wasn't able to achieve his whole goal, but we'd still be losing some money as he was able to
But
work
also,
towards his goal.
not all those people were mass deported. So once again, when he
What
puts
the
it into
fuck?
action and he doesn't fund it, which he hasn't,
Yeah, he
he's
funded
funded
ICE in
some of it,
addition
not all of it.
$150 billion through the Big Beautiful Bill. But once again, I hope you understand what this is doing for your claim, because your original claim was that, well, it actually saves our government money to do deportations. And then I corrected that by saying, no, that's not true, because you're removing people who make our government money and you're spending money to get it done. And I was like, that's going to cost $2 trillion over the next 10 years if we deport every single undocumented immigrant. And then you said,
That'd
well,
be a
we're not
lot.
deporting every single undocumented immigrant.
We're not. We're just
Okay.
not.
Well, that does okay. So that means that we might not lose $2 trillion if we don't deport every undocumented immigrant, but we would just lose whatever fraction of said $2 trillion based upon the percentage of the undocumented immigrants that we do remove. Meaning that
And what's
when
the
we
flip
remove
side? So instead
undocumented,
of losing
one
the 2
moment,
trillion,
stop talking.
you got it.
Meaning that whenever we do deport an undocumented immigrant or a group of undocumented immigrants, we're still losing money. And that is inevitably still the conclusion of the argument that you're attempting to make. So are you conceding that it does not save us money, but it rather costs money? And what does this mean for my question when I asked you, what is one positive outcome of mass deportation? Does this mean that you can't name a positive outcome of mass deportation? Now you've agreed it saving our government money is off the table. And regardless, at the end of the day, we will be losing money?
Have not agreed that it does not save us money. If you say we're going to go 10 million and that's across the entire United States and it takes a giant operation to do that, your numbers could be correct. If you say we're going to do mass deportation, we're going to do it city by city, and it takes a much tighter operation and a smarter operation, that could actually save us money. I don't know the numbers on that.
How is it going to save us money? Because undocumented immigrants are productive providers. You remove a productive
most part.
provider that gives you money, more money than you
And they
give
do not
them,
all pay taxes.
You lose the net revenue.
So instead of mass deportation, I like his immigration policy. Yes, I am shifting this. I like
Don't
his
shift
immigration
it.
policy.
Don't
I'm not
shift
letting no. I'm curious on yours. I actually don't know yours.
Okay, well, we're not done with the debate yet because once again, you're still defending
That's
the premise that undocumented immigration hurts the economy and removing them will help the economy, even though I've resuggested to you a billion times now that you're wrong and I've proven it in a million different ways.
So I wish I knew crime rates. I don't look up stats like you do.
Oh, I do.
Well,
Undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes, 3 times less likely to commit property crimes, and 3.5 times less likely to commit petty crimes, according to PNAS.
So that's a national thing, right? I'm way more curious on cities, right? So like sanctuary type cities.
Okay, asking what crime rates are in sanctuary cities for undocumented immigrants is not refuting all the reasons that I gave that mass deportation will hurt the economy, and I'm not going to allow you to.
So if you take, once again, if you mass deport, if you try and go over America, this is true for any business, right? And yes, think of this in a business sense. If you mass deport over the entire nation, it's going to cost more than it will mass deport if you do a city, assess how you do it, assess the cost, assess what it took, the manpower, all of that. Where do we put them? Things like that. So if you do it smartly in a business way, city by city, those numbers don't add up to that way, and those numbers are going to be swayed greatly.
So then you're just saying that maybe they could reduce the total net loss that we would suffer via a mass deportation by running
Absolutely.
in a more efficient operation. Point number one,
Absolutely.
the operation is not efficient. And point number two, exactly. It would only be reducing the expenditure. It would not be increasing the gain. Right? So at the end of the day, you're still accepting the conclusion that we are not gaining money when we do a mass deportation. You're just trying to reduce the amount that we'd lose.
And you're probably right. But on the flip side,
and I'm probably right.
I said
Perfect.
probably.
So
I
then
said
what is
probably,
one positive
I
outcome
will do
of
that.
mass deportation on America?
Once again, I gave you my point. That's probably about as far as I can go without reading.
No,
and
you
doing
just
more
conceded.
research.
You didn't give me your point. You conceded your point. You said that, well, it's actually not going to save our country money. You know, we could do what we can to try to make the cost as low as possible, but at the end of the day, there's still going to be a cost. So what is one positive outcome of mass deportation on this country?
So if you do mass deport, and like I said, I need to do more research at that point then to give you my answer.
Okay,
But I
so-
did give you my answer of what you said, reducing the cost.
Okay, so then you don't.
And there we go on that.
Then you don't support Trump because of his mass deportation. You're currently
That doesn't mean I
agnostic
still
on it.
don't support it. I mean, I could still say, yeah, spend the $2 trillion.
Okay.
That doesn't mean I don't support it.
Okay, so why would you support mass deportation even if it would like destroy this country's economy?
We just had that whole conversation.
No, we didn't.
We just had the whole conversation according to that question.
Okay,
I am curious though, Dean. I
then
really
sum
am
it up.
curious.
Wait. Then sum it up. What would the reason be you would still support mass deportation if it only hurts this country?
Once again, I want to support the president of the United States to give Americans, right, citizens, I should say, give citizens the best opportunity in life that they have. And if
But
mass deportation does that, that's what it does.
Wait, obviously citizens would have less opportunity if the economies were soft.
That doesn't make. Say that again. Obviously, citizens would have less opportunity if the economy was soft.
Was worse off?
Oh, worse off. Sorry, worse off. How would the economy be worse off? People would be begging for jobs. The opportunities would still be there.
No, we'd lose opportunity.
I don't think you would lose opportunity.
Yeah, that's what happens when you forcefully remove 8.3 million laborers and 11 million demanders. Our economy becomes significantly less efficient and it downsizes. According to the American Immigration Council, if we were to remove all undocumented immigrants tomorrow, our GDP would go down by 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion dollars per year, and we'd be destroying the job market as our producers would be producing less and selling less as they have less workers to produce their goods and less consumers to buy their goods. And overall,
Some of that is true, obviously. If you walk into where there's a market where there's 100 undocumented workers as opposed to you walk into a market where there's 3 undocumented workers, yes, the one that drops 100 is going to see a drop in business. That's absolutely true. But like you said, if you deport them tomorrow, it's impossible. You can't do that.
It doesn't
And so if
change,
you-
but it doesn't change the concept that when you do deportations, it hurts the economy, and when you hurt the economy, you reduce opportunity. It doesn't change
But
that.
It doesn't. This gets into, man. There's more I want to say. I do have to like drive my car though, so I don't really want to do this while I'm driving. But
yeah,
I
So
do.
is that all?
I do. I'm just. It's fine. That is all, Dean. You're great. And you don't have to debate me. Just give me 10 seconds if that's okay. I would love, because I don't know. I've watched you a little bit. I'm a little bit familiar with you. I would love to hear something about letting immigrants into or letting illegal immigrants into the country. And I do have to go, but I'm curious on your thought on that. I just haven't seen it or found it yet.
I mean, I'll kick you since you got to go. I don't even know what he was. Does anyone know what he was asking me for there? God, it was really hard to be patient through that conversation. I need to be better rested. That's how I maintain my patience with like the guests that are just making no goddamn sense, you know. And I'm not too rested right now. That was hard for me to stay patient there. Elena, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo saying, "Hey Dean, sorry you're having such a rough day. Hope you have a great night." Thank you, Elena. No, dude, I was gonna have a great night. Originally, my mom was gonna come over and have dinner with me and my girlfriend, and we're gonna crack open a bottle of wine and chill out. But she got stuck driving home, so we're gonna have to do that on Friday. Maybe I'll find something to do instead. Parker C, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Hannah with a 5, thank you so much. As well as Mark, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Mark says, thank you for your tireless efforts in engaging in these important conversations. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that, Mark. Thank you so much. Thank you for the $10, Mark. As well as John and Lewis, I appreciate you both for the 5. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio. Let's see. Handful more people here to thank. Sarah, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. That is very kind of you, Sarah. As well as Jay, once again with another 50. Jay, you have been fucking supporting me literally all day. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jay. Show some more love to Jay down below in the comment section. And Jay, that sounds like fun. That sounds like a lot of fun. Boxcar, what is that, Jay? Thank you so much for the $50. Seriously, thank you so much. As well as Pony with a 10, saying, do these guys realize that because of Trump, type 1 diabetics without insurance will now have to pay thousands of dollars a month? I'm T1D, and that is awful. I honestly am appalled by that. No one should be forced into doing that. Universal health care is a necessity for the future of this country, and the fact that so many people just don't see it is insane. We are going to go ahead and do one last debate of the evening here, folks, and then we will hop off. I see everyone asking for a Q&A. I'm down to do a Q&A this week. I mean, I stream 7 days a week, so we could do that soon. However, I think I'm going to need some more rest before I do a Q&A. But I have just enough steam left in me for maybe one last debate with a Trump supporter before we get off, but we will be getting off maybe around an hour early. I will say here, if you would like to support me once again before we end the stream during the last debate here, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio, as well as in the pinned message of that YouTube stream, where you can also support me over on Super Chat, and I appreciate everyone for all the love today. Welcome in, Evan. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
19.
Okay. And what year were you born in?
2006.
Okay. All right. Kelly, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Kelly with the $10 says, hey, Dean, my account got hacked and it's close to 1K and it was stolen from my Apple Pay. But I wanted to show you some support since you're having such a rough day. Much love. Well, Kelly, I appreciate you for the $10, but please, about your account being hacked and losing 1K from your Apple Pay, have you tried calling Apple about that? They're usually like really good with account security. That's so like terrible. I'm really sorry that happened to you, and I really hope that you're able to get that one resolved. Take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Oh, I'm pretty happy with his foreign policy, with both Ukraine and the Middle East. And honestly, you should really support his foreign policy on Ukraine as well, based on what I've heard you say in the past.
So which approach to Ukraine did you like? The one where he stopped giving them money, or the one where he gave them money? Because he's done both in the last.
Giving him money, I totally disagreed with him when he stopped giving them money, and I was really against what he was doing at the start. But It's been much better now recently.
No, I agree. Funding Ukraine is something that we need to do, and I'm happy that he conceded on that. Can we agree that this is what Kamala Harris ran on, though?
I don't know if conceded is the right word, but
yeah, he absolutely
sorry,
conceded to what the Dems wanted. Can we agree that this is what Kamala Harris ran on?
I would agree that she ran on funding Ukraine. I kind of disagree with Biden's approach to the war, though.
So at the end of the day, you're just telling us that you support Trump for a reason that he realized after more innocent Ukrainians had died and 5 months into his term. Meanwhile, this is something that Kamala Harris has been screaming and shouting since their debate prior to the election.
Well, I believe that he's actually pursuing an end to the war, whereas Kamala probably would have just continued what Biden did, dragging it out without an actual end in sight.
You're saying he's pursuing an end to the war by giving funding to Ukraine, thereby putting more international pressure on Russia to accept peace talks.
Well, he's also doing the oil sanctions, which I'm a big fan of. He's trying to get Europe to stop buying oil. But honestly, my bigger focus is the Middle East.
So did Biden and Harris. The oil sanctions were imposed on Russia by the Biden-Harris administration.
Well, maybe. Sorry, I meant the tariffs. Yeah, Biden and Harris didn't do the
tariffs.
Secondary tariffs.
Actually, the one country that was left out of his Liberation Day tariffs on all the other countries.
That's not what I'm referring to.
July 4th,
Are you aware of the
Russia.
secondary tariffs? Are you aware of the secondary tariffs on people who purchase Russian oil?
So I'm so sorry. You're not talking about the Liberation Day tariffs imposed on July 4th.
No,
So
that's
what
never
are
what
you
I was talking about. And also, we don't really do trade with Russia, so I'm not sure why we'd tariff them. I'm not referring to that.
There's a couple $2 billion of trade that we do with Russia annually. Plus
Okay, well then I'll concede to you, Dean. We should have really tariffed those couple of billions, but that's really besides the point of what I'm talking about. So sure, I'll concede we really should have tariffed those couple $1 billion. But what I'm talking about is the secondary sanctions on oil, which could actually...
What countries have those been imposed on?
India so far.
Okay, I just out of curiosity.
And they're talking. I'm surprised you don't know this. It was pretty big news, but I'm more happy about what he's doing in the Middle East. But
just out of curiosity, could you give me a resource where I could see that?
A resource where you could see that? I mean, it was all over the news, but I mean, I can look it up and pull up an article for you.
I mean, I probably see 99% of the things that are all over the news. I guess this is part of the 1% that slipped through the cracks. I'd love a research. I love some resources.
Yeah, one sec. Trump secondary tariffs, Russia oil. Here we go. BBC, how Trump's secondary tariffs on Russia could hit the global economy. There you go. This is from Reuters. Trump's tariffs on Russia's oil bring economic. Yeah.
So what's the name of the article?
Oh, Reuters?
Yeah. What's the name of the article?
Yeah, well, it's Trump's tariffs on Russia's oil bring economic political risks, which is obviously a perspective I would disagree with, but that's just to prove to you that it's actually happening. So, because, yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. But I'm more happy with what he's doing in the Middle East. And since this is something that it seems like we agree on, it would probably be better to debate about the Middle East because from my understanding of your position, we definitely wouldn't agree. So
this was published on August 7th.
Yeah, did you not hear about the 50% tariff you put on India?
Well, in addition,
you can just look up Trump tariffs on India. Maybe it was 25%.
On goods from India over its imports of Russian oil, making it the first financial penalty aimed at Russia in Donald Trump's second term. On the surface level, I may see some good produced by that. I'm unsure if it's something that I support or not, but I understand the perspective that it would be good.
Right, and the goal isn't to bring back manufacturing. The goal is to actually negotiate a way for them to stop buying Russian oil to hurt the Russian economy, so that Ukraine has a better chance in the war. Because I know that your perception is probably that all of MAGA hates Ukraine, but I mean, I'm not even MAGA, I'm just a conservative. I guess your perception is probably that all conservatives are pro-Russia, which really isn't the truth.
Okay, so once again, it looks like he's just doubled down here by placing even more tariffs on India. Now it's upwards of 50%. So here's what I'd say. I don't know. I think that tariffs of upwards of 50% on the largest country in the world are probably a little bit more than punitive, and would probably have more negative impacts on the global economy and local markets inside of our own country. But still, I will agree. I like to see a new sentiment from Trump, where he is trying to put more pressure on Russia to end their invasion of Ukraine. I don't know if 50% tariffs on the world's largest country is a way to get it done, though. And I definitely think that the harm caused by, the first handful of months where he was doing what he ran on with, tariffing the hell, not tariffing the hell, but rather defunding Ukraine, emboldening Russia's aggression, is a complete opposite of what he's doing now, which is good. By the way, I'm happy that he conceded on this. But my question would be, did you vote for Trump?
I was very concerned about that. Yeah. I was very concerned about that.
Wait. So you're telling me that the biggest reason that you support Trump today has to do...
No, that's not the biggest reason.
Well, let me go ahead and finish my sentence, because you're telling me that the biggest reason, or what I supposed to be the biggest reason insofar as why you support Trump today, was apparently his approach to Russia and Ukraine and finally conceding to what Kamala Harris wanted to do all along. Yet you voted for him in the election when he said that he wanted to do the opposite than did for the first handful of months during his administration. So why did you vote for him?
Well, actually, what he ran on actually trying to pursue an end to the war through an end to the war. I mean, Kamala Harris didn't run on pursuing an end to the war. She ran on continuing to fund Ukraine.
Yeah, but the way that he wanted to pursue an end for the war was by defunding Ukraine, and obviously, seemingly, that won't end the war, but will rather make it worse by weakening the victim and emboldening the aggressor, while also taking more international pressure off of the aggressor.
That's what he did initially, but that's no longer his policy. When
Right,
that
but
was
that's
his
a policy that he
initially,
ran on, and that's a policy that he
that's
had
not
when
what
you
he
voted
ran
for
on.
him.
No, that is not what he ran on.
Yeah, he
from my
absolutely ran on
understanding, no.
on defunding Ukraine. That's what the whole GOP has been running on and begging for like, I don't know.
I
like the
disagree.
last 2
That's
years.
that's a portion of the GOP. That's not the entirety of the GOP.
That's the portion
Mike
of the
Johnson's
GOP that
like
includes MAGA.
continuously.
That's a portion of the GOP that includes Trump, and that's a portion of the GOP.
Would you say
included
that
the
Mike
Agenda
Johnson is
47.
MAGA? Would you say that Mike Johnson is MAGA?
I don't know too much about Mike Johnson to make that determination, but it doesn't
Well, he's the
change
Speaker of the
anything
House,
that I
and
just
he's
said.
been like constantly, like for the past since the war started, he's been constantly pushing appropriation bills with like funding to Ukraine. So I don't know what you mean. You're wrong.
So yeah, we
His
have been
policy is
passing
not.
appropriation bills. It's those appropriation bills that funded Ukraine under the Biden-Harris
Yes.
administration. But the only reason
Right,
the
but written
reluctant
by-
GOP would
written by
pass
Mike
those
Johnson.
that the reluctant GOP would pass those appropriation bills was by bargaining, getting what they want, and then ultimately allowing some funding to Ukraine because that was what was popular with the majority of Congress. That majority of Congress being the Dems. Now, once again, nothing in which we just said changes the fact that the policy that Donald Trump ran on was defunding Ukraine. Can we agree on that?
No, his policy was pursuing an end to the war, but I don't. This isn't even the topic I want to talk about.
Wait. So are you telling me that you've never heard Donald Trump say that he wanted to defund
No,
Ukraine prior to what he
I've
did?
heard him say that. I never believed that was his actual policy position. I've heard conflicting things from him on the topic, and I'm focused more on what I'm actually hearing right now.
Give me something from Trump prior to the election to contradict the notion that he wanted to defund Ukraine.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me? Can you
Give
hear
me
My bad.
anything from Trump prior to the election to contradict the notion that he wanted to stop giving money to Ukraine.
Anything from Trump? Well, I'm more focused on the notion of ending the war. He ran on a ceasefire and into the war.
Okay. Well, then you're
And I
not
don't-
focused on what you just said, which I believed was wrong. I just told you that he ran on the policy of defunding Ukraine. You said that you heard
Why are we talking
contradicting
about
things.
the policy before the election instead of the current policy?
Okay. So the reason that we're talking
And also,
about
that was not the primary reason why I
So
voted.
I've already made it clear why we're talking about this, because you're telling me that you support Trump as president today because he's funding Ukraine. You think that's good. Then I was like, that's what Kamala Harris wanted to do all along. And then we had a conversation about that, secondary tariffs, so on and so forth. But then a light bulb went off in my head, and I was like, fuck, you voted for Trump. But during
Perhaps
the
I
election,
had
don't
other
interrupt me.
reasons for
Sit down,
voting
little boy. You voted for Trump. During the election, I apologize for calling you a little boy. Maybe I'm just tired. You voted for Trump. That's the light bulb that went off in my head. And I thought to myself, well, you voted for Trump. You supported him during the election, after the election, before the election, even though at that time he was pushing very consistent messages that he wanted to defund Ukraine. But seemingly, based upon the conversation that we're having today, you know just how harmful that is. So
Have
once
you
again,
considered-
it goes back to the topic. Why did you vote for Trump in the election, even though he ran on clear and consistent messaging that is contradicting the debate that we're having right now on the efficacy of the application of international pressure on Russia to end their invasion of Ukraine by giving Ukraine money?
Oh, well, because I'm not a single issue voter. I voted for many issues, including that one, but also I voted because of the policy in the Middle East. I voted because of his border policy, which I like, and I voted because I believed his economic policy would be better than it currently is. So,
Okay. I want to ask you about border policy.
sure.
So you support removal of undocumented immigrants, broke the law, get them out.
It's probably more nuanced than that from my position. I probably support the removal of anyone who came and knowingly abused an asylum system that was under significant duress over the course of the Biden administration.
Abusing
I'd
and
support the
breaking the law.
removal of...
So,
Sorry,
so,
what?
So you're going to support the removal of undocumented immigrants for supposedly abusing and breaking the law, but then when Donald Trump abuses and breaks the Constitution a plethora of time in the last 8 months, he's still your favorite president?
Well, that just seems like a major deflection from the point that I made. But
It
if you
doesn't
want
seem
to
like
talk
a
about
deflection,
that,
given that there's a conceptual relevancy in relationship to the last point. I think that the conceptual relationship was clear, right? The point is, you're like, hey, people are abusing and breaking the law, get them the hell out of the country. Hey, this guy is abusing and breaking the law and will continue to abuse, break not just the law, but more so the Constitution if he's president, put him in the White House. I think that that is very clearly hypocritical.
Well, I mean, I'd argue that a lot of presidents have broken the law. I'd argue that perhaps Trump is an authoritarian, but if he is, then certainly the Democrats are as well. That's what I'd say.
Yeah, for sure. Could you like point me towards like any clear scenarios where somebody like Kamala Harris, boldface, very obviously infringed upon the Constitution multiple times, likely knowingly, and
Well, she
doesn't care,
campaigned
just
on
wants to
it,
continue.
so she campaigned on it.
Yeah.
I could explain how.
What like boldface constitutional violation did she campaign on? Like
A violation of the First Amendment.
Yeah, which
Well, maybe I don't know if you would perceive it as obvious. I definitely perceive it as pretty obvious and blatant. I don't know about you, but she ran on regulating misinformation on social media, and so did Tim Walz.
What policy?
I'll play the clip for you right now. Give me a sec. It wasn't a policy position, but it was a statement that they made.
Yeah,
So,
for sure. Let's hear the First
Give me one sec.
Amendment infringement.
Well, first of all, let me get your opinion on this. Do you agree that we should regulate misinformation and that the government should decide what that is?
I think that some misinformation can be regulated in special circumstances. But I guess let's hear the clip. Let's hear
One
the
sec,
First
I'm pulling
Amendment
it up.
infringement.
One sec. Okay, I'm about to play it.
Freedom of speech is a cornerstone of democracy.
I assume that it
Yet
was going to
labeling
be the actual clip.
specific
Give me a
criticism-
sec. I'll look it up. It was on ABC, I believe. Here we go.
I think we need to push back on this. There's no guarantee to free speech on misinformation or hate speech, and especially around our democracy.
I'd say that's pretty conclusive, right?
So that was Tim Walz?
That was Tim Walz, yes.
Okay, and when was this?
When was this? This was, it was in October of 2024.
Okay, October 2024, where?
It was on MSNBC.
Okay, and when he said push back, who's we?
I mean, presumably Democrats, but he didn't really say, so.
Okay, all right. Well, I mean, you just described it to yourself. You said presumably it's going to be Democrats. It's going to be the people of the country. The people of the country need to push back against misinformation. That's going to be council culture, not authoritarianism. Authoritarianism would be pushing back against quote-unquote misinformation with the use of the government by, I don't know, directing Brendan Carr and the FCC to revoke the permit of ABC if they don't fire Jimmy Kimmel, and then saying that it's illegal to criticize the government.
Oh, yeah,
on
I
TV.
think that's a big problem as well, but would you agree that Biden did the same thing with the Hunter Biden laptop story?
Biden did the same thing with the Hunter Biden laptop story. How so?
Well, sorry, maybe it wasn't Biden, my bad, but they did a deal with Facebook and social media companies. Not a deal, sorry, but they coerced in the same way that they did with Jimmy Kimmel for the social media companies to censor the Hunter Biden laptop story.
Okay, yeah, like which ones?
Right, so that's
Like who
similar. I
and
mean, I
which
agree
ones?
with you that the Trump thing
Who
is bad,
coerced
but
them
I'm
into
trying
doing
to
what?
see if you.
Who
Sorry,
coerced
what?
who coerced them into doing what, and what would the punishment be if they didn't do it?
What would the punishment be if they didn't do it?
Yeah, and like who's
Well,
coercing them
I
into
don't,
doing
I don't
what?
believe
Like,
that we
like
actually
specifically
have
who?
those details. I don't think that's public.
Okay,
so I
we don't.
probably
So,
couldn't tell you.
so I mean, wouldn't coercement require some type of punishment if they weren't to do it? Isn't that like the definition of coercement?
Oh, absolutely. I'm just saying we weren't aware of it.
Okay, well
I'm
then
sure
you're just
there
saying that you're
was.
not aware that it's actually coercive.
Really?
Yeah,
I mean,
because
the story's actually been
coercive,
out, really.
definitionally speaking, would require some incentive structure of like, if you don't do this, then these like bad things are going to happen to you. That's what coercing somebody is, right? Coercing individuals can be like very nuanced in very many scenarios, but ultimately it reduces down to an incentive structure that if you don't do this, then you're going to undergo some like displeasure. Okay, at its
Sorry, I actually looked it up and I
ask
have
you
the
to
source for you
clarify,
now.
like the displeasure and which would be experienced by media companies if they didn't do this, and what exactly happened.
Sorry, I'll actually read it out to you now because I actually looked it up because it was just an example I gave off the top of my head. I haven't researched it recently, but also I don't even know how we got so sidetracked onto this point. It was just because of your deflection, but I don't really care. We can continue. This is from...
You're the one that brought up the Hunter Biden laptop story. Stop projecting.
No, because I wanted to see if you actually were consistent on your beliefs, which I don't believe you
Okay,
are.
exactly. Your first word was I, so therefore it wasn't me. And you said I'm the one that deflected.
No, but you originally deflected when you deflected from the border.
Yeah, well, remember how I give you a very clear explanation on how I didn't deflect, and you just kind of ignored it and are now re-repeating that I did deflect. But once again, how was the Biden-Harris administration going to punish these media organizations if they didn't like take off reporting about the Hunter Biden's laptop story? Who even like told them that they have to take them off? Like, what did they say? Who was it? When and where? Give me more information.
Yeah, so this is from the House Judiciary Committee. This is the title. It's from June 25, 2024. New information shows CIA contractors colluded with the Biden campaign to discredit the Hunter Biden laptop story.
What does discredit mean?
Well, I'd have to read the whole thing. Give me a sec. I will. But doesn't that title seem concerning to you? That like a political campaign is colluding with the CIA to try to make sure that a story can't be released.
This does seem concerning. This is why I'm asking you clarifying questions. So what does discredit mean?
Okay, wait. But like, if it's true that they censor speech, will you condemn it?
I'm asking a clarifying question. Like, if what is true, what is discrediting mean?
I'm reading through the article. Give me a sec. One sec.
Yo, Jennifer, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Saying, so weird, came on your live today to find out I wasn't following you. I know for a fact I have been. It's because I'm on my second account today. You probably follow my main. Thank you for the $10. That is very kind of you.
Okay, so here we go. On October 14th, 2020, the New York Post published a report detailing how Hunter Biden used the position and influence of his father, now President Joe Biden, for personal gain with the apparent awareness of President Biden. 5 days later, on October 19th, 2020, 51 former intelligence officials signed on to a public statement that stated that Hunter Biden laptop story had all the classic earmarks of Russian misinformation operation in an attempt to discredit the New York Post reporting. Wait. You think that's okay? Wait. I want to hear you say it. You think that is okay?
I think that that's fundamentally different than anything that we're discussing with the government saying that it's illegal to criticize them in the media. Because
would you agree that is?
Will you allow me to finish speaking? I would actually no, I wouldn't. I actually staunchly disagree that is attack on free speech, and I will tell you exactly why if you allow me to finish speaking. Wow. Because what year was that?
It was in 2020.
Exactly. Who was president in 2020? Not Biden. Okay. And you're telling me that a private citizen, Joe Biden, went and reached out to other private citizens, individuals that he knew from like the CIA, because he was serving as VP under Obama like 4 years prior. And, he went to them after hearing like Hunter Biden say like, oh, this story is fake. Or like maybe even Hunter Biden went directly to them because it sounds like you said Hunter Biden leveraged his dad's influence. So I'm going to actually repeat myself here and reframe what I'm saying.
With Biden being aware of it.
Hunter Biden went to a private citizen.
With Joe Biden being aware of it.
I need you to go ahead and allow me to finish speaking. Yes, one private citizen went to other private citizens with another private citizen being aware of it and acted upon their free speech like to discredit the story, saying that it has earmarks of like Russian misinformation, regardless if it was Russian misinformation or not, to then counteract narratives propagated in the media in which they were not stopping, but rather counteracting. That is not an infringement on free speech, but rather an example of free speech. And this is fundamentally different at its core than the commander-in-chief from the executive branch of the American government sitting down in the Oval Office telling reporters that it's illegal to criticize him in the media. Now, Hunter Biden's laptop, I don't know too much about it. I never did. I think the story goes, the Biden administration saw the Hunter Biden laptop story being reported on. They said it was Russian misinformation. And then later the FBI proved that it wasn't Russian information, but rather was real.
That's not the story.
Okay, that's not the story. Where was I wrong? Be succinct, because
you said that it was the Biden campaign that said it. It was, in this report clearly says that it was the Biden campaign that influenced the CIA to say it. So it was the CIA that said it. And it feels like you're saying that that the 51 CIA operators were private citizens. If it's 51 operators within a government institution, that's the government. That's the government. That's not a private citizen. 51 different individuals from the same CIA governmental organization. And I mean, I assume you're going to try to attribute it to Trump. You're going to say, oh, it was because Trump was in office, but the CIA is practically...
So even if we assume that 51 random CIA operatives are equivalent to that of Trump insofar as government influence and power, which they're not, but whatever, this would be like Donald Trump saying that human-caused climate change isn't real. Like, assuming that Hunter Biden's laptop was real, assuming that Hunter Biden's laptop was not Russian misinformation, and all these CIA operatives said it was Russian misinformation, that would just be like Donald Trump saying that human-caused climate change isn't real, okay? Someone in a position of authority inside of the government saying that something is true is false, okay? But even inside of the conversation that we're having right now, I'm not paralleling Donald Trump attacking free speech by saying something that's not true, such as the idea that human-caused climate change isn't real. I'm making an argument that he's attacking free speech by coming out swinging with the power of the government, saying that it is illegal to criticize him on TV. right? So, like,
Oh, well, I
once
agree
again,
with
I
you
think
there.
that these examples are fundamentally different. I
Let me
could, one moment,
explain why they're not.
no. I could debate you on the merits of the actions of the CIA and saying that, you know, the the Hunter Biden laptop story had marks of misinformation, of Russian misinformation, on if the claims of the CIA operatives were true or false. I could debate you on the merits of that. But in debating you on the merits of that claim, we're speaking about something that is fundamentally different from the topic of debate, which is using the government to attack free speech. Because just having somebody in the government, like in the CIA, saying something that is probably true, they were able to point out things in which were indicative of Russian misinformation, even if they were wrong, is not an attack on free speech. It is saying something that is incorrect. Saying something that is incorrect is not equivalent to attacking free speech. When Donald Trump says
Censoring
something, one
information,
moment,
dude.
one
There's a
moment,
difference.
when Donald Trump says something that is incorrect, such as human clause climate change isn't real, that's not attacking free speech, that's saying something that is wrong. When Donald Trump says something that is incorrect, such as the idea that he was man of the year in Michigan 30 years ago, that's not attacking free speech, that's saying something that is incorrect. When Donald Trump says when Donald Trump says Tylenol causes autism, that's not Donald Trump attacking free speech, that is saying something that is harmfully incorrect. But when Donald Trump says it is illegal to criticize him in the media, not only is that saying something that is incorrect, but it is also a fundamental attack upon the First Amendment liberties of Americans, because now our goddamn president is suggesting that it is literally illegal to speak negatively upon him, reframing the domain of public discourse away from debate and discussion about what we think is true and false, such as those CIA operatives, right, proponing their position in the debate of the public discourse, that the Hunter Biden laptop story had markers of Russian misinformation, which you could criticize in the domain of public discourse, but now rather reframing it to the idea that you don't even have the ability to have said discourse, you don't even have the ability to critique ideas that you disagree with and put forward your own, like the CIA operatives did when they said it had markers of Russian misinformation. But now it's saying that, well, what is in the media, what we can discuss, is up to the liberty of what is legal and illegal, and it is now illegal in the eyes of our government to do as much as to criticize them.
Okay. You made a bunch of points. I hope you'll actually give me the chance to finish all of my counters. Okay. There is a large difference between discrediting information and discrediting information with the intent of having it censored to the public. And that was the intent of the Biden administration when they did that. So you have to look at the intent and you have to look at the actual outcome. Donald Trump might say climate change isn't real, but he's not actually censoring the information that climate change is real. That's exactly what the Biden administration did. And
And how do they do that?
There's a difference.
How do they do that?
By discrediting it and by having the CIA make it look like that it's Russian misinformation.
Wait, so then you're saying that they're censoring it in
That's
virtue
censorship.
of discrediting it. So therefore, Donald Trump is censoring research that demonstrates human-caused climate change is real in virtue of discrediting it.
So when did what? That makes okay. I need you to.
If
repeat
that argument made no sense, then you're saying your argument makes no sense.
I need you to restate what you said.
You argued that these CIA operatives were censoring misinformation about Hunter Biden's laptop in virtue of saying that it could be plausibly discredited. So therefore, when Donald Trump definitively discredits human-caused climate change, in virtue of that fact, he's censoring information to suggest the opposite.
So he never definitively discredited climate change.
Yeah, he said
never
that
did
human-caused
And
climate change isn't real. That
Donald
was a
Trump
definitive
can make a
discredit.
statement that is factually inaccurate. That doesn't mean that he's discrediting it. When there's a widespread attempt to actually censor information, that is separate. Those are two different things.
Wait. So then how did the CIA operatives discredit it? Weren't they just making statements that were factually inaccurate in accordance with your view?
Well, I think it's different when it's coming from an actual government organization, which is like the CIA. I
Or
think
the
that's pretty
president?
separate. I mean, I'd say, I think this is a pretty. I'm really shocked that you're defending this. I assume that you would probably be more principled.
I'm actually just pointing out the issues in your own train of thought here. You're saying a member of a government organization said something was wrong, and in virtue of a member of an organization saying something is wrong, they are thereby censoring information to say that it is not wrong. That is the foundation of your position. However, you are not applying the same foundation to an example of somebody like Donald Trump saying that it is wrong to suggest that humans can cause climate change, and you are arguing that even though he is in a position of authority inside of the American government, he is not censoring those in which would disagree with him.
You're missing something. So the issue is that they were influenced to do that by the Biden administration. That's what you're leaving out when you make that comparison.
You're saying that this was like the speech was influenced by a member of a presidential administration?
No, I said that that's the difference.
Well, this wouldn't be a difference. Isn't Donald Trump the president, meaning that anything he does is influenced by the presidential administration since he is the presidential administration?
Right, but it was Biden, or it was the Biden campaign and Hunter Biden with the knowledge of Joe Biden that influenced them to do it.
Wait. But like, once again, even if I just accept what you're saying right now, Donald Trump is president, and while he's president, he says that it is misinformation that humans cause climate change. That is a presidential administration influence on an action. And by the way, Biden was not president in 2020, so you're wrong. So actually, under your framework,
that's not what I said.
I
said
that the critique of something has to be influenced by a presidential administration in order to be censoring speech in which would disagree. Under your framework, actually, even if Biden did this, I don't know if he did or not, would not be an attack on free speech as it was not influenced by a presidential administration. It would not be censoring information which would disagree. However, under your framework, when Trump says that human-caused climate change doesn't exist, because that is being influenced by a presidential administration, his presidential administration, that would be an attack on free speech and a censorship of those in which would disagree. So actually, using your logic, Biden did nothing wrong and Trump did something wrong.
Okay, is the executive branch the only branch of government that can censor free speech?
The executive branch is the only branch of government in which is...
No, I'm asking you that. Are they the only branch of government that can censor free speech?
No, but under your framework...
Well, I'm telling you, it was the entire Democratic Party that was saying it was Russian misinformation, knowing that it wasn't. So that applies to members of Congress. So it's every Democrat.
So now we've actually just reduced your claim down to something further. I think that you're getting upset and you're making bad arguments. Would you like to take that one back?
No, I'm not going to take that back.
Okay, because now you're just saying that saying something that others think is wrong is censoring free speech. When I say that the big beautiful bill is bad, do you think I'm wrong?
No, I don't think you're. I mean, I disagree, but yeah, I think you're wrong.
Okay, so
therefore, actually, no, I would agree.
Therefore, in accordance with your view, I'm censoring free speech about like the big beautiful.
No, it's different when you know something is true and you intentionally censor it. I don't think that any of the claims that the big beautiful bill is wrong.
And now you're positing knowledge. Can you please demonstrate the mental states of these 51 CIA operatives and definitively prove that they had knowledge that it was real?
Well, I don't really have access to that information to be able to definitively prove it. So no, but I think that's.
But now you're arguing that.
We know now that.
But you're saying that this knowledge. Wait, we know now that they knew that it's true. What's the evidence?
I just read you the report, bro. Do you want me to read it to you again?
No, the report just said that they said it had marks of Russian misinformation, not said that they
it was
said
the Hunter
it had marks
Biden
of Russian
story.
misinformation. Meanwhile, they knew it actually didn't.
Wait. You think Hunter Biden wouldn't know if the Hunter Biden laptop story was true or not?
I'm not saying Hunter Biden wouldn't lie.
You are. Wow. Would Hunter Biden know if the Hunter Biden laptop story was true or not?
I'm saying that Hunter Biden would know if it's true or not, but Hunter Biden would also probably lie. And that's what I think is most likely. Honestly, if you want to ask me about like the Hunter Biden laptop story, like I'm pretty sure it was confirmed as true by the FBI on multiple occasions. And I think that he lied. And he told his dad, he told his family, and he used that influence to try to convince other people to try to cover it up. And I think that was really fucked up of Hunter. But once again, you've still not sufficiently demonstrated.
Yeah, you still took a photo with him smiling, right? You still took a photo with him smiling despite that, right?
I didn't know about the Hunter Biden.
Maybe that was Harry. My bad. Maybe that was Harry. But you were at that party with him, right?
Hell yeah.
Okay. Would you associate with someone that says misinformation and intentionally tries to get the government to censor that misinformation?
I mean, I have you on my live right now.
Really? I'm trying to get the government to censor misinformation? In what way?
No, it's in response to your first part, saying somebody that says misinformation. It was supposed to be a joke.
Oh, wow. What misinformation have I said?
By the way, was I supposed to like leave that party as soon as I saw like Hunter Biden? Was I supposed to turn around and leave?
I'm pretty sure you knew he was going to be there in the first place.
No, I
so.
didn't.
Okay, maybe you didn't.
So now you're assuming the mind states of not only these 51 elusive CIA operatives, but you're also assuming those of mine. So once again, can you please demonstrate to me that when these 51 CIA operatives said that the Hunter Biden laptop story had markers of misinformation, that in all reality they knew it didn't? I'm actually curious.
Sorry, I was talking. I think it's more the fact that they were influenced to say that by Hunter Biden, that it probably wasn't conclusive.
Okay. So if the son of an old vice president influences people in government to say something, and then they do, then them saying that said something is censoring speech.
If their intent is to censor information.
How do you know that you're saying that their intent is to censor misinformation? When you say their intent is to censor
information, not
misinformation,
censor information, not misinformation.
What precisely do you mean by that? Are you just saying like to stop the dissemination of information which would say otherwise?
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that their intent was to censor anyone who was saying that there was a Hunter Biden laptop story, and to have it discredited.
How are you using the word censor there?
Censor, attempt to discredit so that it can't be spread.
An attempt to discredit? Okay. So you're saying that because they said that
with like
false,
as a result of it being discredited,
so you're saying because they said it was false, they were attempting to discredit. Sure, I'm just going to point out more issues within your own line of thought as it would relate to your statements and beliefs on Trump, right? I'm not necessarily telling you you're wrong. I'm telling you you're a hypocrite. When Donald Trump says that it is wrong that humans cause climate change, I'm just now going to baselessly assume that he had an intent to suppress information to demonstrate an alternative. And if you tell me that I can't assume just because he thinks that it is wrong that humans cause climate change, that therefore he possessed an intent to stop the dissemination of information that would say otherwise, I'll just say that right back to you as it would relate to your statement.
My assumption of their intent is not baseless. My assumption of their intent is not baseless.
Okay.
Reposts. What about my repost chat?
Okay, so then you're saying, I just out of curiosity, why are you saying that how do you know that their intent was to, why do I have you blocked?
You have me blocked? I have no idea.
Why do I have you blocked on my main account?
Oh, it's because I made fun of you for saying the N-word. I remember. Yeah. That was funny.
Oh, yeah. Weird.
You can drop me if you want for that. I don't really care.
Weird. Anyways.
I support Israel. Yeah, how horrible. Okay.
So once again, what is the argument?
What is the argument? That my assumption of their intent is not baseless.
Yeah, what's the argument?
Oh, yeah. So the argument is that... Sorry, what?
I'm just curious. What's the base?
What's the base of the argument?
Yep.
Well, it's the facts that I presented at first.
In the facts
that they didn't. So the fact was that they had no conclusive evidence to believe that it was misinformation. They did it because they were told by Hunter Biden with the knowledge of the Biden campaign.
Wait, didn't you just say that they reported that it had marks of Russian misinformation?
Yes, that's what I said.
Okay, did it have marks of Russian misinformation? Like, what were the marks that they said?
Like, it doesn't say that in the support.
Wait, yeah, give us like exactly what these 51 CIA agents said. Like, I'm curious.
You expect me to pull that up? I mean,
yeah,
I can
do,
pull that up.
Because you're making an argument that these 51 CIA agents were censoring were censoring free speech based upon what they said. So what exactly did they say?
I'll look that up for you, Dean. Sure. Give me a sec.
I honestly, this should have been my first question. Like, what exactly did they say? Lori, thank you so much for the $25 over on YouTube. I really appreciate you for that love. Show some love to Lori down below in that chat, y'all. As well as Jolene with the $20 on Super Chat. Jolene says, much love and support. Keep up the good fight. Thank you, Lori and Jolene. Y'all are awesome. As well as Raven with the $20, saying they always default back to defensive mode when they're losing the debate. They always do every single time. I appreciate you three so much for the love. I really do appreciate it. As well as Bonnie with the $10 in Venmo saying, keep it up. I love listening to you. Even at 45, you literally teach me something new every single time I do listen to you. Thank you, Bonnie. I appreciate you for the $10. As well as Jennifer with the $10 over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for the love. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much, Jennifer.
Yeah, I'm reading through an argue right now. One sec.
And Miles Square, thank you for the $25 over on PayPal. It says, Walt's full statement. Years ago, it was the little things, telling people to vote the day after the election, and we kind of brushed them off. Now we know it's intimidation at the ballot box. It's undermining the ideal that mail-in ballots aren't legal. I think we need to push back on this. There's no guarantee to free speech on misinformation or hate speech, and especially around our democracy. Tell the truth where the voting places are, who can vote, and who will be able to be there. Isn't that the statement that you said, Tim Waltz had said, that was them campaigning on free speech violations?
I wasn't listening to you. I'm looking for the article right now.
I just read off the whole statement that Waltz had said about there's no guarantee to free speech on misinformation or hate speech, especially surrounding our democracy. Tell the whole truth where the voting places are, who can vote, and who will be able to be there. Framed in a conversation about how individuals...
Oh yeah, that doesn't justify it.
Well, actually it does. Because it is actually...
No, it does not.
No, it is actually illegal. People have been sentenced to jail.
You think laws can be unconstitutional?
People have been sentenced to jail for like...
You think laws can be unconstitutional?
I'm gonna appreciate if you'd allow me to finish. People have been sentenced to jail for lying about like the day of the election. And in fact, I forget his name, but after the 2016 election, I forget his name, but he ran like this algorithm that sent texts to like all of like, I don't know, it was like 100,000 people that were going to vote for Hillary Clinton. And these texts included like fake locations to vote and fake times and places to vote. And he went to jail for like 4 years. And I'm pretty sure it falls under election fraud.
Do you think laws can be unconstitutional?
Yeah, but these laws surrounding election fraud aren't. They've only been upheld by courts forever. There's no case law.
Yeah, there's a lot of unconstitutional laws that have been held up by this.
Can you please give me a demonstration of any case law to argue that election fraud, indictments and convictions surrounding the dissemination of misinformation of like where and when to vote that have been
I can disagree with case law just like you disagree with case law. You disagree on Roe v. Wade, right? But it happened. Like Roe v. Wade got overturned.
Actually,
does that mean you agree with it just because it's case law?
This is an equivocation. My base on disagreeing with the Dobbs decision is going to be a moral one, not a legal one. I'm sure that the Dobbs decision was perfectly legal. It's just the fact that I think it's immoral.
Really?
Yeah, and if I thought
so
that the Dobbs,
you think that there isn't a
if I thought that the Dobbs decision was illegal, and I don't really even know how like SCOTUS can make an illegal ruling. It is self-defined that they have the ability to reinterpret the Constitution. Then like I wouldn't be advocating for new federal law to protect women's access to abortion. I'd be advocating for some type of check or balance on SCOTUS for making the illegal Dobbs decision.
Wait, so you think that there isn't a constitutional right to abortion?
It's not that I think, I know. I know that there's not a constitutional right to abortion because vested inside a SCOTUS per the Constitution is the ability to interpret said Constitution. And when they made the Dobbs ruling, reinterpreting the protections clause of the 14th,
on the interpretation
it absolutely
of the
is the case that no, abortion is not constitutionally protected given SCOTUS's rulings at Dobbs.
Okay, let me clarify the question. Based on your interpretation of the Constitution, do you think that abortion is protected by the Constitution?
Yeah, I actually...
Your personal interpretation.
I don't know enough about the protections clause of the 14th to make that determination.
Okay, that's fair. Because I'm shocked because that's definitely not a left-wing position, saying that abortion is not a constitutional right. That was pretty surprising to me to hear you say that. But I actually respect you because I agree with it. And if you want to do it, you have to do it through Congress. So.
I'm so sorry. I think that I disagree with you. I don't think that it's a left-wing position to believe that in like the scope of how the Constitution is defined today, that abortion is not a constitutional right. Like that's obviously true, right? Because of the Dobbs decision, right? If it wasn't a common left-wing belief to believe that abortion is not a constitutional right anymore because Donald Trump...
I'm not talking about anymore. I'm talking about the interpretation.
Because he directed SCOTUS to overturn it, then you wouldn't have seen the left like rallying around Kamala Harris and attempting to get her to pass congressional policy to codify women and girls' right to choose.
Well, I'm talking about the individual interpretation of individuals on the left. And under this logic, it seems like you would support the decision being overturned. Do you support it then? If you think that it's unconstitutional, would you support Roe v. Wade being overturned?
I don't.
I want to hear you say this.
There's no correlation between these two things. I think it's unconstitutional because the Dobbs decision ruled it was unconstitutional. Meaning, prior to the Dobbs decision, I thought it was constitutional because of Roe v. Wade. Like,
so
that's just how
you base all
interpretations
your
of the
decisions
Constitution
about
work.
constitutionality based on the Supreme Court. That must mean that you think that the Dred Scott decision was okay, right?
Okay. Well, first I'm going to respond to the first part of that. It just is now you're equivocating between constitutional and okay. No, it just is the case that SCOTUS has the ability to interpret the Constitution. That's what the Constitution defines their role as. Even when the Dred Scott decision was made, yes, when the Dred Scott decision was made, it was the case that Black Americans did not have a constitutional right towards citizenship. In fact, if you think that I'm wrong for suggesting that after the Dred Scott decision was made, Black Americans didn't have a constitutional right to citizenship, does this mean that you didn't support the 14th Amendment?
No,
Oh,
I'm not
fuck.
saying that.
Oh, wait, you are saying that. Because if you thought they already had the constitutional right to citizenship prior to the 14th Amendment, then why would we need the 14th Amendment? Oh, wait, we needed the 14th Amendment to designate citizenship for Black Americans because the Dred Scott decision made it unconstitutional for them to be citizens. Therefore, we changed the Constitution to account for the fact that the Dred Scott decision made it unconstitutional.
Again, you think I'm talking about your personal interpretation of the Constitution.
Wait, if you're talking about my personal interpretation of the Constitution, then you wouldn't be asking me about the interpretation of SCOTUS at all. And the Dred Scott, Dobbs, and Roe v. Wade would be completely
because I'm
irrelevant.
confused, because it seems like your interpretation of the Constitution is just based on whatever the Supreme Court says.
No, that's my understanding of the legal system in America and how the Constitution is understood by the legal system. Maybe that's the disconnect.
Okay, well, thanks for clarifying.
Like when I say
think
something,
this is
when
a
I say something
ridiculous
is
position.
unconstitutional in America, I'm not going to be relaying my personal beliefs. I'm going to be relaying the facts of the criminal justice system. Like for instance, I'll give you an example, right? Because you're asking me if I think something should or shouldn't be unconstitutional, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so like asking me if I think something should or shouldn't be illegal, right?
Sure.
Okay, understand it this way. Do you think that child marriage should be illegal in all 50 states?
No. Or legal or illegal. I think it should be illegal. Child marriage should be illegal.
Illegal.
Okay, I totally misheard you. I promise you I misheard you. I think it should be illegal.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. So we share that same personal decision, that same personal belief that child marriage should be illegal in all 50 states. Does that mean
Yes,
that
it
it is
should be
illegal in
illegal.
all 50 states?
It should be illegal.
But
Child
does that
marriage
mean that
should
it
be
is illegal?
No.
Okay, great. And that's all that I'm saying about the Constitution. I could interpret parts of the Constitution and come to conclusions of what I think should or shouldn't be constitutional in accordance with case law, the explicit text of the amendments, articles, so on and so forth. But ultimately, at the end of the day, if SCOTUS has a different interpretation, and it is SCOTUS interpretation that sets the law of the land, even if I think X should be constitutional or unconstitutional, if SCOTUS says otherwise, then I'm wrong, or I'm not wrong. It just is the case that it actually isn't constitutional or constitutional. Do you understand what I mean? So, like, for instance, like if I were to interpret the privacy clause of the 14th into meaning that women's access to abortion is constitutionally protected, if SCOTUS rules that it isn't, then it isn't constitutionally protected. That's just the fact of the matter.
Yes.
I'm just saying that I disagree and I think it should.
I
but that doesn't
understand
change
your
that it isn't.
clarification. I understand.
Okay, so now going back once again, please tell me what the 51 CIA individuals said about Hunter Biden laptop. About the Hunter Biden laptop.
Yeah. Okay. Give me a sec. I mean, I wasn't done reading the source when you made that statement, so one sec. Wait, but can I just ask you like a general question?
I mean, I think that discourse in the middle of you attempting to find this document signed on by these 51 CIA operatives has been distracting you from finding said document.
But I promise you I'll go right back to it afterwards.
Preferably not. I want to know what the document said because you're saying it was attack on free speech.
No, I promise you I'll go right back to it.
I'm telling you.
Just let me ask one question.
I'm telling you.
Okay, fine. Well, I read the Politico article and I had a bunch of different quotes, but basically the general consensus is it had like characteristics of Russian misinformation.
Okay. And
but this was prior to it being released.
Yeah, so like what did they say? Like specifically. Did they say
Well,
it
there
had
were
characteristics
several
of Russian
different
misinformation?
statements. There were several different statements. Do you want me to read one of them to you?
Yeah.
Okay. One sec. So there were like conflicting statements from the DNI and the CIA. Give me a sec.
Yeah, I want the ones.
Such an operation would be
operatives.
consistent. Oh, I was about to read it.
Go ahead.
Such an operation would be consistent with Russian objectives as outlined publicly and recently by the intelligence community to create political chaos in the United States and to deepen political divisions here.
Yeah, that just sounds like discourse on the topic. I don't think that's
Right, but the issue is that they were influenced to make that statement by the Biden campaign. I would agree with you if
by
it
Hunter
was
knowledge
if they
of
were,
Biden.
with the knowledge of Biden. It says that in the report by the House Judiciary Committee that Joe Biden had knowledge of his son Hunter Biden doing it.
Right. I think that, okay, so I'm actually just going to go ahead and assume like the most dystopian view ever. Biden knew that the laptop was real, and Biden had knowledge that his son went to these operatives and asked for their thoughts on the laptop. They gave their thoughts. They said it had markers of Russian misinformation. In this circumstance, what I'd say is that, like, obviously, like, it was like wrong of Biden to like knowingly allow this to occur, given that he knew it was real. This would be something that Biden did that I would disagree with. However, I don't think that this would be an attack on free speech, right? Because I like fundamentally categorize attacks on free speech different than like public discourse, right? And like seemingly like all that these 51 like CIA operatives said was that it has characteristics of Russian disinformation, and then they release that into the public discourse to be like considered in like surrounding like conversation
with the intent of having the information be discredited and therefore censored.
Okay, so you're saying that, well,
and
it's
because
not
of the influence of the person running for government.
Well, it's actually, it's not with the intent of attempting to discredit information in which would disagree. It is discrediting information in which would disagree by them suggesting that
and with the intent of having it censored.
Information. But like all public discourse, like in which is in conflict with one another, is discrediting what the other person would say. Like for instance, when you say that you support Trump and I say I don't support Trump, I'm discrediting the fact that you do and attempting to give information to suggest that maybe you shouldn't. Right? And I just don't see this any differently than like the CIA operatives who realistically didn't know it was real, who realistically were probably told it wasn't real, to do an evaluation of the laptop to assess if there were absolutely, like any markers that this could be Russian misinformation. And seemingly even the language that they used there was exactly that, a marker. Right? Something can possess a marker of being Russian misinformation without actually being Russian misinformation.
Okay.
Right? And like seemingly like what they reported on was true. Like they said, this is consistent with Russian goals of misinformation.
Yeah, but why did they report on it, Dean?
Right? And then like additionally, like when Trump supporters, if you allow me to finish, when Trump supporters will say that, I don't know, Ukraine shouldn't be funded, that is consistent with Russian misinformation. Does that mean that what they are saying is Russian misinformation, insofar as the Kremlin literally giving them money to say it, a direct link to the Kremlin? No, right? It just has markers of it, and it's consistent with it. However, this is exactly what I would say about the CIA operatives. And in order for it to be an attack on free speech, it would probably have to be, I don't know, something like Biden being president and then saying it is illegal to say that it isn't Russian misinformation. Do you see how there's a big difference between Biden being president and saying that it's illegal to say his son's laptop isn't Russian misinformation, and Biden not being president, and then Biden's son asking CIA operatives to look at this laptop, probably not telling them that it's real, suggesting to them that it's false, then them doing an objective evaluation on if it aligns with the interests and goals of Russian misinformation and concluding that it might? Like, I just think that there's such a fundamental difference between those two things.
I want to test what you're saying and see if you hold the same standard for Trump. So if leading up to the 2024 election, if Trump had influenced the CIA and the federal government to say that the E. Jean Carroll case was false and that it didn't happen and that we have conclusive proof or that we have indicators that E. Jean Carroll was lying, would that be an attack on free speech?
Let's just make it like more synonymous. So if Donald Trump's son, Don Jr., went to people that like he knew in like the CIA or like maybe even like old ex-prosecutors, so on and so forth, and Donald Trump Donald Trump Jr. went to these ex-prosecutors and he was like, hey, could you please look at the prosecution of Trump for the rape of E. Jean Carroll and evaluate
Well, that's not
it.
synonymous.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not the CIA. It'd have to be the CIA for it to be synonymous.
Yeah, but it's going to be like within like relevant fields of research. Like the CIA is going to know what is best about Russian misinformation, and prosecutors are going to know what is best about like court proceedings, right?
I mean, I'd rather just stick with the CIA because I think the CIA bears significantly more influence than prosecutors. So,
okay, but like honestly, like what the hell would a CIA agent know about court proceedings? Like, why would that be like a figure of authority? I'm trying to make your argument stronger here. Like, you'd say that like this was like compelling misinformation because it came from the CIA. That would be a figure of authority in reference to Russian misinformation. Like, it would be more compelling misinformation to have like a lawyer or a prosecutor suggest that E. Jean Carroll wasn't actually raped by Donald Trump. Like, I'm actually just trying to make your argument more compelling, so when I refute it, you have less to say.
Sure, you can say that if you want.
Right. So Don Jr. goes to like ex-prosecutors, maybe a couple MAGA lawyers, and he's like, guys, review over the contents of this case. And then they do, and then they come out with a conclusion that like, here's our reason to believe that like maybe E. Jean Carroll's lying. Yeah, that wouldn't be attack on free speech.
With the intent of censoring speech.
With the intent of like discrediting others saying otherwise. Like obviously.
Like let's say with the intent of like saying that.
Of like discrediting individuals that say otherwise, right?
Like with the intent of like saying that something that is blatantly incorrect, like of saying something that's blatantly incorrect. Like let's say like with the intent of saying that the judge was corrupt, with the intent of saying that every single juror was paid off or something like that. With the intent of saying something that is false and with the intent of having it censored.
Oh, okay. Well, now you're getting off of what the CIA agents did because it wasn't blatantly incorrect that the Hunter Biden laptop story possessed markers of Russian misinformation.
Well, hey, we don't know everything about what the government knew, and I'll admit that this is speculation, but I think the CIA knows significantly more than we do, and I'm fairly confident that they knew for a fact that it was not misinformation.
Yeah, based upon your first comment, you just said that it's speculatory. We don't do speculation here.
Well, if you're not going to speculate about what the government is doing, then you're never going to know what the government is doing. So
yeah, but speculation
because there's been a lot of conspiracy theories about the government that turned out to be true.
Speculation is defined like the lack of evidence. Or a low level
yeah, I agree.
Right? But obviously, if we're engaging in a debate, you can't just give me an argument with no evidence.
Well, I mean...
So once again, the issue with your statement there is that, no, it wasn't blatantly incorrect, that there's no markers of Russian misinformation within the Hunter Biden laptop story.
I mean, I would say that... I think that based on their knowledge at the time, they should have known that it was not misinformation.
Okay.
And they should have known that it was an irresponsible statement to make and that it would end up with censorship. And I'm pretty sure they did know that, and that's why they did it.
Well, seemingly now I've like won the debate because now you're shifting away from saying it was attack on free speech to saying like they should have known that it was real. Okay, I agree. Right? But now all of a sudden it's attack on free speech.
And knowing and their intent when doing that, knowing that it was not real or knowing that it was real,
but
was
guess
to
what?
censor the
You've
correct
already admitted that you
information
don't have
real.
evidence that they knew it was real.
Sure. Well, do you have evidence that that Trump knew that Jimmy Kimmel was lying, or that Yeah.
What?
Do you have evidence that? Sorry, that made no sense. I shouldn't have said that. My bad.
I'm just gonna go back to the question that you asked me about Trump. I actually think that's a pretty compelling argument that'll make myself clear. Okay.
I retract my statement.
Fine, whatever. We're gonna go back to your analogy about
You can't
Trump,
trust the government.
I've continued to reiterate here that I don't believe that like the 51 CIA agents saying that the Hunter Biden laptop story possessed markers of misinformation was like an attack on free speech. And like there's even some people in the chat that are watching that are on the left, like, Dean, why would you say that? Like this is one of those times where you just have to like condemn Biden because that was bad, right? And I agree. Like you know the Hunter Biden laptop story, the FBI came out and said that it was real. I think that it was irresponsible of Biden, and I think that it was irresponsible of like the FBI, so on and so forth, to say otherwise, to say that it wasn't real off the gate. All that I'm saying is that that wasn't an attack on free speech. They were just simply positing what they knew at the time, and they were giving good reason to back up alternative views to the idea that it's real. And actually, the analogy that you gives a really good example of this. So, like, if Donald Trump's son were to go to like prosecutors and lawyers, and they were like, "Hey, look at this E. Jean Carroll court case. I want you to look into it," and then they do look into it, they like find like reasons of doubt, like, "Oh, like she didn't possess. Oh, like she didn't possess. And like these prosecutors that Don Jr. went to ended up coming out and they're like, oh, like E. Jean Carroll didn't possess enough evidence. Like, oh, E. Jean Carroll didn't take this to criminal court. Oh, like E. Jean Carroll did like X, Y, and Z. Okay. Well, no, that wouldn't be an attack on free speech. They were just wrong.
I think the issue is you're assuming that the CIA wouldn't have had knowledge of if it was misinformation. And I promise you that based on the vast networks of intelligence that the CIA has access to, including from people even within Russia or very close to Russia, that they would have known if it was misinformation or not.
Okay, prove it.
And I would agree that that's speculation, but I think it's based on historical examples and it's based on many examples, right?
I don't think that you have a strong enough inductive case. Oh, wait, whoa. But even if like we assume your logic here, they have to know that it's false in order for it to be attempting to like infringe upon like the First Amendment if they say that it's false. Okay, Donald Trump knows that it is false that he didn't grape E. Jean Carroll. Donald Trump has said that he didn't grape E. Jean Carroll. Therefore, Donald Trump
actually
is
no, you
censoring
can't
speech.
conclusively say that you know that he graped E. Jean Carroll. So you can argue that the evidence
Wait,
points towards that, but he was never found guilty.
I thought
so
that
we
you.
can't say it's conclusive.
I thought that you accepted that.
No, I was saying that from your perspective. No.
Yeah, he was
I did not accept that.
Yeah, he was not liable. He was found guilty of grape.
He wasn't found guilty. He was found liable, which means that the evidence was not
I use the
beyond a
terms like
reasonable doubt.
liable and interchangeable interchangeably.
Wait,
And that's
you
actually
use
wrong.
liable and guilty interchangeable because the standard of evidence is very different.
Well, I don't use the
do.
term. I don't use the term guilt or guilty mutually exclusive to criminal courts. Anyways, to get back to what you said.
That's a
So you also
pretty
just said-
dumb definition of guilty then. I'd say.
I just define guilty as they did it. Right? We have like
Well, I
sufficient
don't
reason to
think you
believe
know
that
that.
they did it.
I don't think you know that for sure.
Yeah, I think that I have sufficient reason to believe that Trump did it.
I think you may have reason to believe that he probably did it. I don't think you can say for certain that he did it though.
Okay. Well, then you also said there that liability means that it wasn't proved beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt. That's not true.
Sorry, what?
Liability.
Yeah, wait, what?
Liability does not mean that it wasn't.
I never made that statement. Liability is based on the balance of probabilities.
I think
guilt
that-
is based on if it's found beyond a reasonable doubt.
I think that you said that if somebody's held like civilly liable in like a civil court of law, then this means that they were not proven guilty beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt, which is not true.
Oh, it doesn't necessarily mean that, but I can
There
tell
you
you
go.
for a
Not
fact as
necessarily.
someone who's going
There you
into
go.
law.
Not necessarily.
But
There you
I can tell you for a fact as someone going into law that based on the evidence in the E. Jean Carroll case, there is no way that he would have been found guilty in a court of law. It was not beyond a reasonable doubt.
Okay. What was a reasonable doubt?
What was the reasonable doubt?
Yeah.
That there was no conclusive evidence that he did it. That was the reasonable doubt.
Okay. Can you like more like specifically name a reasonable doubt? Wait. I feel like we're getting off topic.
That
because
was the
now we're
reasonable doubt.
I feel like we're getting off topic because now we're discussing the merits of the E. Jean
Oh,
Carroll
so
case
it's
instead of
okay
a
when I
conversation
go
about
off
free speech.
topic. Or so it's okay when you go off topic, but not when I do. Okay.
When did I go off topic?
Several times. Do I need to say it again?
Yes.
When
When
you
did I go off-
deflected
when-
from when we were
when did I
talking about the
clearly go off
border to
topic?
talk about the Hunter Biden laptop story.
Wait, once again, I described to you how that wasn't a deflection, as it was conceptually related due to the fact that you were saying that you support removing people from the country for like exhausting the law and breaking the law. Yet you support Donald Trump as president, even though he continues to exhaust and break the law.
I'd say support.
There's a conceptual relationship between those 2 points. Obviously, there's not a conceptual relationship between the point of the merits of the basis of the E. Jean Carroll grape case and the claim that like Biden and Biden's administration infringed upon the free speech of Americans when Hunter Biden had 51 CIA agents apparently come out and say that there's like markers of Russian misinformation within the case. Like, can you explain to me the conceptual relationship between those two things?
Well, I was using it as an example of potential Russian or potential misinformation or censorship of information that could be true.
Okay, can you please like explain the example? Explain the relationship between like a debate about the merits of the E. Jean Carroll court case and the original conversation about Biden and Russian misinformation.
No, I wouldn't say it. I was giving the E. Jean Carroll court case as an example, but the actual merits of the case, no, that wouldn't be related to the conversation about censorship of speech by Biden. No, that's not related.
Okay, so then you agree that it was unrelated.
I mean, yeah, the conversation branched off there, but yeah, that's unrelated.
Okay, so then why was it wrong for me to say we're getting off topic? This is unrelated if I was right.
Oh, I was just pointing out that you're a hypocrite.
Well, no, I'm not a hypocrite because I've already re-demonstrated how it was related. Would you like me to demonstrate the relationship for the third time?
Would you like me to demonstrate why it's not related?
Would you like to respond to my argument that it is?
Yeah, because there's a difference between supporting someone and wanting them to, or there's a difference between. Sorry, can you make your statement again? I forget exactly what you said.
Yeah, I said that these two topics were related because you said that people need to be removed from the country for like putting pressure on the law and breaking the law. And I was like, okay, well, fuck, you think that this guy should be running the country for, even though he's putting pressure on the law and breaking the law? That's hypocritical.
Well, no, I wouldn't want Trump to be removed from the country. So I think that would be the difference.
Well,
I would want the individuals who illegally cross the border to be removed. I wouldn't want Trump to be deported.
Remember, we're using the term
supposedly violating the law.
We're using the term relation, not parallel. So it wouldn't be parallel in the sense that we literally want to remove Trump from the country, but it'd be related in the sense that we probably want to remove him from the White House or not put him in there to begin with.
Sure, you can make that argument.
Okay.
I mean, would you agree that it's a completely separate topic from what we were debating?
So it
like
is
the border and Trump's violation of the laws. Those are separate topics.
It's a separate topic, but it's a separate topic that has a conceptual relevancy. So insofar as the argument, and seemingly you just conceded that.
Sure, I'll concede that there's a conceptual relationship. Sure.
Okay, so when you
deflecting from a point and there being a conceptual relationship with the point that I made. I guess I differentiate between those two things.
You don't differentiate,
I would say,
or you do differentiate? Because if you did,
well,
if you did differentiate between those 2 points, it'd be very clear to you why I'm not a hypocrite. Because one was one was a deflection. I'm not saying that it was intentional from you. I just genuinely think that we both got sidetracked. And another one was like conceptually related to the topic. Therefore, it wasn't a deflection.
How do you define conceptually related?
Like, how do I define conceptually related? Having like
Sure.
some relationship.
I mean, this is semantics,
speaking,
but if you want to do this, I'll do it with you. So how do you define conceptually related?
Having a relationship conceptually speaking. to a common point. Yeah, having a relationship to a common point conceptually.
So the common point was that we were talking about the E. Jean Carroll case as an example.
What exactly did the merits of the E. Jean Carroll case have to prove to a common point as an example to Biden infringing upon free speech? Like, what is the common point?
Well, you didn't say that was a part of the definition, but if that's a part of the definition, which is not something that you said, then no, it would not be related.
Wait, I said that having a relationship to a common point conceptually was a part of the definition. In fact, that is the definition that I gave you.
Having a relationship and proving are two separate things.
Wait, I'm just asking to demonstrate that there is actually a common point. When I'm asking you to prove a common point, I'm just asking you to demonstrate that there is a common point. Because obviously, if there isn't a common point, then it is not conceptually related.
Okay, well, I mean, you said that it would have to be related, and then you said that it would have to prove it. Those are two separate things.
No, I'm saying that you have to prove the conceptual relationship. It's not proving the conceptual relationship. It's not a part of a conceptual relationship. I'm just saying, seemingly, the conceptual relationship doesn't exist to begin with.
So that's the issue. That's not what you said. What? So if you want to clarify that and say that that's the point now, then okay, but that's not.
I'm sorry. What do you mean that's not what I
totally
said?
Misinterpreted your
when did I say that proving a conceptual relationship is a part of the definition of a conceptual relationship? The statement proving a conceptual relationship is a part of a conceptual relationship is completely incoherent.
You said that it would prove a common point.
I think that you misinterpreted me. I was just asking you to prove that there was a common point.
I can concede that maybe I misinterpreted what you said. There you go.
All that I was doing was I was asking you to prove that there was a common point, to demonstrate that there's a conceptual relation.
Sure.
So can
you
want
to talk about Gaza? Because that's what I want to debate you on. Let's debate about Gaza.
You just want to move on from everything because you're getting grilled?
Oh yeah, you grilled me on if it was a conceptual relation or not. Wow, You really got me there.
That's one of the many things I did grill you on. Thanks for being honest with yourself.
Sure, I really don't care if you grilled me on if there was a conceptual relation between those two things. That's not something I really care about.
I just proved you wrong when you called me a hypocrite. Get pushed.
Great, let's talk about Israel. I want to cook you on that.
No, because we're not.
That's what I wanted to talk
point.
about in the first place, and then you started focusing.
You've been up here for an hour. You've been up here for an hour, and you haven't asked me to debate on Palestine or Israel once.
I did. I said that right away. Let's talk about the Middle East. I said it seems like we agree on Ukraine. Let's talk about the Middle East, because that's where I think we would disagree. I said that right away.
Okay, I don't remember if you said let's talk about the Middle East or that you care about the Middle East, but I'll give it to you. Whatever, okay? But no, I'm not done discussing the last topic with you, and that's typically how debates work, is you go one topic at a time. So now to go back to the last topic, once again, I have already definitively suggested to you that no, although I could say it was irresponsible of Biden and Biden's son, it was negligent of Biden and Biden's son and the CIA agents, it was not an attack on free speech for the CIA agents to suggest that the Hunter Biden's laptop story had markers of Russian misinformation.
It wouldn't be negligence if they had knowledge that it was untrue. So
and once again, you have already admitted that you do not have evidence that they had knowledge it was untrue. You have already admitted. You've already admitted this.
I was talking about Hunter Biden. You said it was negligent from Hunter Biden. I said it wouldn't be negligent if Hunter Biden knew that it was true.
Oh,
that would be
more specifically. I'd like to rephrase myself. More specifically,
oh, I got you there with your wording, Dean, just like you did with me. Wow, I really got you there.
I don't think that you got me with my wording. I think that I said it fine the first time. I'm just trying to be courteous. So now, if you're trying to get dunks off of me being courteous, well, then I'm just going to stand on what I said. I never said that it was negligent of Hunter Biden. I said that it was negligent of Biden and the CIA.
It's not what you said. That is not what you said.
Yeah, it is. No, I was being courteous there, but then you tried to use it. But then you tried to use me being courteous as a dunk.
Play the VOD.
I'm not going to play the VOD. I want you to respond to what I said.
Okay, of course you're not. Okay.
Oh, yeah, of course I'm not going to play the VOD because I'm making an argument. The first time you were like, oh, conceptual relations, you're a hypocrite, Dean, so that I dunked on you. And then the second time I made the argument, you're like, nah, wow, I'm a baby. I don't want to talk to you about this. I want to talk about Israel and Palestine. And then the third time I make an argument, you're like, oh, it wasn't negligent of Hunter Biden. And then I was like, okay, let me rephrase myself. Who's negligent of Biden and the CIA? Then you're like, oh, Dean, get dunked. You messed up your words. And then I was like, no, actually, I don't think I said that. I was just being courteous. And now the fourth time I've tried to make the argument. Now you're saying, oh, you don't want to replay the VOD. You want to do everything except for responding to the position, and I think that that's incredibly telling of the lack of a position. Once again, I will go and repeat the argument for you literally one last time. I think it was negligent of Biden and the CIA, and I think it was wrong of Hunter Biden. However, I don't think that this amounts to Biden launching an attack on free speech.
That's what I said. I said that you said it was negligent to Biden. That's the same thing that I said, bro.
No, when I say Biden, I mean Joe Biden.
Well, then you should have clarified that. You didn't say Joe. You said Biden.
Yeah, because typically...
So, of course, I interpreted that of being Hunter.
Typically, right? The word Biden refers to President Biden.
Wrong. Not necessarily.
Actually, now I'm going to start being anal about this because you're being annoying, too. So the way that we use wordings, they're not right and wrong, as semantics and linguistics are not objective. There's no objective standard for right or wrongness insofar as words. The only standard of like quote-unquote rightness or wrongness that we can portray is how they are used in society and what social utility using words in a particular manner would yield, okay?
But in the context that you're
obviously, the word Biden is used in society, and the social utility that it conveys is most likely and more likely than not President Biden. But now that I've clarified, right?
Depend on the context of the discussion.
Now that I've clarified,
the context of the discussion was about Hunter Biden.
In more contexts than not, Biden would be indexed to President Biden. Therefore, you can't say I was wrong with the way that I used the term.
Talk about this context, Dean, not separate context.
Yeah, even in this context.
If that was a general statement, it would be correct. But in this context, you're clearly talking about Hunter Biden.
Actually, not. He's the main individual. Actually, no. Because in this context, I didn't just say Biden. I said Biden and Hunter Biden.
No, but you were referring to but you were clearly referring to Biden when you said that. You were referring to Hunter Biden when you said that.
How could I possibly? Why would I refer to him twice? Why would I say Hunter Biden and Hunter Biden? That's
in the statement that you made saying that it was negligent by Biden. You did not refer to Joe Biden you did not refer to Hunter Biden and Joe Biden in the statement that you made about Biden being negligent.
I just did. I literally just did. I said it was negligent of Biden and the CIA, and it was wrong of Hunter Biden. Okay, no. I disagree, but whatever. Just respond to my argument. Whatever. I disagree. Just respond to the argument.
Oh, so you concede?
No, I don't concede. I just told you that I disagree. Me telling you that I disagree is very obviously not a concession.
It was a question, dude. I was asking if you concede.
Oh, and it was an answer, dude. I told you that I didn't, very obviously so, because I told you I disagreed.
Okay.
See how I could be just as insufferable as you? I'm so good at this game. Now respond to the argument.
Since you're like that with all of your guests. And since you don't actually debate, you just use...
If I'm not actually debating you, then why are you getting fried?
Your gotchas that you have prepared, and then I actually came up and I was smart, so we had an actual debate.
I'm actually going to tell you this. It's funny that you're telling me that I don't actually debate when I'm the one trying to give you an argument that you are refusing to respond to.
We debated, and now
funny.
We debated initially, and now I'm doing this because it's kind of fun, so...
Exactly. You're like, oh, it is kind of fun to like dodge your argument, Dean.
But this is what you do constantly.
How can you possibly be saying I constantly dodge arguments when you're dodging an argument that I gave you? That's so embarrassing. Dude, what a cope and projection. Literally, I gotta say, Evan, out of all of the times you could choose to tell me that I run away from arguments, to tell me that I don't debate, you chose the worst possible time to run that line of dialogue, given the context of our conversation, has been me giving you an argument to get you to respond to for the last 30 minutes. Now, honestly, I would be well at liberty to kick you right now because you've demonstrated yourself as a bad faith interlocutor. Literally, you just literally told me that you're not answering to my question because you think it's fun to try to rage bait. I am well within my rights to kick you from my stream right now. I am instead going to be gracious and give you a final last opportunity to attempt to respond to the argument that I gave you. Would you like to take me up on that opportunity, Evan, or not?
Oh, sure.
Okay, then respond to the argument.
Repeat it.
Yeah, I think that it was negligent of Biden and the CIA to put out paper or whatever describing that there's markers of Russian information on the laptop before they had the whole picture. However, I don't think that it was an attack on free speech.
Why would it have been negligent from Biden if it's his son and he would have had direct knowledge of it?
Yeah, I don't think that he had direct knowledge of it.
Can you support that statement?
Well, actually, the support of that statement
you made the claim. You're on the burden of proof.
Yeah, the support of the statement that I don't think he had direct knowledge of that fact is that seemingly
that's speculation, right?
Okay.
Speculation.
You're interrupting me?
Just like I did, speculation.
How are you calling my argument speculatory when I haven't even given you the argument yet? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Rage bait.
Get off my lot. Exactly. Did you just say rage bait? Dude, come on. I give you one last opportunity to engage in the argument, and then you're like, sure, Dean, what's the argument? I start giving you the argument, you interrupt me, and then I'm like, what are you doing? And then you're like, I'm rage baiting you. Get fucking pushed, Evan. Jesus Christ. Dude. No, I actually, I'm not mad. I'm not even upset. Because you know what that tells me? Is that he knows that I was stomping him. Most of the time, when I'm stomping a guest, they don't know it. And honestly, that kind of upsets me. It does, just the willful ignorance on not just the fact that they're wrong, but also the fact that they know they're wrong. They don't even know it. They don't even know they're wrong. They don't even know that I'm refuting them and proving them wrong. And that pisses me off. But Evan, he knew it and he showed it. He knew it and he showed it. How could I be mad? At the end of the day, I got what I wanted, which was just for him to know that he's wrong. And on a real note, the reason why, Evan, if you're still watching, I want you to know that you're wrong, is so hopefully one day you will decide to be right, seek truth, and stop supporting Trump as president. That's the purpose of the streams. Now, Sarah, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. I really appreciate you for that, love. As well as Nicholas, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. I really appreciate you for that love, Nicholas. Let's get 500 Nicholas W's down below in that chat. I really do appreciate you. Holy shit. Show some love to Nicholas down below. Nicholas with the 50 big ones says, Palestinians deserve to live. This guy supporting the senseless suffering and killing from Israel's invasion is disgusting. Yeah, we didn't even get around to talking about that. I would have loved to, but he was just incapable at debate, which was obvious. I mean, his counter argument was literally, I'm rage baiting you. Best counter argument ever. As well as Matthew, thank you so much for the $33 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for that love, Matthew. That is Matthhieu. Thank you so much for your kindness. Matthew with the $33 says, from a French Canadian, thank you for all that you're doing. Thank you so much for the love. That is so fucking kind of you. as well as Rami with the $50 over on Venmo. Thank you for the love, Rami. Rami with the 50 big ones says, what about this context? Kick him out. Thank you. I appreciate you for that, Rami. It's good to see you. Let's show some love to Rami down below. As well as Erica with a $10 saying, thank you for speaking truth like always. I'm curious why you've never used the death penalty as an argument towards pro-life people. They say all human life is valuable, right? Well, I mean, the reason why I don't use the death penalty is because they'll be like, oh, they deserved it. But the fetus is just so innocent and it's never done anything wrong in its life. And that's the reason why I don't use it. It's just like really easy to detract from the point by arguing like culpability and blame insofar as deserving death or not. Ducky, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo saying did a deep dive into his repost and he loves Israel. Can you please say free Palestine for me? Free Palestine, Ducky, you already know it. All right. I appreciate you guys so much for the love. I'm awake. I'm awake after that last conversation. I am awake. I have been woken up. I've been awoke. Grayson, thank you for the $7 over on Venmo. Said, dude, I thought that you were getting off. I was going to get off. I actually ended up streaming for over 4 hours when I originally intended to only stream for 3. Holy shit, I'm terrible. As well as Evelyn with the $10 saying something small to get you by this live. Not sure how you continue to deal with people, but we were grateful that you do. Thank you for the love, Evelyn. I love what I do. I do. I love it. I love it. And there's a lot of reasons why. I think the main reason is just because it makes people happy. What I do makes people happy, and I want to make people happy. Either directly by enjoying the stream, or indirectly by trying to build a better future for everyone. All right, chat. At this point, I am going to go ahead and end. I gotta get off. I'm going to get off. I actually want to do one more, but I should go make dinner. So I will see you all tomorrow. We're going to be on DNC Dean as per usual. Stay safe, peace and love, and I hope that you all have a great Wednesday evening. Bye, y'all.